The Indiscreet Jewels by Denis Diderot. This audiobook was narrated for the AudioBook Haven YouTube channel. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Happy listening. Birth of Mangogul. Hayaf zealous Tanzai had already reigned long in great Chechenia, and this voluptuous prince still continued to be the delight of his subjects. Akaju, king of Minutia, had undergone the fate predicted by his father. Zulmus was no more. The Count de was still living. Splendidus, Angola, Misapoof, and some other potentates of the Indies and Asia were carried off by sudden deaths. The people, tired of obeying weak sovereigns, had shaken off the yoke of their posterity, and the descendants of those unfortunate monarchs rambled unknown or not regarded in the provinces of their empires. The grandson of the illustrious Scheherazade was the only one who maintained his throne, and he was obeyed in Indostan by the name of Shah Bam at the time when Mangogul was born in Congo. Thus it appears that the death of several sovereigns was the mournful epoch of his birth. His father, Ergibzed, did not summon the fairies round the cradle of his son because he had observed that most of the princes of his time who had been educated by these female intelligences were no better than fools. He contented himself with ordering his nativity to be calculated by one Codindo, a person fitter for a portrait than an acquaintance. Codindo was head of the College of Soothsayers at Banza, the ancient capital of the empire. Ergibzed had settled a large pension on him and had granted to him and his descendants, on account of the merit of their great-uncle, who was an excellent cook, a magnificent castle on the frontiers of Congo. Codindo was appointed to observe the flight of birds and the state of the heavens, and to make a report thereof at court, which office he executed very indifferently. If it be true that they had at Banza the best theatrical pieces and the worst playhouses in all Africa, in return they had the most beautiful college in the world and the worst predictions. Codindo, informed of the business for which he was summoned to Ergibzed's palace, set out much embarrassed, for the poor man could no more read the stars than you or I. He was expected with impatience. The principal lords of the court were assembled in the apartment of the great sultana. The ladies, magnificently dressed, stood round the infant's cradle. The courtiers were hurrying to congratulate with Ergibzed on the great things which he was undoubtedly on the point of hearing concerning his son. Ergibzed was a father, and thought it quite natural to discern in the unformed lines of an infant what he was to be. In fine, Codindo arrived. "Draw near," says Ergibzed to him. "As soon as heaven granted me the prince before you, I ordered the instant of his birth to be exactly registered, and without doubt you have been informed of it. Speak sincerely to your master, and tell him boldly the destiny that heaven has reserved for his son." "Most magnanimous Sultan," answered Codindo, "the prince, born of parents equally illustrious and happy, can have no other than a great and fortunate destiny. But I should impose on your highness if I plumed myself with a science that I do not possess. The stars rise and set for me as for the rest of mankind, and I am not more enlightened in futurity by their means than the most ignorant of your subjects." "But," replied the Sultan, "aren't you an astrologer?" "Magnanimous prince," answered Codindo, "I have not that honor." "What the devil are you then?" says the old but passionate Ergibzed. "An aruspex. By the heavens, I did not imagine that you had so much as thought of it. Believe me, Signor Codindo, suffer your poultry to feed in quiet, and pronounce on the fate of my son, as you lately did on the cold of my wife's parrot." Codindo immediately drew a glass out of his pocket, took the infant's left ear, rubbed his eyes, turned his spectacles again and again, peeped at that ear, did the like to the right ear, and pronounced that the young prince's reign would be happy if it proved long. "I understand you," replied Ergibzed. "My son will do the finest things in the world if he has time. But zounds, what I want to have told me is that he will have time. What matter is it to me, after he is dead, that he would have been the greatest prince upon the earth had he lived? I have summoned you to cast my son's horoscope, and you make me his funeral oration."
Codindo assured the prince that he was sorry he was not more knowing, but beseeched his highness to consider that his knowledge was sufficient for the little time he had been a conjurer. In effect, the moment before, what was Codindo?
2. Education of Mangogul. I will pass lightly over Mangogul's first years. The infancy of princes is the same with that of the rest of mankind, with this difference, however, that princes have the gift of saying 1,000 pretty things before they can speak. Thus, before Ergebzed's son was full 4 years old, he furnished matter for a volume of Mangogulana. Ergebzed, who was a man of sense and was resolved that his son's education should not be so much neglected as his own had been, sent betimes for all the great men in Congo, as painters, philosophers, poets, musicians, architects, masters of dancing, mathematics, history, fencing, etc. Thanks to the happy dispositions of Mangogul and to the constant lessons of his masters, he was ignorant in nothing of what a young prince is wont to learn the first 15 years of his life, and at the age of 20 he could eat, drink, and sleep as completely as any potentate of his age. Ergebzed, whose weight of years began to make him feel the weight of his crown, tired with holding the reins of the empire, frighted at the disturbances which threatened it, full of confidence in the superior qualifications of Mangogul, and urged by sentiments of religion, sure prognostics of the approaching death or imbecility of the great, descended from the throne to seat his son thereon. And this good prince thought he was under an obligation of expiating, by a retirement, the crimes of the most just administration of which there is any account in the annals of Congo. Thus it was that in the year of the world 15,032,021, of the Empire of Congo 390,070,003, began the reign of Mangogul, the 1,234,500 of his race in a direct line. Frequent conferences with his ministers, wars carried on, and the management of affairs taught him in a very short time what remained for him to know at getting out of his pedagogues, and that was somewhat. However, in less than 10 years, Mangogul acquired the reputation of a great man. He gained battles, stormed towns, enlarged his empire, quieted his provinces, repaired the disorder of his finances, restored arts and sciences, raised edifices, immortalized himself with useful establishments, strengthened and corrected the legislative power, even founded academies, and, what his university could never comprehend, he executed all these great things without knowing one word of Latin. Mangogul was not less amiable in his seraglio than great on the throne. He did not take it into his head to regulate his conduct by the ridiculous customs of his country. He broke the gates of the palaces inhabited by his women. He drove out those injurious guards of their virtue. He prudently confided in themselves for their fidelity. The entrance into their apartments was as free for men as into those of the canonesses of Flanders, and doubtless their behavior as decent. Oh, how good a sultan he was! There never was his equal but in some French romance. He was mild, affable, cheerful, gallant, of a charming figure, a lover of pleasures, cut out for them, and contained more wit and sense in his head than had been in those of all his predecessors put together. It's easy to judge that with such uncommon merit, a number of the sex aspired to make him their conquest. Some few succeeded. Those who missed his heart endeavored to console themselves with the grandees of the court. Young Mirzosa was a number of the former. I shall not amuse myself with detailing the qualities and charms of Mirzosa. The work would be without end, and I am resolved that this history shall have one. 3. Which may be regarded as the first of this history.
Mirzosa had already fixed Mangogul for some years. These lovers had said, and 1,000 times repeated, all that a violent passion suggests to persons who have the most wit. They were got as far as confidences, and they would impute it to themselves a crime to conceal the minute circumstance of their lives from each other. These singular suppositions, if heaven, which has placed me on the throne, had given me an obscure, low birth, would you have deigned to descend down to me? Would Mirzosa have crowned me? Should Mirzosa happen to lose the few charms that she is thought to have, would Mangogul still love her? These suppositions, I say, which exercise the fancy of ingenious lovers, which sometimes make tender lovers quarrel, and frequently oblige the most sincere lovers to tell untruths, were quite worn out between our pair. The favorite, who possessed in a supreme degree the necessary and uncommon talent of making a good narrative, had drained the scandalous history of Bonza. As she had the best constitution, she was not always disposed to receive the Sultan's caresses, nor was he always in the mood of offering them. In short, there were some days in which the Sultan and Mirzosa had little to say, hardly anything to do, and in which, without any diminution of love, they amused themselves but indifferently. Those days were rare indeed, but there were some, and this was one of them. The Sultan was carelessly stretched on a sofa opposite the favorite, who was nodding in silence. The weather did not permit them to take a walk. The Sultan wouldn't venture to propose a party of piquet, and this posture had lasted near a quarter of a matter, when the Sultan, yawning several times, said, "It must be allowed that Geliota sang like an angel." "And that your Highness is tired to death," answered the favorite. "No, madam," replied the Sultan, endeavoring to smother a yawn. "The minute one sees you is not the minute of tiresomeness." "If that is not a polite compliment, it's nobody's fault but your own," rejoined Mirzosa. "But you ponder, you're absent, you yawn. Prince, what ails you?" "I don't know," said the Sultan. "But I guess," continued the favorite, "I was 18 when I had the good fortune to please you. It is full 4 years since you began to love me. 18 and 4 make 22. Therefore, I am now very old." The Sultan smiled at this calculation. "But if I am no longer worth anything for pleasure, I will at least demonstrate that I am very good for advice. The variety of amusements that attend you has not been able to secure you against disgust. You are disgusted, Prince. There is your disease." "I don't allow that you have hit it off," says the Sultan. "But supposing you have, do you know a remedy?" Mirzosa answered the Sultan after a moment's pause, that His Highness seemed to take so much pleasure at the narratives she made him of the gallantries of the town, that she was sorry she had no more to relate him, or that she was not better informed of those of the court, that she would have tried that expedient until she thought of something better. "I think it's a good one," says the Sultan, "but who knows the stories of all those fools, and though they were known to anyone, who could relate them like you?" "Let us learn them, however," replied Mirzosa. "Whoever it be that tells them, I am certain that your Highness will gain more by the matter than you will lose by the form. I shall join with you, if you please, in fancying the adventures of the court ladies very diverting," says the Sultan. "But though they were to be 100 times more so, what does that avail if it be impossible to come at them?" "There may be a difficulty in it," answers Mirzosa, "but in my opinion that is all. The genius Kukufa, your relation and friend, has done greater things. Why don't you consult him?" "Ah, joy of my heart!" cried the Sultan. "You are an admirable creature. I make no doubt that the genius will employ all his power in my favor. This moment I shut myself up in my closet and invoke him." Accordingly, the Sultan arose, kissed the favorite on the left eye, pursuant to the custom of Congo, and departed.
Evocation of the genius.
The genius Kukufa is an old hypochondriac who, fearing lest the concerns of the world and dealings with the rest of the genie might prove an obstacle to his salvation, took refuge in the void, in order to employ himself quite at leisure on the infinite perfections of the great pagoda, to pinch, scratch, and make notches in his flesh, to fret himself into madness and starve himself to death. In that place he lies on a straw mat, his body tucked up in a sack, his flanks squeezed with the cord, his arms crossed on his breast, and his head sunk into a hood, which suffers nothing to issue but the end of his beard. He sleeps, but one would think him in contemplation. All his company is an owl which nods at his feet, some rats which gnaw his mat, and bats which hover round his head. The manner of evoking him is by repeating, to the sound of a bell, the first verse of the nocturnal office of the Brahmins. Then he lifts up his hood, rubs his eyes, puts on his sandals, and sets out. Figure to yourself an old Camaldolian monk carried in the air by two large horn owls which he holds by the legs. In this equipage it was that Kukufa appeared to the Sultan. "May the blessing of Brahma be within these walls," says he, bowing. "Amen," answered the prince. "What do you want, my son?" "A very small matter," says Mangogul, "to procure me some pleasure at the expense of the court ladies." "Oh, my son," replied Kukufa, "you have a larger appetite than a whole monastery of Brahmins. What do you pretend to do with this troop of extravagance?" "To learn from themselves their present and past adventures, that is all." "But that is impossible," says the genius. "To have women confess their adventures is a thing that never was nor ever will be." "Yet it must be," added the Sultan. At these words, the genius, scratching his ear and combing his long beard with his fingers, fell to thinking. His meditation was short. "My child," said he to Mangogul, "I love you, you shall be satisfied." Instantly he plunged his right hand into a deep pocket made under his armpit on the left side of his frock, and, together with images, blessed beads, little leaden pagodas, and musty sweetmeats, drew out a silver ring, which Mangogul at first took for one of St. Hubert's rings. "You see this ring?" said he to the Sultan. "Put it on your finger, my child. Every woman at whom you shall level the stone will relate her intrigues in a plain, audible voice. Do not imagine, however, that it's by the mouth that they are to speak." "By what then will they speak?" says Mangogul. "By the frankest part about them and the best instructed in those things you desire to know," says Kukufa. "By their toys." "By their toys," replies Mangogul, bursting into laughter. "That is particular. Talking toys, that is an unheard extravagance." "My son," said the genius, "I have performed many greater prodigies for your grandfather, therefore depend on my word. Go, and may Brahma bless you, make a good use of your secret, and remember that there are ill-placed curiosities." This said, the old hypocrite nodded his head, pulled his hood over his face, took his horn owls by the legs, and vanished in the air. Mangogul's dangerous temptation. Scarcely was Mangogul in possession of Kukufa's mysterious ring when he was tempted to make the first trial of it on the favorite. I forgot to mention that besides the virtue of obliging the toys of those women on whom he turned the stone to speak, it had that also of rendering the person invisible who wore it on the little finger. Thus could Mangogul transport himself in the twinkling of an eye to 1,000 places where he was not expected, and with his own eyes see many things which are frequently transacted without witnesses. All he had to do was to put on his ring and say, "I desire to be in such a place," and he was there in an instant. Behold him then in Mirzoza's bedroom. Mirzoza, who gave over all hopes of the Sultan's company, was in bed. Mangogul approached her pillow softly and saw by the glimmering light of a night taper that she was asleep. Good, said he, she sleeps. Let us quickly shift the ring on another finger, resume our natural shape, turn the stone on this fair sleeper, and awaken her toy a little while. But what stops me? I tremble. Is it possible that Mirzoza? No, it is not possible. Mirzoza is faithful to me. Flee from me, injurious suspicions. I will not, I ought not to heed you. He said and put his fingers on the ring, but taking them off as hastily as if it had been fire, he cried in himself, "What do I do, wretched man? I insult Cucufa's advice. For the sake of satisfying a silly curiosity, I am going to run the hazard of losing my mistress and my life. If her toy should happen to be in the humor of talking extravagantly, I should never see her more, and I would die of grief. And who knows what a toy may have in its soul?" Mangogul's agitation made him somewhat forget himself. He pronounced these last words pretty loud, and the Mirzoza awoke. "Ah, Prince," said she, less surprised than charmed at his presence, "you are here. Why did you not send me notice? Must you condescend to wait for my awakening?" Mangogul answered the favorite by relating the success of his interview with Cucufa, showed him the ring, and did not hide one of its properties from her. "Ah, what a devilish secret has he given you," cried Mirzoza. "But pray, Prince, do you intend to make any use of it?" "How," says the Sultan, "do I intend to use it? I shall begin with you if you argue with me." At these terrible words, the favorite paled, trembled, recovered herself, and conjured the Sultan by Brahma and all the pagodas of the Indies and Congo to not try the experiment on her of a secret power which indicated a diffidence of her fidelity. "If I have constantly been honest, my toy will not speak a word, and you will have done me such an injury as I shall never forgive you. If it happens to speak, I shall lose your esteem and heart, and that will make you run distracted. Hitherto, you have, in my opinion, found your account in our connection. Why would you run the risk of breaking it off? Prince, believe me, follow the advice of the genius. He has had great experience, and advices of genius are always good to follow." This is exactly what I was saying to myself when you awoke. And yet, if you had slept 2 minutes longer, I cannot answer for what might have happened. What would have happened, says Mirzoza, is that my toy would have given you no information, and you would have lost me forever. "That may be," replied Mangogul, "but now that I have a full view of the danger that I incurred, I solemnly swear to you by the eternal pagoda that you shall be excepted from the number of those on whom I shall turn the ring."
At these words, Mirzoza brightened up and fell to joking at the expense of the toys, which the prince should hereafter interrogate. "Sidalisa's toy," said she, "has many stories to tell, and if it be as indiscreet as its mistress, it will not require much entreaty. Haria's toy is no longer of this world, and your highness will obtain no tales from it of fresher date than the days of my grandmother. As for that of Glaus, I believe it is a proper one to be consulted. She is a coquette and pretty." "And for that reason precisely it is," replied the Sultan, "that her toy will be mute." "Why then," said the Sultana, "apply to that of Fatima. She is ugly and loves gallantry." "Yes," continued the Sultan, "and so ugly that one must be as ill-natured as you to accuse her of gallantry. Fatima is sober, 'tis I who say it, and who know something of the matter." "As sober as you please," replied the favorite, "but she has a sort of gray eyes that speak the contrary." "Her eyes belie her," said the Sultan warmly. "You tire my patience with your Fatima. Might not one say that there is no other toy but this to examine?" "But may I presume, without offending your highness," added Mirzoza, "to ask which is the first you intend to honor with your choice?" "We shall see anon," said Mangogul, "in the circle of the Manimon Banda, the Congese name of the great Sultana. We shall have a good deal of work upon our hands, and when we happen to be tired of the toys of my court, we may chance make a tour through Banza. Possibly we may find those of the city women more reasonable than those of duchesses." "Prince," said Mirzoza, "I have some acquaintance with the former, and can assure you that they are only more circumspect. We shall soon hear from them. But I cannot refrain from laughter, continued Mangogul, when I think on the confusion and surprise of these women at the first words of their toys. Ha ha ha! Remember, delight of my soul, that I shall expect you at the great sultana's, and that I shall make no use of my ring until you are come. Prince, said Mirzosa, I rely on the promise you have made me. Mangogul smiled at her alarm, reiterated his promise, sealed them with kisses, and retired. 6. First trial of the ring, Alcina. Mangogul arrived before her at the great sultana's, and found all the ladies very busy at cards. He surveyed all those whose reputation was established, fully resolved to try his ring on one of them, and his only difficulty was in the choice. While he was in suspense by whom to begin, he spied a young lady of the household of the Manimon Banda in a window. She was toying with her husband, which appeared singular to the Sultan inasmuch as they had been married above 8 days. They had made their appearance in the same box at the opera, in the same coach at the Bois de Boulogne. They had finished their visits, and the fashion of the times exempted them from loving or even meeting each other. If this toy, said Mangogul, is as silly as its mistress, we shall have a diverting soliloquy. At this instant the favorite appeared. Welcome, said the Sultan to her in a whisper. I have cast my lead waiting for you. And on whom? Asked Mirzosa. On that couple you see sporting in that window, answered Mangogul with a wink. Well set out, replied the favorite. Alcina, for that was the young lady's name, was sprightly and pretty. The Sultan's court had few women more amiable, and not one of a gayer disposition. One of the Sultan's emirs had filled his head with her. He was not left in ignorance of what the Chronicle had published concerning Alcina. The report alarmed him, but he followed the custom. He consulted his mistress about it. Alcina swore that it was pure calumny invented by some coxcombs, who would have been silent if they had had any reason for talking, but however that there was no harm done, and that he was at full liberty to believe it or not as he thought proper. This answer, delivered with an air of confidence, convinced the amorous emir of his mistress's innocence. He closed the affair and assumed the title of Alcina's husband with all his prerogatives. The Sultan leveled his ring at her. A loud burst of laughter which seized Alcina at some comical saying of her husband was suddenly cut short by the operation of the ring, and immediately a murmuring noise was heard under her petticoats. Well, now I'm titled. Truly, I'm glad on it. Nothing like having a rank. If my first advices had been heeded, I should have been provided with something better than an emir, but yet an emir is better than nothing. At these words, all the ladies quitted the game to seek from what quarter the voice issued. This movement made a great noise. Silence, says the Sultan. This deserves attention. They obeyed, and the toy continued. One would appear to think that a husband is a guest of great importance by the precautions which are taken to receive him. What preparations! What profusion of myrtle water! Another fortnight of this regimen would have demolished me. I had disappeared, and the emir might have sought lodgings elsewhere, or have shipped me off for the island Jonquil. Here my author says that all the ladies grew pale, looked at each other in deep silence, and grew vastly serious, which he ascribes to their fear that the conversation should grow warm and become general. Yet, continued Alcina's toy, in my opinion, the emir did not require nor stand in need of so many formalities. But I must still acknowledge the prudence of my mistress. She guarded against the worst, and I was treated for the great lord as for his little page. The toy was on the point of continuing its extravagant harangue, when the Sultan, observing that this strange scene shocked the modest Maniwan Banda, interrupted the orator by turning off the ring. The emir had vanished at the first words of his wife's toy. Alcina, without being disconcerted, pretended to take a nap. Meanwhile, the ladies whispered that she had the vapors. Yes, says a petite maître, vapors. Chi calls them hysterics, as much to say things which come from the lower region. For this case, he has a divine elixir. It is a principle, principiated, which revives, which I will propose it to the lady. The company laughed at this gibberish, and our cynic resumed. Nothing more true, ladies. I who speak have used it for a depreciation of substance. A depreciation of substance, good Marquis? Pray, what is that, madam?
replied the Marquis. "It is one of those casual accidents which happen, but everybody knows it." By this time, the pretended drowsiness went off. Alcina sat down to play with as much intrepidity as if her toy had either not spoken a word or had made the finest speech in the world. Nay, she was the only lady that played without distraction. This sitting was worth a considerable sum to her. The rest did not know what they were about, could not count the dots on the cards, forgot their reckonings, neglected their good luck, dealt wrong, and committed 100 other mistakes, of which Alcina took the advantage. In fine, they broke up play, and everyone withdrew.
This adventure made great noise not only at court and in town, but all over Congo. Epigrams were handed about on it. The discourse of Alcina's toy was published, revised, corrected, enlarged, and commented by the agreeables of the court. The emir was lampooned and his wife immortalized. She was pointed at in the playhouse and followed in the public walks. People flocked about her, and she heard them buzzing. Yes, 'tis she. Her toy made a discourse 2 hours long. Alcina bore her new reputation with admirable tranquility. She listened to these expressions, and many more, with a serenity which the rest of the women could not show. They were every moment under apprehensions of some indiscretions being committed by their toys, but the adventure of the following chapter completed their confusion. As soon as the company had broke up, Mangogul gave his hand to the favorite and conduced her to her apartment. She was far from having that lively, cheerful air which seldom quitted her. She had lost considerably at play, and the effect of the dreadful ring had plunged her into a pensiveness out of which she was not yet thoroughly recovered. She knew the Sultan's curiosity, and she had not sufficient confidence in the promises of a man less amorous than despotic to be free from uneasiness. "What ails you, my soul's delight?" said Mangogul. "You are pensive." "I played with bad luck without example," answered Mirzoza. "I lost the possibility. I had 12 tableaux, and I don't think I marked 3 times." "That is vexatious," replied Mangogul. "But what think you of my secret?" "Prince," said the favorite, "I persist in deeming it diabolical. Doubtless it will amuse you, but that amusement will be attended with dismal consequences. You are going to spread discord in every family, disadive husbands, throw lovers into despair, ruin wives, dishonor daughters, and raise 1,000 other hurly-burlies. Ah, Prince, I conjure you." "By the light," said Mangogul, "I moralized like Nicole. I would be glad to know why the concern for your neighbor touches you so to the quick. No, no, madam, I will keep my ring. And what do I matter those husbands undeceived, those lovers thrown into despair, those wives ruined, those daughters dishonored, provided I amuse myself? Am I then a sultan for nothing? Good night, madam. We must hope that future scenes will be more comic than the first, and that you will take more pleasure in them by degrees." "I do not believe it, sir," replied Mirzoza, "and for my part, I promise you that you will find pleasant toys, nay, so pleasant that you cannot refuse giving them audience. And what would you do if I sent them to you in quality of ambassadors? I will, if you desire it, spare you the trouble of their harangues, but as to the recital of their adventures, you shall hear it either from their own mouths or mine. 'Tis a determined point, and I can abate nothing of it. Resolve to familiarize yourself with these new speech-makers." At these words he embraced her and went into his closet, reflecting on the trial he had made and devoutly thanking the genius Kukufa. 11. Second trial of the ring. The altars. The next evening there was to be a private supper in Mirzoza's apartment. The persons invited came early. Before the prodigy of the preceding day, people came by inclination. This night they came purely out of politeness. All the ladies had an air of constraint and spoke in monosyllables. They were on the watch and expected every moment that some toy would join in conversation. Notwithstanding their itch of bringing Alcina's odd adventure on the carpet, none of them dared to open the topic. Not that they were restrained by her presence. Though included in the supper list, she did not appear. It was judged that she had a swimming in her head. However, whether it was that they became less apprehensive of danger, as the whole day long they had heard nobody speak but from the mouth, or whether they affected to appear courageous, the conversation revived. The women most suspected composed their countenances, put on an air of assurance, and Mirzoza asked the courtier Zigris if he knew any entertaining news. "Madam," replied Zigris, "I have been informed of a match between the Aga Shazur and young Sibarina. I assure you it's broken off." "On what account?" interrupted the favorite. "On account of a strange voice," continued Zigris, "which Shazur says he heard at the toilet of his princess. Since yesterday, the Sultan's court is full of people who go with their ears cocked, in hopes of catching, I can't say how, such declarations as most certainly the persons concerned have no inclination to make them." "That's silly," replied the favorite. "Alcina's misfortune, if it be one, is far from being averred. We have not got to the bottom." "Madam," interrupted Zelmaida, "I have heard her most distinctly. She spoke without opening her mouth. The facts were well articulated, and it was not very difficult to guess whence this extraordinary sound issued. I assure you that I would have died if I were in her place." "Died?" replied Zigris. "Folks survive other sorts of accidents." "How?" cried Zelmaida. "Can there be a more dreadful one than the indiscretion of a toy? Well, there is no medium left. One must either renounce gallantry or resolve to pass for a woman of pleasure." "Indeed," said the favorite, "the option is severe." "No, no, madam," replied another lady, "you will see that women will fix their resolution. They will allow toys to place as much as they please, and go their own way without troubling themselves with what the world shall say. And after all, what does it signify whether it's a woman's toy or her lover who proves indiscreet? Are things less exposed?" "On a serious consideration of the whole affair," continued a third, "if a woman's adventures must be divulged, it's better it should happen by her toy than her lover." "The notion is singular," said the favorite. "And true," replied she who had broached it. "For pray observe that a lover is generally dissatisfied before he becomes indiscreet, and therefore tempted to be revenged by exaggerating everything, whereas a toy talks without passion and adds nothing to the truth." "For my part," said Zelmaida, "I am not of that opinion. In this case, it is not so much the importance of the depositions as the strength of the evidence that ruins the criminal. A lover who, by his discourse, dishonors the altar on which he has sacrificed, is a kind of impious who deserves no credit. But if the altar lifts up its voice, what answer can be made?"
"That the altar knows not what it says," replied the second. Monima, hitherto mute, broke silence in order to say in a dragging, lazy tone, "Ah, let my altar, since you call it so, speak or be silent. I fear nothing from its talk." Mangogul entered that very instant, and Monima's last words did not escape him. He leveled his ring at her, and her toy was heard to cry out, "Do not believe her, she lies." Her female neighbors, gazing at each other, asked whose toy it was that made this answer. "'Tis not mine," said Zelmaida. "Nor mine," said another. "Nor mine," said Monima. "Nor mine," said the Sultan. Everyone, and the favorite among the rest, persisted in the negative. The Sultan, taking the advantage of this uncertainty, and addressing the ladies, said, "You have altars, then? Pray, how are they feasted?" As he was speaking, he nimbly turned his ring successively on all the women except Mirzoza, and every one of their toys answering in its turn, these words were heard in different tones. "I am frequented, battered, abandoned, perfumed, fatigued, ill-served, disgusted, etc." They all spoke their word, but so precipitously that no just application could be made. Their jargon, sometimes rumbling, sometimes yelping, accompanied with loud laughs of Mangogul and his courtiers, made a noise of a new kind. The ladies agreed with a very grave air that it was very diverting. "How?" said the Sultan. "Sure we are too happy that the toys deign to speak our language and furnish half the expense of the conversation. Society must be a considerable gainer by this duplication of organs. Possibly me men shall speak also in our turn by something else besides our mouths. Who knows?"
What agrees so perfectly well with toys may happen to be destined to make questions and responses to them. Nevertheless, my anatomist is of a different opinion.
8. Third Trial of the Ring, the Private Supper. Supper was served up. The company sat down at table, and at first they diverted themselves at Monima's charge. All the women unanimously agreed that her toy had spoke first, and she must have sunk under this confederacy had not the Sultan taken her part. "I do not pretend," said he, "that Monima is less gallant than Zelmida, but I believe her toy has more discretion. Besides, when the mouth and toy of a woman contradict each other, which to believe?" "Sir," replied a courtier, "I know not what toys will say hereafter, but hitherto they have explained themselves on a subject which is very familiar to them. As long as they shall have the prudence to speak of nothing but what they understand, I shall believe them as so many oracles. Others," said Mirzosa, "of greater authenticity might be consulted." "Pray, madam," replied Mangogul, "what interest can these have in disguising the truth? Nothing but a chimera of honor could be their motive, but a toy has none of these chimeras. That is not the place of prejudices." "A chimera of honor?" said Mirzosa. "Prejudices? If your Highness had been exposed to the same inconveniences with us, you would become sensible that whatever touches virtue is far from being chimerical." All the ladies, encouraged by the Sultana's answer, insisted that it was superfluous to put them to certain proofs, and Mangogul that these proofs were generally dangerous at least. This conversation ushered in the champagne. It moved briskly round, they plied it close, and it warmed the toys. Then it was that Mangogul had intended to resume his frolics. He turned his ring on a very gay, sprightly young lady, who sat pretty near him, and directly opposite to her husband, and immediately issued from under the table a plaintive noise, a weak, languishing voice, which said, "Oh, how I am harassed! I can bear it no longer. I am at death's door." "How? By the pagoda Pongo Subiam," cried Hussein. "My wife's toy speaks, and what can it say?" "We are going to hear," answered the Sultan. "Prince, you will permit me not to be of the number of its auditors," replied Hussein, "for if anything ridiculous dropped from it, do you think? I think you are a fool to alarm yourself at the prattle of a toy. Do we not know a good part of what it can say, and may we not guess the rest? Sit down then and endeavor to divert yourself." Hussein sat down, and his wife's toy began to prat like a magpie. "Shall I eternally have this huge Flandrian volanto? I have seen some who have made an end, but this man—" At these words Hussein arose in a fury, snatched up a knife, sprang to the other side of the table, and would have pierced his wife's breast if his neighbors had not prevented him. "Hussein," said the Sultan, "you make too much noise. The company cannot hear. Might not one say that your wife's toy is the only one that has common sense? And what would become of these ladies if their husbands were of your humor? How? You are out of your wits for a pitiful little adventure of one volanto who never made an end? Return to your seat, behave like a man of honor, see that you watch yourself and not commit a second failure before a prince who admits you to his pleasures." While Hussein, stifling his rage, was leaning on the back of a chair, his eyes shut, and his hand on his forehead, the Sultan dexterously leveled his ring, and the toy went on. "Volanto's young page would suit me pretty well, but I do not know when he will begin. In the meantime, till the one begins and the other makes an end, I practice patience with the Brahmin Agon. He is a frightful figure, I must own, but his talent is to make an end and begin again. Oh, what a great man a Brahmin is!" By the time the toy had got as far as this exclamation, Hussein blushed to fret for a woman who was so unworthy, and fell a-laughing with the rest of the company, but he kept something in reserve for his spouse.
The entertainment being over, everyone went home directly, except Hussein, who conducted his wife into a house of veiled maidens, and there shut her up. Mangogul, being informed of her disgrace, paid her a visit. He found the whole community busy in comforting her, but still more in trying to get the secret of her exile from her. "'Tis for a mere trifle that I am here," she said. "Last night, being at supper with the Sultan, the champagne was whipped about, the Tokai galloped, people hardly knew what they said, when my toy must needs fall to prating. I do not remember on what subject it talked, but it made my husband take dudgeon." "To be sure, madam, he is in the wrong," replied the nuns. "People ought not to put themselves into such passions for trifles. How? Your toy has spoken? Pray, does it speak still? How charmed we would be to hear it. It must certainly express itself with wit and good grace." They were gratified, for the Sultan turned his ring on the poor recluse, and her toy thanked them for their civilities, protesting to them at the same time that how pleased it was with their company, that of a Brahmin would suit it better. The Sultan embraced the opportunity to learn some particulars of the life of these virgins. His ring interrogated the toy of a young recluse, whose name was Cleanthes, and the pretended virgin toy confessed 2 gardeners, a Brahmin, and 3 cavaliers, and related how by the assistance of a purging draught and 2 bleedings she had escaped giving scandal. Zephyrina admitted, by the organ of her toy, that she was indebted to the errand boy of the house for the honorable title of mother. But one thing that astonished the Sultan was that though those sequestered toys expressed themselves in very indecent terms, the virgins to whom they belonged heard them without blushing, which made him conjecture that if they failed of the practical part in those retreats, they had in return a large share of speculation. In order to clear up this point, he turned his ring on a novice between 15 and 16 years of age. "Flora has more than once ogled a young officer through the grate. I am certain that she had an inclination for him. Her little finger told me so." This was a mortifying stroke for Flora. The ancient ladies condemned her to 2 months' silence and discipline, and ordered prayers that the toys of the community remain mute.
9. The state of the Academy of Sciences at Banza. Mangogul had scarcely quitted the recluses, among whom I left him, when a report was spread through Banza that the virgins of the congregation of Brahma's coccyx spoke by their toys. This report, to which Hussein's violent proceedings had given credit, roused the curiosity of the learned. The phenomenon was thoroughly examined and allowed, and the freethinkers began to seek in the properties of matter the reasons of a fact which they had at first deemed impossible. The tattle of the toys gave birth to a great number of excellent works, and this important subject swelled the collections of the academies with several memoirs, which may be esteemed the utmost efforts of human understanding. In order to model and perpetuate that of Banza, invitations with suitable encouragement had been, and still continued to be, given to all persons of the brightest parts in Congo, Manoemugi, Belagwanza, and the circumjacent kingdoms. It took in, under different titles, all those who had distinguished themselves in natural history, natural philosophy, mathematics, and the greatest part of those who promised to make a figure in them one time or another. This swarm of indefatigable bees labored incessantly in the research of truth, and every year the public reaped the fruits of their labors in a volume full of discoveries. It was at that time divided into 2 factions, the one composed of vorticists and the other of attractionists. Olibrio, an able geometrician and great natural philosopher, founded the sect of vorticists. Cercino, an able natural philosopher and great geometrician, was the first attractionist. Both Olibrio and Cercino proposed to explain nature.
Olibrio's principles have at first a certain air of simplicity which seduces. In the gross, they account for the principal phenomena, but they contradict themselves in the detail. As for Cercino, he seems to set out upon an absurdity, but 'tis the first step alone that is expensive. The minute details which ruin Olibrio's system establish his. He follows a road dark at entrance, but which grows more lightsome according as a person advances. On the contrary, that of Olibrio, lightsome at entrance, grows darker and darker. The philosophy of the latter requires less study than understanding. One cannot be a disciple of the former without a large share of understanding and study. One enters without preparation into Olibrio's school. Everybody has the key of it. That of Cercino is open none but geometrics of the first class. Olibrio's vortices are within the reach of all capacities. Cercino's central powers are made for first-rate algebraists only. Wherefore there will always be 100 vorticists for one attractionist, and one attractionist will always be worth 100 vorticists. Such was the state of the Academy of Sciences at Banza, when it handled the subject of the indiscreet toys. This phenomenon was very slippery. It dodged the attraction, and the subtle matter could not come within reach of it. In vain did the president summon all those who had any notions to communicate them. A profound silence reigned in the assembly. At length, Persiflo, the vorticist, who had published treatises on many subjects which he did not understand, rose up and said, "Gentlemen, the fact, gentlemen, might well agree with the system of the world. I should suspect that it has, in general, the same cause with the tides. For pray take notice that this day is the equinoctial full moon. But before I can depend on my conjecture, I must wait to hear what the toys will say next month." The company shrugged their shoulders. They dared not remonstrate to him that he reasoned like a toy, but as he is a man of penetration, he perceived in an instant that they thought as much. The attractionist Reciproco opened, and said, "Gentlemen, I have tables calculated by a theory on the height of the tides in every port of the kingdom. True it is that observations somewhat belie my calculations, but I flatter myself that this small inconvenience will be repaired by the advantage that will result from them, if the tattle of toys continues to square with the phenomena of the ebb and flow." A third person started up, went to the board, traced his figure, and said, "Let a toy be AB, and—" Here the ignorance of the translators has deprived us of a demonstration which, without doubt, the African author had preserved. After a blank of about 2 pages, we read, "Reciproco's reasoning was thought demonstrative, and it was unanimously agreed, from the essays he had given on dialectics, that he would be able one day or another to make this deduction. Women have from immemorial heard with their ears, therefore they ought to speak by their toys." Dr. Orchotomus of the tribe of anatomists spoke next and said, "Gentlemen, I am of the opinion that it would be properer to drop a phenomenon than to seek its cause in vapory hypotheses. For my part, I would not have opened my mouth if I had not but trifling conjectures to offer. But I have examined, studied, meditated. I have seen toys in the paroxysm, and I am got so far, by means of my knowledge of the parts and experience, to be convinced that what we call in Greek Delphis has all the properties of the windpipe, and that there are some who can speak as well by the toy as by the mouth. Yes, gentlemen, the Delphis is a string and wind instrument, but much more a string than a wind one. The outer air which lights on it properly does the office of a bow on the tendinous fibers of the wings, which I shall call ribbons or vocal strings. The gentle collision of this air and the vocal strings put them into a trembling motion, and it is by their quicker or slower vibrations that they utter different sounds. The person modifies these sounds at discretion, speaks, and might even sing. As there are but two ribbons or vocal strings, and they are to the eye of equal length, it doubtless will be asked how they suffice to give the multitude of sounds, grave and acute, strong and weak, of which the human voice is capable. I answer, in pursuing the comparison of this organ with musical instruments, that their lengthening and contracting are sufficient to produce these effects. That these parts are capable of distension and contraction is needless to be demonstrated in an assembly of literati of your rank, but that in consequence of this distension and contraction, the Delphus can utter sounds more or less acute, in word, all the inflections of the voice and modulation of singing, is a fact which I flatter myself to put out of doubt. My appeal is to experiments. Yes, gentlemen, I engage to make both a Delphus and a toy reason, speak, nay, even sing to before ye. Thus harangued Orchotomus, promising himself nothing less than to raise the toys to the level of the windpipes of one of his learned brethren, whose success jealousy had attacked in vain.
10. Less learned and less tedious than the preceding. Continuation of the academical sitting. By the difficulties started against Orchotomus before he could make his experiments, it appeared that his notions were judged to have less of solidity than ingenuity. If toys have the faculty of speech naturally, say they, why have they not made use of it till now? If it was an effect of the goodness of Brahma, who has been pleased to endow women with so strong a desire of talking, to double the organs of speech in them, it is very strange that they have so long been ignorant of, or at least neglected, this valuable gift of nature. Why has not the same toy spoke more than once? Why has none of them spoke of aught but the same subject? By what mechanism does it fall out that one of the mouths is forcibly kept shut while the other speaks? Moreover, added they, if we judge of the prattle of toys by the circumstances in which most of them have spoken, and by the things they have told, there is all the reason in the world to believe it involuntary, and that those parts would continue mute if it had been in the power of their possessors to impose silence on them. Orchotomus arose to answer these objections, and insisted that toys talked in all ages, but so low that what they said was hardly heard even by those to whom they belonged. That it is not surprising that they have raised their voice in our days, when the freedom of conversation is carried so high that one may without impudence and indiscretion converse on those things which are the most familiar to them. That if they have spoke audibly but once, we are not to infer that that will be the only time, that there is a vast difference between being mute and keeping silence, that if they have talked but on one and the same subject only, probably the reason is that it is the only one of which they have ideas, that those who have not spoke as yet will speak, that if they remain silent, it is because they have nothing to say, or that they are ill-made, or want ideas and terms. In a word, continued he, to pretend that it was an effect of the goodness of Brahma to grant to women the means of gratifying their strong desire of talking by multiplying in them the organs of speech, is to grant that if this benefaction dragged any inconveniences after it, it was an effect of his wisdom to prevent them, and this he has done by compelling one of the mouths to keep silent while the other speaks. It is already but too inconvenient for us that women change their mind from one instant to another. What then would it have been if Brahma had left them the power of being of two contradictory sentiments at the same time? Further, the gift of speech has been given purely in order to be understood, but the women who find it a difficult task to understand one another with a single mouth each, how could they possibly do it if they spoke with two at a time?
Thus, Orko Thomas answered several things, and thought he had given satisfactory solutions to all difficulties. But he was mistaken. New doubts were raised, and he was on the point of sinking under them when Simonazes came to his assistance. Then the dispute became tumultuous. They strayed wide of the question, they bewildered themselves. They returned, they bewildered themselves a second time. They grew angry, they brawled. From brawling they passed to injurious words, and the academical sitting ended. 18. Fourth trial of the ring, the echo. While the prattle of the toys employed the academy, in other companies it became the news of the day, and the subject of the morrow and of several succeeding days. It was an inexhaustible text. True facts were blended with false. Everything went down. The prodigy had removed all incredulity. In conversation, people lived on it upwards of 6 months. The Sultan had made but 3 trials of his ring, yet in a circle of ladies who were allowed a stool at the Manimon Bondas, one of them related a discourse held by the toy of a president's lady, next that of a marchioness, then she disclosed the pious secrets of a devotee, in fine, secrets of several women who were not there, and God knows the stories that were fathered on their toys, nor was there any parsimony of smutty tales. From facts they came to reflections. I must confess, says one of those ladies, that this witchcraft, for it is a spell cast on toys, keeps us in a cruel state. How? To be eternally under apprehensions of hearing an impertinent voice issuing from oneself. But, madam, answered another, this fright astonishes us with regard to you. When a toy has nothing ridiculous to tell, what does it signify whether it be silent or speak? It signifies so much that I would freely give half my jewels to be assured that mine will never speak. Surely, replied the second, there must be substantial reasons for keeping measures with people to purchase their discretion at so high a price. I have no better reasons than another, and yet I do not eat my words. 20,000 crowns is not too large a sum to buy tranquility, for I will frankly own that I have no more confidence in my toy than my mouth, and many silly things have slipped from me in my life. I hear every day so many incredible adventures unveiled, attested, detailed by toys, that even retrenching 3/4, the remaining part is sufficient to destroy a reputation. If mine should prove but half so great a liar as all those, I should be ruined. Was it not enough, then, that our conduct was in the power of our toys, without our reputation depending on their discourses? For my part, answered Ismena smartly, without entering into endless arguments, I allow things to go their own way. If it is Brahma that has given the faculty of speech to toys, as my Brahmin has convinced me, he will not suffer them to lie. It would be impious to assert the contrary. Wherefore, my toy may talk as often and much as it will, but after all, what will it say? Then was heard a hollow voice which seemed to come out of the ground and answered by way of echo, many things. Ismene, not imagining whence the answer proceeded, flew into a passion, attacked her neighbors, and increased the diversion of the company. The Sultan, charmed with her mistake, quitted his minister, with whom he was in conference in a corner, went to her and said, I am afraid, madam, you have heretofore admitted some one of these ladies into your confidence, and that their toys are so malicious as to recollect histories, which your own might have forgot. At the same time, by moving his ring up and down with dexterity, Mangogul caused a very singular dialogue between the lady and her toy. Ismene, who had always conducted her little affairs well enough, and had never had a confidant, answered the Sultan that all the art of calumniations would be ineffectual. Perhaps, answered the unknown voice. How perhaps? Replied Ismene, piqued at this injurious doubt. What do I have to fear from them? Everything, if they knew as much as I. And what do you know? Many things, I tell you. Many things, that says much, but means nothing. Can you tell any particulars? Without doubt. And of what nature? Have I been really in love? No. Have I had intrigues, adventures? Exactly. And with whom, pray? With petit maîtres, military men, senators? No. Comedians? No. You shall see, it was with my pages, my footmen, my confessor, or my husband's chaplain. No. Mr. Impostor, you are at your wit's end. Not quite. Yet I can see no other person with whom one can possibly have adventures. Was it before? Was it after my marriage? Answer me then, impertinent. Ah, madam, spare invectives, if you please. Compel not the best of your friends to take some disagreeable steps. Speak, my dear, tell all. I value your services as little as I fear your indiscretion. Explain yourself. I not only give you full permission, but even dare you to it. To what do you reduce me, Ismene? Said the toy, breathing a deep sigh. To render justice to virtue. Well then, virtuous Ismene, have you quite forgot young Osman, the Saint-Jacques Zegris, your dancing master Alaziel, your music master Almora? Ah, what horrid calumnies, cried Ismene. I had a mother who was too vigilant to expose me to such irregularities, and my husband, were he here, would testify that he found me just such as he could wish. Very true, replied the toy, thanks to the secret of your intimate friend Alcina. This is so extravagantly and so grossly ridiculous, said Ismene, that it deserves no refutation. I cannot say, she continued, which of these ladies' toys it is that pretends to be so knowing in my affairs, but it has related things of which my own does not know a syllable. Madam, answered Sophisa, I can assure you that mine has gone no further than giving ear. The rest said as much, and they sat down to play without precisely knowing the interlocutor of the conversation above related. 12. Fifth Trial of the Ring. Play. Most of the ladies who made the party with the Manamon Banda played with great eagerness, and it was not necessary to have Mangogul's sagacity to perceive it. The passion of gaming is one of those that puts on the least disguise. It shows itself, whether in winning or losing, with strong symptoms. But whence proceeds this fury? Said he within himself. How can the ladies bear to pass whole nights round a faro table, to tremble in expectation of an ace or a 7? This frenzy injures their health and beauty when they have any, without reckoning the disorders into which I am sure it precipitates them. I have a great desire, he said to Mirzosa in the ear, to execute here a thought just come into my head. And what is this fine thought? Said the favorite. It is, answered Mangogul, to turn my ring on the most unbridled of these brelandiers, interrogate her toy, and transmit by that organ a good advice to all those weak husbands who allow their wives to stake the honor and fortune of their house on a card or a die. I like this notion mightily, replied Mirzosa, but know, Prince, that the Manamon Banda has just now sworn by her pagodas that she would keep no more drawing-room nights if she ever found herself again exposed to the impudence of Angastramuths. What have you said, my soul's delight? Interrupted the Sultan. I have used the name that the modest Manamon Banda gives to all those whose toys have the faculty of speech. It is of the invention of her stupid Brahmin, who values himself on knowing the Greek and ignoring the Congese language, replied the Sultan. However, with the Manamon Banda's leave, and that of her chaplain too, I would desire to question Manila's toy, and it would be proper to make the interrogations here for the edification of the neighbors. Prince, said Mirzosa, if you will take my word, you will spare the Manamon Banda the uneasiness this proceeding must give her, which you can do without balking your own curiosity or mine. Why don't you go to Manila's house? I will go, since you advise. But at what hour? Said the Sultana. At midnight, answered the Sultan. At midnight she is at play, said the favorite. I will put off my visit then till 2 in the morning, replied the Sultan. Prince, you don't consider, Genry. It's the most pleasant hour of the 24 for female gamers. If your highness will be led by me, you will take Manila in her first sleep, between 7 and 8. Mangogul followed Mirzosa's advice, and visited Manila about 7. Her women were going to put her to bed. He judged by the sadness predominant in her countenance that she had played with bad luck. She walked to and fro, stopped, lifted her eyes to heaven, stamped with her foot, covered her eyes with her hands, and muttered something that the Sultan could not understand. Her women, who were undressing her, followed all these motions in panics, and if they at length compassed getting her into bed, it was not done without receiving harsh language and something worse. Now Manila is in bed, having made no other night prayer but some curses at a damned ace that came 7 times successively to her loss. Scarcely had she closed her eyes when Mangogul leveled his ring at Manila. Instantly her toy exclaimed in a sorrowful tone, "Now I am re-peaked and kapotted." The Sultan smiled to hear that everything about Manila spoke gaming. "No," continued the toy, "I will never play against Abidul. He knows nothing but tricking. Speak to me no more of dares. With him one runs the risk of some unlucky hits. Ismail is a pretty fair player, but everybody has him not that would. Mazulim was a treasure before he fell into the hands of Krissa. I don't know a more whimsical player than Zulmis. Rika is less so, but the poor lad is run dry. What can one do with Lazuli? The prettiest woman of Bonza could not make him play high. What a piddling player Malleus is! In truth, desolation has spread among the gamers, and ere long we shall not know with whom to make a party."
After this Jeremiad, the toy fell to relating uncommon strokes, of which it had been a witness, and excessively extolled the constancy and resources of its mistress in bad luck. "Were it not for me," it said, "Manila would have ruined herself 20 times over. All the Sultan's treasures would not have discharged the debts that I have paid. In one match at Breland, she lost to a farmer of the revenue and an abbey above 10,000 ducats. She had nothing left but her jewels, but her husband had so lately redeemed them that she dared not to venture them. Nevertheless, she took the cards and had one of those seducing hands which fortune sends when she is on the point of cutting your throat. They urged her to speak. Manila looked at her cards, put her hand into her purse, whence she was sure to pull nothing, returned to her cards, examined them again, but without determining. "Does madam stand it at last?" said the farmer. "Yes, I stake," said she. I stake my toy." "For what value?" replied Turcaris. "For 100 ducats," said Manila. The abbey withdrew, esteeming Witoy too high rated. Turcaris declared at it, Manila lost and paid. The silly vanity of possessing a titled toy got the better of Turcaris. He offered to supply my mistress with play money on condition that I should be subservient to his pleasures. The bargain was struck in a moment, but as Manila played high and the farmer was not inexhaustible, we soon saw the bottom of his coffers. My mistress had appointed a most brilliant party at Faro. All her acquaintance were invited. They were to punt with nothing under ducats. We depended on the purse of Turcaris, but the morning of this great day, the rascal wrote us word that he had not a penny, and left us in the utmost consternation. However, we must extricate ourselves, and there was not a moment to be lost. We pitched on an old chief of the Brahmins, to whom we sold at a dear rate some complaisances which he had solicited a long time. This sitting cost him double the income of his ecclesiastical preferment. Turcaris returned notwithstanding in a few days. He said he was excessively concerned that madam had taken him at a nonplus. He still reckoned on her goodness. "Indeed, you reckon ill, my dear," replied Manila. "I cannot with decency receive you more. When you were in a condition to lend, the world knew why I admitted you, but now that you are good for nothing, you would blast my honor." Turcaris was piqued at this discourse, and I was too, for he was perhaps the best lad in Bonza. He waived his usual politeness and gave Manila to understand that she cost him more than 3 opera girls who would have amused him better. "Alas," cried he most mournfully, "why did I not stick to my little milliner? She loved me to folly. I made her so happy with a silk gown." Manila, who did not relish comparisons, interrupted him in a tone enow to make one tremble, and bade him be gone in an instant. Turcaris knew her, and chose rather to return peacefully downstairs than to leap through the window.
After that, Manila borrowed of another Brahmin, who came, said she, to administer comfort in her afflictions. The holy man succeeded the farmer of the revenue, and we reimbursed him his comforts in the same coin. She lost me several times more, and it's well known that play debts are the only debts that are paid among the beau monde. If Manila happens to play with good luck, she is the most regular woman in Congo. Excepting her play, she takes surprising care of her conduct. She is never heard to swear an oath, she entertains well, she pays her mercer and other tradesmen, is liberal to her servants, redeems her knickknacks sometimes, and caresses her lapdog and her husband. But 30 times a month she risks these happy dispositions and her money on an ace of spades. Such is the life she leads, and will lead, and God knows how many times yet I shall be pawned. Here the toy ceased, and Mangogul went to take repose. He was awakened at 5 in the afternoon, and went to the opera, as a promise made to the favorite.
13. Of the Opera at Banza. 6th Trial of the Ring. Of all the public diversions of Banza, none supported itself but the opera. It miot sol and Utra mifa solasi ututut, two celebrated musicians, one of whom was growing old and the other was but just new-fledged, alternately occupied the lyric scene. Each of these two original authors had his partisans. The ignorant and the gray-bearded dotards stood up for It miot sol. The smart young fellows and the virtuosi were for Utra mifa solasi utlutut, and the people of taste, as well young as old, held them both in high esteem. Utra mifa solasi ututut, said the latter, is excellent when he is good, but he sleeps at times, and pray, to whom does not that happen? It miot sol holds up better, and is more uniform. He is full of beauties, yet he has not one of which there are not examples to be found, and even more striking in his rival, in whom there are strokes to be observed which are entirely his own, and are not to be met with anywhere but in his works. Old It miot sol is simple, natural, smooth, sometimes too smooth, and that is his fault. Young Utra mifa solasi ututut is singular, brilliant, composed, learned, sometimes too learned, but perhaps that is his hearer's fault. The one has but one opening, beautiful indeed, but repeated at the head of all his pieces. The other has made as many openings as pieces, and they all pass for masterpieces. Nature guided It miot sol in the ways of melody. Study and experience discovered the sources of harmony to Utra mifa solasi ututut. Who ever knew how to declaim, and who will ever speak a part like the old man? Who will compose light catches, voluptuous airs, and symphonies in character like the young one? It miot sol is the only person who understood dialogue. Before Utra mifa solasi ututut, nobody distinguished the delicate touches which separate the tender from the voluptuous from the passionate from the lascivious. Nay, some partisans of the latter pretend that if It miot sol's dialogue is superior to his, this is not so much owing to the inequality of their talents as to the difference of the poets whom they made use of. Read, read, cried they, the scene of Dardanus, and you will be convinced that if we give good words to Utra mifa solasi ututut, It miot sol's charming scenes will be revived. However that be, in my time the whole town flocked to the tragedies of the latter, and people stifled one another at the interludes of the former. They were just then exhibiting in Banza an excellent piece of Utra mifa solasi ututut, which would never have been represented but for in nightcaps, had not the favorite sultana had the curiosity to see it. And besides, the periodical indisposition of toys favored the jealousy of the fiddles, and made the principal actress flinch. She who supplied her place had not so good a voice, but as she made amends by her manner of acting, nothing hindered the sultan and the favorite from honoring the piece with their presence. Mirzosa was already come, Mangogul comes, the curtain is raised, they begin.
Everything went on marvelously well. Miss Chevalier had effaced the memory of Miss Lamore, and they were at the 4th act when the Sultan bethought himself, in the middle of a chorus which he thought lasted too long and had already cost the favorite 2 yawns, to point his ring on all the singers. Never was there seen on the stage so odd and comical a sight. 30 women were struck dumb on a sudden. Their mouths were wide open, and they kept the same theatrical attitudes they held before. And at the same time, their toys made their throats sore with the violence of singing, this a pont neuf, that a vaudeville polisson, another a very indecent parody, and all of them extravagances relative to their characters. On one hand was heard, "Oh, vraiment, ma commère," oui. On the other, "Quoi, douze voix." Here, "Qui me baise, es blaise." There, "Rien, Père Cyprien, ne vous retienne." In fine, they all wound themselves into a strain, so high, so rude, and so mad, that they formed the most extravagant, brawling, ridiculous choir that had been heard before and since that of, no, on. Here the manuscript was worm-eaten. All this while the orchestra went on, and the loud laughters of the pit and boxes, joined to the sound of the instruments and the singing of the toys, completed the cacophony. Some of the actresses, fearing lest their toys, tired of quavering impertinences, might resolve to speak them out, ran behind the scenes, but they escaped with the fright only. Mangogul, being persuaded that the public would learn nothing new, turned off his ring. In an instant, all the toys were silent, the bursts of laughter ceased, the audience grew calm, the play was resumed and finished peaceably. The curtain dropped, the Sultan and the Sultan went off, and the toys of our actresses went to their several appointments where they would have a different employment from singing. This affair made a great noise. The men laughed, the women were alarmed, the bonzas were scandalized, the academicians racked their brains about it. But what did Orchotomus say? Orchotomus triumphed. He had hinted in one of his memoirs that the toys would infallibly sing. They had sung accordingly, and this phenomenon, which disconcerted his brethren, was to him a new ray of light, and completed the confirmation of his system.
14. Orchotomus's experiments. It was on the 15th of the moon of blank that Orchotomus had read his memoir to the Academy and communicated his thoughts on the tattle of the toys. As he then did with the greatest assurance, promised to produce infallible experiments, which he had repeated several times, and always with success, the majority of people was struck with his doctrine. For some time the public preserved the favorable impressions they had received, and for full 6 weeks Orchotomus passed for having made considerable discoveries. Nothing was wanting to complete his triumph but performing before the Academy the famous experiments, which he had preached so loudly. The assembly that met on this occasion was extremely brilliant. The ministers of state graced the meeting. The Sultan himself did not disdain to be there, but invisible. As Mangogul was a great monologue maker, and the futility of the conversations of his time had tainted him with the habitude of soliloquy, "Either Orchotomus," said he, "must be an arrant quack, or the genius my protector a great fool. If the academician, who certainly is not a conjurer, can restore speech to dead toys, the genius who protects me was in the wrong to make a compact and sell his soul to the devil for the sake of communicating it to toys full of life." Mangogul was puzzling himself with such reflections when he found himself in the middle of his academy. Orchotomus had for spectators, as appears, all those in Bonza who were knowing in the subject of toys.
In order to be satisfied with his audience, all he wanted was to give them satisfaction. But the issue of his experiments proved very unhappy. Orchodamus took up a toy, put his mouth to it, blew into it till he was out of breath, quieted it, returned, tried another, for he had brought a variety of them with him, of all ages, sizes, conditions, and colors. But in vain did he blow. Nothing was heard but inarticulate sounds, vastly different from what he had promised. Then ran a buzzing murmur through the company, which disconcerted him for a moment, but he recovered himself and alleged that such experiments were not easy to be made before so great a number of people, and he was right. Mangogul got up in wrath, went away, and in the twinkling of an eye was in the favorite sultana's apartment. "Well, Prince," said she upon seeing him, "who has won the day, you or Orchodamus? For his toys have performed wonders, to be sure." The Sultan took some turns about the room without a word of answer. "But," resumed the favorite, "your Highness seems dissatisfied? Oh, madam, the impudence of that Orchodamus is not to be matched. Pray do not so much as mention him from this moment. What will you say, O future generations, when you shall be informed that the great Mangogul allowed 100,000 crowns in yearly pensions to such fellows, while gallant officers, who with their blood had watered the laurels that surround his brow, were reduced to £20 a year? By Jove, the thought distracts me. I shall be out of humor this month to come." Here Mangogul broke off and continued to walk about the room. He hung down his head, marched to and fro, stopped, and now and then stamped the floor with his foot. He sat down a moment, rose up in a hurry, took his leave of Mirzosa, forgot to kiss her, and retired to his own apartment. The African author who has immortalized himself with the history of the high and marvelous exploits of Ergebzed and Mangogul continues in these words. By Mangogul's ill humor, it was thought he was on the point of banishing all the learned out of his dominions. Far from it, the next day he arose in a gay mood, performed his exercises at the riding-house in the morning, in the evening supped with Mirzosa and some favorites under a magnificent tent in the gardens of the Seraglio, and never appeared more disengaged from affairs of state. The dissatisfied and the disaffected of Congo and the newsmongers of Banza did not fail to spread their reports of this conduct, for what do not people of this stamp find fault with? Is this, they said in the public walks and coffee-houses, governing a state, to spend the day in tilting and the night at table? Well, if I was Sultan, cried a little senator ruined by gaming, parted from his wife and whose children had the worst of education, if I was Sultan, I would make Congo a flourishing empire. I would be the terror of my enemies and the darling of my subjects. Within 6 months, I would re-establish the police, the laws, the army, and the navy in their full vigor. I would have 100 ships of the line. Our heaths would soon be grubbed up, and our highways repaired. I would abolish the taxes, or at least reduce them to half. For pensions, gentlemen of sublime wit, by my faith ye should but just taste them with the tip of your tongues. Good officers, Pongo Sabium, good officers, old soldiers, magistrates like us who devote our labors and night studies to dealing out justice to the people, these are the men on whom I would shed my bounty. Gentlemen, said an old toothless politician with greasy flat hair, a coat worn out at elbows, and ragged ruffles, have ye quite forgot our great Emperor Abdel-Melech of the dynasty of the Abyssinians, who reigned 2,385 years ago? Have you forgot how he caused 2 astronomers to be impaled for an error of 3 minutes in their prediction of an eclipse, and his first physician and surgeon to be dissected alive for ordering him a dose of manna at an inappropriate time? Moreover, I ask you, what are those idle Brahmins good for, that vermin that suck our blood and grow fat on it? Would not their immense, overflowing riches better become honest folks like us? From another quarter was heard, 40 years ago were the new cookery and the liquors of Lorraine so much known. Our rulers are plunged deep in luxury, which threatens approaching destruction to the empire, a necessary consequence of the contempt of the pagodas and dissolution of morals. At the time when people ate but coarse meats and drank but sherbet at Conaglu's table, what regard would be paid to the cut paper ornaments, to Martin's varnishes, and to Rameau's music? The opera girls were not more cruel then than at present, and were to be had much cheaper. The prince, you see, spoils many good things. But if I was sultan— "If thou wert sultan," answered in wrath an old officer who had escaped the dangers of the Battle of Fontenoy and had lost an arm close to his prince in the fight of Laufelt, friend, thou canst not govern thy tongue, and thou wouldest willingly rule an empire. Thou hast not sense to manage thy family, and thou pretends to guide a state. Respect the powers of the earth, and thank the gods for having given thee birth in the empire and in the reign of a prince whose prudence instructs his ministers, and whose soldiery admire his valor, who has made himself dreaded by his enemies and beloved by his people, and whose only fault is the leniency with which persons of thy stamp are treated under his government."
15. The Brahmins. After the learned had spent themselves on the toys, the Brahmins took possession of them. Religion laid claim to their chit-chat as a subject that came within its jurisdiction, and its ministers pretended that the hand of Brahma manifested itself in that work. There was held a general assembly of pontiffs, and a resolution was taken to employ the best pens to prove in form that the thing was supernatural, and that, till their works could be published, it should be defended by way of theses in the schools, in private conversations, in the direction of consciences, and in public harangues. Now, although they unanimously agreed that the thing was supernatural, yet as the people of Congo admitted 2 principles and professed a sort of Manichaeism, they were divided in opinion, to which of these 2 principles the chit-chat of the toys ought to be attributed. Those who had seldom or never been out of their cells and had turned over nothing but their books ascribed the prodigy to Brahma. "There is none but he," said they, "that can interrupt the course of nature, and time will show that in all this he has most profound views." Those, on the contrary, who frequented the toilets and were oftener surprised at bedsides than in their closets, fearing lest some indiscreet toy or other might unveil their hypocrisy, laid their prattle to the charge of Kadabra, a mischief-making deity and a sworn enemy to Brahma and his servants. This latter system was exposed to terrible objections, and had not so direct a tendency towards the reformation of morals. Nay, its defenders did not impose themselves about it. But the business was to screen themselves, and in order to compass that, religion had not a single minister who would not have sacrificed the pagodas and their altars 100 times over. Mangogul and Mirzosa assisted regularly at the religious service of Brahma, and the whole empire was informed thereof by the newspapers. On a certain day appointed for celebrating one of the principal solemnities in the great mosque, they were present. The Brahmin, whose turn it was to explain the law, mounted the rostrum, poured forth a volley of affected phrases and fulsome compliments on the Sultan and his favorite, and made an eloquent peroration on the manner of sitting orthodoxly in company.
He had already demonstrated the necessity thereof by numerous authorities, when, being instantaneously seized with a fit of sacred enthusiasm, he spoke this declamation, which had the greater effect as it came in quite unexpected. What do I hear in all assemblies? A confused murmur, an unheard noise strikes my ears. All things are turned topsy-turvy, and the faculty of speech, which the goodness of Brahma had hitherto appropriated to the tongue, is now by an effect of his vengeance transported to other organs. And what organs? You know, gentlemen. O ungrateful people, was there a necessity for a new prodigy to rouse ye from your lethargy? And had not your crimes witnesses enough, but their principal instruments must raise their voice? Doubtless their measure is filled up, since the wrath of heaven has sought new chastisements. In vain did you envelop yourselves in darkness. In vain did you choose mute accomplices. Do you not hear them at present? They have given depositions against ye from every quarter, and revealed your baseness to the universe. O thou who governest by thy wisdom, O Brahma, just are thy judgments. Thy law condemns theft, perjury, lying, and adultery. It prescribes the blackness of calumny, the intrigues of ambition, the fury of hatred, and the artifices of insincerity. Thy faithful ministers have not ceased declaring these truths to thy children, and threatening them with the chastisements which thou in thy just anger reservest for prevaricators. But in vain the fools have delivered themselves to the tide of their passions. They have followed the torrent. They have despised our admonitions. They have laughed at our threats. They have regarded our anathemas as empty noise. Their vices have accumulated, strengthened, multiplied. The voice of their impiety has ascended even to thy throne, and we have not been able to prevent the tremendous scourge with which thou hast smitten them. After having long implored thy mercy, let us now extol thy justice. Overwhelmed by thy strokes, doubtless they will return to thee, and acknowledge the hand which is laid heavy on them. But O prodigy of hard-heartedness, O excess of blindness, they have imputed the effect of thy power to the blind mechanism of nature. They have said in their hearts, Brahma is not. All the properties of matter are not known to us, and the new proof of its existence is but a proof of the ignorance and credulity of those who object it to us. On this foundation they have raised systems, invented hypotheses, tried experiments, but from the height of his eternal habitation, Brahma has laughed at their vain projects. He has confounded audacious knowledge, and the toys have broke as glass the impotent obstacles opposed to their loquacity. Wherefore let those vainglorious worms confess the weakness of their reason, and the vanity of their efforts. Let them cease to deny the existence of Brahma, or to prescribe limits to his power. Brahma is. He is almighty, and he does not show us to us more visibly in his dreadful scourges than in his ineffable favors. But who has drawn down these scourges on this wretched country? Is it not thy injustice, greedy, incredulous man? Thy gallantries and silly amours, worldly, immodest woman? Thy excesses and shameful debaucheries, infamous man of pleasure? Thy hard-heartedness for our monasteries, miser? Thy injustice, corrupt magistrate? Thy usuries, insatiable money-dealer? Thy effeminacy and irreligion, impious and sycophant courtier? And you, on whom this scourge has particularly fallen, women and maidens plunged into licentiousness, though we, renouncing the duties of our calling, should keep profound silence with regard to your irregularities, you carry about you a more important voice than ours. It accompanies you and will everywhere rebuke you for your impure desires, your equivocal connections, your criminal conversations, so much excessive care to please, so many artifices to engage, so much address to fix, and the impetuity of your transports and the fury of your jealousy. Why then do you delay to shake off the yoke of Kadabra and return under the mild laws of Brahma? But let us return to our subject.
Well then, I was saying that worldlings sit down heretically, and for 9 reasons. The first, etc. This discourse made very different impressions. Mangogul and the Sultana, who were the only persons who knew the secret of the ring, were convinced that the Brahma had as happily hit off the tattle of toys by the assistance of religion as Orchotomus by the light of reason. The court ladies and petite mateuses declared the sermon seditious and the preacher a visionary. The rest of the audience esteemed him a prophet, shed tears, fell to prayers and even flagellations, and did not change their courses of life. The noise of this sermon spread to the very coffee-houses. A wit pronounced in a decisive tone that the Brahma had but very superficially handled the subject, and that his discourse was but a cold, insipid declamation. But, in the opinion of the devout women and the enlightened, it was the most solid piece of eloquence that had been delivered in the temples these 100 years. And in mine, both the wit and the devout women were in the right.
16. The muzzles. While the Brahmins were making Brahma speak, airing their pagodas by processions, and exhorting the people to repentance, others were thinking how to reap benefit by the prattle of toys. Great cities swarm with persons whom misery renders industrious. They neither rob nor pick pockets, but they are to pick pockets what pickpockets are to gamblers. They know everything. They do everything. They go up and down. They insinuate themselves. They are found at court, in the city, at Westminster Hall, at church, at the play, at ladies' toilets, in coffee-houses, at balls, operas, and in academies. They are anything that you would have them be. Do you solicit a pension? They have the minister's ear. Have you a lawsuit? They will solicit for you. Do you love gaming? They will make a party with you. Good cheer? They keep a good kitchen. Women? They will introduce you to a mina or a chorus. From which of the two would you please to purchase the distemper? Take your choice. They will undertake your cure. Their chief occupation is to find the ridicules of private persons and to make advantage of the follies of the public. From them it is that papers are distributed in the streets, at the gates of temples, at the playhouse doors, and other public places, by which you are advised gratis that such an one living at the Louvre, St. John's, the Temple, or the Abbey, at such a sign, dupes mankind at home from 9 in the morning to noon, and abroad the rest of the day. Scarce had the toys begun to speak when one of these sharpers filled the houses of Bonza with a printed bill of this form and tenor, advertisement to the ladies, and underneath in small italic, by permission of my lord the great seneschal, and with the approbation of the gentlemen of the Royal Academy of Sciences, and lower down, the Seer Aeolipola of the Royal Academy of Bonza, member of the Royal Society of Monoimuji, of the Imperial Academy of Biafara, of the Academy of the Curious of Loango, of the Society of Camor in Monomatapa, of the Institute of Erico, and of the Royal Academies of Belaguanza and Angola, who has for many years given courses of baubles with the applause of the court, the town, and the province, has, in favor of the fair sex, invented muzzles or portable gags which deprive toys of the use of speech without obstructing their natural functions. They are neat and convenient. He has some of all sizes, of all prices, and for all ages, and he has had the honor to serve persons of the highest distinction with them. There is nothing like being a member of a body of men. Be a work ever so ridiculous, it's puffed into success. Thus it was that Aeolipola's invention gained ground. People flocked to his house. The gay ladies went thither in their own equipages, prudent women in hackney coaches. The devouts sent their confessors or footmen, and nuns their doorkeepers. Everybody must have a muzzle, so that not one from the Duchess down to the cobbler's Joan, but had one either for the fashion or for reasons.
The Brahmins, who had declared the prattle of toys to be a divine punishment and flattered themselves with a reformation of manners and other advantages from it, could not without horror see a machine which eluded the vengeance of heaven and their hopes. Scarcely had they come down from their pulpits, but they mount again, thunder, roar, make the oracles to speak, and pronounce that a muzzle is an infernal machine, and that there is no salvation for those who shall use them. Carnal women, quit your muzzles, submit, they cried, to the will of Brahma, permit the voice of your toys to awaken that of your consciences, and blush not to acknowledge crimes you have not been ashamed to commit. But their exclamations were of little avail. The same fate attended muzzles that had formerly attended the gowns without sleeves. The preachers were left to catch cold in the temples. All the women took gags, and quit them not either till they found them useless or were tired of them.
17. The Two Devouts. For some days past, the Sultan left the toys at rest. Important affairs on which he was busy suspended the effects of his ring. In this interval it was that two women of Banza made diversion for the whole town. They were professed devouts. They had managed their intrigues with all possible discretion, and were in full enjoyment of a reputation which even the malice of those of their own class paid respect to. In the mosques, nothing was talked of but their virtue. Mothers proposed them as patterns to their daughters, and husbands to their wives. The principal maxim of both was that scandal is the greatest of all sins. This conformity of sentiments, but above all the difficulty of edifying a clear-sighted and crafty neighbor at an easy expense, had got the better of the difference of their tempers, and they were very good friends. Zelida received Sophia's Brahmin, and it was at Sophia's house that Zelida conferred with her director, and by a little self-examination, the one could hardly be ignorant of what concerned the other's toy. But the whimsical indiscretion of these toys kept them both in cruel apprehensions. They held themselves as on the point of being unmasked, and of losing that reputation of virtue which had cost them 15 years' dissimulation and management, and which now embarrassed them very much. At some moments they would even forfeit their lives, especially Zelida, to be as much blasted as the greatest part of their acquaintance. What will the world say? What will my husband do? What, that woman so reserved, so modest, so virtuous, that Zelida, like others, is but— Alas, this thought distracts me. Yes, I wish I never had any reputation, cried Zelida in a passion. She was then with her female friend, who was making the same reflections, but without such violent commotion. Zelida's last words made her smile. Laugh, madam, without constraint. Burst out, said Zelida, touched to the quick. To be sure you have good cause. I am as sensible of the impending danger as you can be, answered Sophia with an air of indifference. But how to shun it? For you will agree with me that there is no likelihood that your wish will be accomplished. Contrive an expedient, then, replied Zelida. Oh, said Sophia, I am tired of rummaging my brain. I can find none. To bury oneself in a country seat is one way, but to abandon the pleasures of Banza and renounce life is what I will never do. I perceive that my toy will never approve it. What is to be done then? Replied Zelida. What, to leave all to Providence and laugh as I do at what the world will say? I have tried all shifts to reconcile reputation with pleasures, but since it is decreed that we must renounce reputation, let us at least preserve pleasures. We were uniques, but now, my dear, we shall be like 100,000 others. Do you look on this as a hard fate? Yes, without doubt, replied Zelida. To me it seems hard to be like those for whom I had put on a sovereign contempt. In order to avoid this mortification, methinks I would fly to the world's end. Set off, my dear, continued Sophia. For my part, I stay. But apropos, I advise you to furnish yourself with some secret to prevent your toy from blabbing on the road. Indeed, pleasantry here has a very ill grace, and your intrepidity—
You are mistaken, Zelida. There is not a grain of intrepidity in my proceeding. To let things go their own way when we cannot stop them is resignation. I see that I am to be dishonored. Well then, dishonor for dishonor, I shall spare myself as much of the uneasiness as I can. Dishonored, replied Zelida, bursting into tears. Dishonored? What a shock! I cannot bear it. Oh, accursed bonza, 'tis thou that has ruined me. I loved my husband. I was born virtuous. I should have loved him still if thou hast not made a wicked use of thy ministry and my confidence. Dishonored, dear Sophia. She had not power to make an end. Sobs interrupted her words, and she fell on the carpet quite in despair. As soon as Zelida recovered her speech, she cried out in a lamentable tone, "Alas, my dear Sophia, I shall die. I must die. No, I shall never survive my reputation. But Zelida, my dear Sophia, don't be in a hurry to die. Perhaps," shed Zelida, "no perhaps shall stop me. I must die. But perhaps one might do nothing, I tell you. But speak, my dear, what might one do? Perhaps one might hinder a toy from talking. Ah, Sophia, you endeavored to comfort me with false hopes. You deceive me. No, I do not deceive you. Only hear me instead of distracting yourself like a mad creature. I have heard talk of phrenicle, eolipola, gags, and muzzles. What connection is there between phrenicle, eolipola, muzzles, and the danger that threatens us? What business has my toy man here, and what is a muzzle? It is this, my dear. A muzzle is a machine invented by phrenicle, approved by the Academy, and improved by that silly fellow Eolipola. Oh, you are of a variety that surpasses imagination. Well then, this machine being applied to a toy renders it discreet in spite of its teeth. Can this be true, my dear? It is so said. We must know it, and immediately too. She rang, one of her women appeared, and she sent for phrenicle. Why not Eolipola? Said Sophia. Phrenicle is less taken notice of, answered Zelida. The toy man came away with the messenger. Ah, Phrenicle, are you there? Said Zelida. You are welcome. Make haste, my friend, to extricate 2 women out of cruel anxiety. What is the business, ladies? Would you please to have some rare toys? No, we have 2 already, and we would willingly part with them, I suppose. Pray, ladies, let me see them. I will take them, or we will make an exchange. You are mistaken, Mr. Phrenicle. We have nothing to truck. Well, I understand you. You have some earrings which you would desire to lose, so that your husbands may find them in my shop. Not that neither. Pray, Sophia, inform him of the matter. Phrenicle, continued Sophia, we want to... What, don't you understand? No, madam, how would you have me understand when you say nothing? It is, said Sophia, because when a woman is modest, it gives her pain to speak plain on certain things. But yet, replied Phrenicle, she must speak plain. I am a toy man, not a conjurer. But you must guess. Faith, ladies, the more I look on you, the less I comprehend you. When a woman is young, rich, and pretty as you are, she is not reduced to artifice. Moreover, I declare sincerely that I sell them no longer. I have left the dealing in those baubles to young beginners in the trade.
Our devouts found the toyman's mistake so ridiculous that they both burst out into a violent fit of laughter, which disconcerted him. Permit me, ladies, to make my bow and withdraw. You might well have spared yourselves the trouble of sending for me 3 miles off to divert yourselves at my cost. Stop, friend, said Zelida, still laughing on. That was not our intention, but by your misapprehending us, such ridiculous notions came into your head. 'Tis in your power, ladies, to put jester into it. What is the business? Oh, Mr. Phrenicle, let me laugh at ease before I answer you. Zelida laughed till she panted for breath. The toyman thought within himself that she had the vapors, or was out of her senses, and had patience. At length, Zelida ceased. Well, said she, the business relates to our toys, our own toys. Do you understand me, Mr. Phrenicle? To be sure, you cannot be ignorant that for some time past several toys have prattled like magpies. Now we would be very glad that ours would not follow this bad example. Ah, now I take it. That is to say, replied Phrenicle,
that you want a muzzle each. Very right, you have hit it off truly. I have been told that Mr. Frenical was no fool. Madam, your goodness is very great. As to what you require, I have of all sorts. I go this moment to bring you some. Frenical went accordingly. In the meanwhile, Zelida embraced her friend and thanked her for her expedient. And I, says the African author, went to take a nap, waiting his return.
18. The Toyman's Return. The toyman returned and presented the ladies with 2 muzzles of the best sort. "Ah, mercy!" cried Zelida. "What enormous muzzles are these, and who are the unhappy women whom these will fit? This is an ell long. Indeed, friend, you must certainly have taken measure by the Sultan's mare." "Yes," said Sophia indolently, after having measured them with her fingers, "you are in the right, and there is but the Sultan's mare and old Ramosa, for whom these can do. I protest, ladies, that they are of the common size, and that Zelmida, Zirphila, Aniana, and 100 other ladies have of the same sort." "That is impossible," said Zelida. "'Tis actually so, however," replied Frenical, "but they all said the same thing as ye have, and as they have, so may you undeceive yourselves by trying them on. Mr. Frenical may say what he will, but he shall never persuade me that this will fit me," said Zelida, "nor this me," said Sophia. "Let him shew us others, if he has any." Frenical, who had often experienced that women are not to be converted on that article, shewed them muzzles for the age of 13. "Well," cried both at the same time, "these are such as we want." "I wish they may prove so," whispered Frenical aside. "How do you sell them?" said Zelida. "But 10 ducats apiece, madam." "10 ducats? You forget yourself, Frenical." "Madam, that is the price in conscience. You make us pay for the novelty. I protest, ladies, 'tis but 2 sixpences for a shilling. I must own they are neatly made, but 10 ducats are a great deal of money. I'll abate nothing. We will go to Aioli Pola's. You may, ladies, but there are workmen and workmen, muzzles and muzzles." Frenical held firm, and Zelida came too. She paid for the 2 muzzles, and the toyman went back, fully persuaded that they would be too little for them, and would soon be returned on his hands for a 4th part of the price he received for them. He was mistaken. Mangogul not happening to come within reach of turning his ring on those 2 women, their toys were not seized with the humor of talking louder than ordinary, and happily for them, for Zelida, having tried her muzzle, found it too little by 1/2. However, she did not part with it, fancying that it would be pretty near as inconvenient to change it as not to make use of it at all. These circumstances came to light from one of her women, who told them in confidence to her lover, who related them in confidence to others, who spread them all over Bonza under the seal of secrecy. Nor was Frenical silent. The adventure of the devouts became public, and for some time afforded employment to the calumniators of Congo. Zelida became inconsolable upon it. This woman, more to be pitied than blamed, conceived an aversion for her Brahmin, quitted her husband, and shut herself up in a convent. As for Sophia, she threw off the mask, despised censures, patched and painted, frequented public places, and had adventures. 19. 7th Trial of the Ring, the Stifled Toy. Though the female cits of Bonza doubted whether toys of their rank would be honored with the gift of speech, yet they all furnished themselves with muzzles. In Bonza, muzzles became as common as a general court mourning in this country. Here, the African author observes with astonishment that neither the lowness of the price nor the commonness of muzzles put them out of fashion in the seraglio. This once, says he, utility got the better of prejudice. So trite a reflection was not worth the pains of repeating, but to me it seems as if it was the defect of all the ancient authors of Congo to fall into repetitions, whether they thereby hoped to give a greater air of truth and facility to their productions, or that they were far from having as much fecundity of invention as their admirers ascribed to them. However that be, one day Mangogul, walking in his gardens, attended by his whole court, took the maggot to level his ring at Zelias. She was handsome, and suspected of several adventures, yet her toy did no more than stammer, and uttered only some few mangled words, which had no meaning, and the blasters interpreted as they thought fit.
Psh, says the Sultan, here is a toy that has a vast impediment of speech. Most certainly there must be somewhat that impedes its respiration. Wherefore he applied his ring more intently. The toy made a second effort to speak, and in some measure surmounting the obstacle that stopped its mouth, these words were heard very distinctly. Alas, alas, I am stifled. I can no more. Alas, alas, I am stifled. Immediately Zalias felt herself going. She grew pale, her neck swelled, and she fell with her eyes closed and mouth half open between the arms of those who stood around her. Anywhere else, Zalias would have been speedily relieved. It was only debarrassing her of her muzzle and allowing her toy a freedom of respiration. But how to lend the helping hand in Mangogul's presence? "Quick, quick, physicians!" cried the Sultan. "Zalias is dying." Some pages ran to the palace and returned with the doctors gravely marching after them. Orchitomus was at their head. Some gave their opinion for blooding, others for the kermes mineral, but the penetrating Orchitomus ordered Zalias to be carried to a neighboring closet, examined her, and cut the braces of her harness. This muzzled toy was one of those he boasted to have seen in the paroxysm. However, the bloating was excessive, and Zalias would have continued to suffer had it not been for the Sultan's pity. He turned off his ring, the fluids returned to their equilibrium, Zalias came to herself, and Orchitomus assumed the honor of this miraculous cure. Zalias's accident and her physician's indiscretion made the muzzles lose much of their credit. Orchitomus, without any regard to Aeolipola's interest, proposed to himself to raise his own fortune on the ruins of the others, advertised himself as a patented physician of toys that had caught cold, and some of his bills are to be seen in the by-streets to this day. He began by getting money and ended by falling into contempt. The Sultan took pleasure in lowering the presumption of the empiric. Did Orchitomus boast of silencing a toy that had never uttered a word, Mangogul had the cruelty to make it speak. People went so far as to remark that any toy that was tired of silence need only have 2 or 3 visits from Orchitomus. In a little time he was ranked with Aeolipola in the class of quacks, and they will continue therein until it shall please Brahma to take them out. Shame was preferred to the apoplexy. The one kills, said the women, the other does not. Wherefore they renounced their muzzles, let their toys talk on, and nobody died thereby.
20. Eighth Trial of the Ring, the Vapors. There was a time, as we have seen, when the women dreaded the prating of their toys, were stifled and died away. But another succeeded when they set themselves above this dread, threw away their muzzles, and had nothing beyond the vapors. The favorite among her attendants had a very singular young lady. Her humor was charming, though uneven. She changed countenance 10 times a day, but whatever face she put on was pleasing. Unique in her melancholy, as well as in her gaiety, there slipped from her in her most extravagant moments things of exquisite sense, and in her fits of sadness she uttered very diverting extravagances. Mirzoso was so used to Calaroe, for that is the name of this young mad girl, that she could hardly be without her. One time that the Sultan complained to the favorite of somewhat restless and cold which he remarked in her, "Prince," said she, embarrassed at his reproach, "without my 3 beasts, my nightingale, my lapdog, and Calaroe, I am good for nothing, and you see that I have not the last." "And why is she not here?" said Mangogul. "I can't tell," answered Mirzosa, "but I remember that some months ago she told me that if Mazul made the campaign, she could not avoid having the vapors, and Mazul set out yesterday." "I easily excuse her," said the Sultan, "for I look on her vapors to be well grounded. But upon what account do 100 other women take it into their heads to be vapored, when who have young husbands, and besides take care to be well provided with lovers?" "Prince," answered a courtier, "'tis a fashionable disease. It is genteel in a woman to have the vapors. Without a lover and the vapors, she knows nothing of the world, and there is not a citizen's wife in Bonza who does not affect to have them."
Mangogul smiled and resolved to visit some of these vaporish women immediately. He went directly to Salika's house and found her in bed with her neck quite bare, her eyes flaming and her hair disheveled, and at her bedside the little stammering humpbacked physician Farfadi telling her stories, while she was stretching out now one arm, then the other, yawning, sighing, putting her head to her hand, and exclaiming bitterly, "Alas, I can't bear it. Throw the windows open, give me air. I shall faint, I shall die." Mangogul took advantage of the moment that her affrighted women were assisting Farfadi in lightening the bedclothes to turn his ring on her, and instantly these words were heard. "Oh, how tired I am of this humor! Behold, Madam has taken it into her noddle to have the vapors. This farce will last 8 days at least, and may I die if I know the cause, for after Farfadi's efforts to ferret out this disease, I think it is in the wrong." "Good," said the Sultan, turning off his ring. "I understand. This dame has the vapors in favor of her physician. Let us try elsewhere." He went from Salika's house to that of Arsinoe, which is not far from it. On entering her chambers he heard loud bursts of laughter, and advanced, thinking to find her in company, but she was alone, and Mangogul was not much surprised. A woman who gives herself the vapors gives them melancholy or merry as is most convenient. He turned his ring on her, and presently her toy began to laugh unmercifully. From these immeasurable laughing fits, it made a sudden transition to ridiculous lamentations on the absence of Narcisse, whom it advised as a friend to hasten his return, and continued to sob, weep, groan, sigh, and be comfortless, as if it had buried all its relatives. The Sultan, who could hardly refrain from laughing aloud at such a whimsical affliction, turned off his ring and departed, leaving Arsinoe and her toy to lament at leisure, and inferring the falsity of the proverb.
21. Ninth Trial of the Ring, of Things Lost and Found, to serve as a supplement to the learned treatise of Pansarulus and to the memoirs of the Academy of Inscriptions. Mangogul, returning to his palace, pondering on the ridiculous airs which women give themselves, found himself, whether through absence of mind or some blunder of his ring, under the portico of the sumptuous building which Thelis has decorated with the rich spoils of her lovers. He embraced the opportunity to interrogate her toy. Thelis was the wife of the Emir Sambuco, whose ancestors had reigned in Guinea. Sambuco had acquired a high reputation in Congo by 5 or 6 signal victories which he had gained over Ergebzed's enemies. As he was not a less able negotiator than a great captain, he had been employed in embassies of the greatest consequence, and executed his high trust with superior talents. On his return from Luango, he saw Thelis and was smitten. He was then upon the brink of 50, and Thelis was not above 25. She was rather agreeable than a beauty. The women said she was well enough, and the men thought her charming. Powerful matches sought her, but whether she had already fixed her notions, or that there was too great a disproportion of fortune between her and her admirers, they were all rejected. Sambuco saw her, laid at her feet immense riches, a great name, laurels, and titles inferior to none but those of sovereigns, and obtained her. Thelis was or appeared virtuous for 6 whole weeks after her marriage, but a toy born voluptuous seldom conquers itself, and a quinquagenarian husband, though otherwise ever so great a hero, is a madman if he flatters himself with conquering such an enemy. Although Thelis mixed prudence with her conduct, her first adventures were not unknown. This was sufficient for supposing afterwards that she had others undisclosed, and Mangogul, desirous of full information, hastened to pass from the porch of her palace into her apartment. It was then the middle of summer. The heat was excessive, and Thelis, after dinning, had thrown herself on a couch, in a back closet adorned with glasses and paintings. She was asleep, her hand leaning on a collection of Persian tales, which had lulled her to repose. Mangogul viewed her some time, allowed that she had charms, and turned his ring on her. I remember it as perfectly as if it were yesterday. 9 proofs of love in 4 hours. Ah, what moments! Zermonzide is a divine man. He is not the old frozen Sambuco. Dear Zermonzide, I had been ignorant of true pleasures, real good. You alone made me sensible of them.
Mangogul, desirous of learning the particulars of Thelus's commerce with Sir Moonside, which the toy kept from him, by dwelling on what affects a toy the most feelingly, rubbed the stone of his ring for some time against his waistcoat, and leveled it, quite sparkling with light, at Thelus. Its influence soon reached her toy, which, being thereby better informed of what was required of it, reassumed its discourse in a more historical strain. Sambuco commanded the Mono-Wemigian army, and I followed him to the field. Sir Moonside served under him in quality of a colonel, and the general who honored him with his confidence had put us under his escort. The zealous Sir Moonside did not abandon his post. He thought it too pleasing to resign it, and the danger of losing it was the only one he feared during the whole campaign. While we were in winter quarters, I entertained a few new guests: Castle, Jekia, Almamoon, Jasab, Selim, Manzora, Nariskim, all military men who were commended by Sir Moonside, but were inferior to him. The credulous Sambuco relied for his wife's virtue on herself and on Sir Moonside's care, and being entirely taken up with the immense business of the war and the great operations that he was meditating for the glory of Congo, he never had the least suspicion either of the treachery of Sir Moonside or the infidelity of Thelus. The war continued, the armies took the field, and we our litters. As they went a very slow pace, the main body of the army gained ground of us, and we found ourselves in the rear, which Sir Moonside commanded. This gallant youth, whom the sight of the greatest dangers had never made to swerve a foot from the path of glory, could not resist that of pleasure. He entrusted a subaltern with the care of watching the motions of the enemy who harassed us, and got up into our litter, but he was hardly there when we heard a confused noise of arms and outcries. Sir Moonside, leaving his business half done, attempts to jump out, but he is leveled with the ground, and we become a prey to the conqueror. Thus I began by swallowing up the honor and services of an officer who from his valor and merit might have expected the highest military employments if he had never known his general's wife. Upwards of 3,000 men fell in this action, and therefore of so many good subjects have we robbed the nation. Let anyone, if he can, imagine Mangogul's surprise at this discourse. He had heard Sir Moonside's funeral oration, and did not know him by these features. His father Ergibzed had regretted this officer. The newspapers, after lavishing the highest eulogies on his fine retreat, had attributed his defeat and death to the enemy's superior numbers, which, as they said, were found to be 6-1. All Congo had lamented a man who had done his duty so well. His wife obtained a pension, his regiment was given to his eldest son, and an ecclesiastical preference promised to his younger. "What horror!" cried Mangogul, but softly. "A husband dishonored, the state betrayed, subjects sacrificed, crimes not only concealed, but even rewarded as virtues, and all that for a toy." Thelus's toy, which had stopped to take breath, continued. "Thus I am abandoned to the enemy's discretion. A regiment of dragoons was ready to fall upon us. Thelus seemed quite frightened, and yet wished nothing more ardently, but the charms of the prey sowed discord among the plunderers. The scimitars were drawn, and 30 or 40 men were massacred in the twinkling of an eye. The noise of this disorder reached the general officer. He ran thither, calmed the furious soldiers, and sequestered us under a tent, where we had not time to know ourselves, when he came and demanded the price of his good services. Woe to the vanquished, cried Thelus, falling backward on a bed, and the whole night was spent in feeling her misfortune. The next day we found ourselves on the banks of the Niger. A sake was waiting for us, and my mistress and I set out in order to be presented to the Emperor of Benin. In this 24-hour voyage the captain of the vessel offered himself to Thelus, and was accepted, and I found by experience that the sea service is infinitely brisker than the land service. We saw the Emperor of Benin. He was young, ardent, voluptuous. Thelus made a conquest of him, but those of her husband affrighted the monarch. He demanded peace, and the price at which he purchased it was but 3 provinces and my ransom.
Different times, different fatigues. Sambuco came to know, I can't tell how, the reason of the misfortunes of the preceding campaign, and during this he deposited me with a friend of his, a chief of the Brahmins on the frontiers. The holy man made but a weak defense. He was ensnared by the wiles of Thelus, and in less than 6 months devoured his immense income, 3 lakes and 2 forests. "Mercy!" cried Mangogul, 3 lakes and 2 forests. What an appetite for a toy! "'Tis a mere trifle," resumed the toy. Peace was made, and Thelus accompanied her husband in his embassy to Monomotapa. She gamed and very fairly lost 100,000 sequins in one day, which I won back again in an hour. A minister whose master's affairs did not fill up all his time fell into my clutches, and in 3 or 4 months I ate him up a fine landed estate, together with his castle well furnished, a park, and equipage, with the little pied horses. A favor of 4 minutes' duration, but well spun out, brought us in feasts, presents, and jewels, and the blind or political Sambuco did not disturb us. I shall not bring into the account, added the toy, the marquisats, counties, titles, coats of arms, etc., which have been eclipsed at my appearance. Apply to my secretary, who will tell you what has become of them. I have close pared the horns of the dominions of Biafra, and am in possession of an entire province of Belagwanza. Ergibzed made overtures to me a little before his death. At these words, Mangogul turned off his ring, and silenced this gulf. He respected his father's memory, and would hear nothing that might tarnish the splendor of the great qualities which he knew were in him. Returning to the seraglio, he entertained the favorite with the vapored ladies, and with the trial of his ring on Thelus.
"You admit this woman," said he, "to your familiarity, but in all probability you do not know her as well as I." "I understand you, sir," answered the sultana. "Her toy has perhaps been foolish enough to give you a narrative of her adventures with the General Mikakov, the Emir Faridor, the Senator Marsufa, and the great Brahmin Ramanathanutio. But pray, who is ignorant that she keeps young Alamir, and that old Sambuco, who speaks not a word, is as well apprised of it as you?" "You have not hit the mark," replied Mangogul. "I have compelled her toy to make a full discharge." "Had it swallowed anything of yours?" said Mirzoza. "No," said the Sultan, "but much belonging to my subjects, to the grandees of my empire, to the neighboring potentates, as estates, provinces, castles, lakes, forests, diamonds, equipage, with the little pied horses. Without reckoning their reputation and virtue, sir," added Mirzoza. "I cannot tell what benefit you will reap by your ring, but the more you try it, the more odious my sex becomes to me. Even those whom I thought I justly held in some esteem are not expected. They have thrown me into such an humor that I beg your highness will allow me to indulge it alone for some moments." Mangogul, who knew that the favorite was an enemy to all constraint, kissed her right ear thrice and retired.
22. A sketch of Mangogul's moral philosophy. Mangogul, impatient to see the favorite again, slept little, arose earlier than usual, and was in her apartment before sunrising. She had already rung the bell. A servant had just opened the curtains, and her women were preparing to dress her. The Sultan looked narrowly around her, and seeing never a dog, he asked her the reason of this oddity. "I see," answered Mirzoza, "that you think me singular in this article, but there is nothing in it." "I assure you," replied the Sultan, "that I see dogs about all the women of my court, and you will oblige me in informing me why they have them, or why you have none." "Most of them have several, and not one of them but lavishes such caresses on her own as she seems not to bestow on her lover with some difficulty. How come these beasts to deserve the preference? What use is made of them?" Mirzoza was puzzled at these questions. However, she made this answer. "To be sure, one keeps a dog as a parrot or a canary bird. It may be ridiculous to set one's heart on these animals, but there is nothing wonderful in having them. They sometimes amuse and never injure. If they are caressed, 'tis because such caresses are of no consequence. Besides, do you believe, Prince, that a lover is satisfied with a kiss, such as a woman bestows on her pug dog?" "Doubtless I believe it," says the Sultan. "By Jupiter, the man must be very nice who would not be satisfied." One of Mirzoza's women, who had gained the goodwill of the Sultan and his favorite by sweetness of temper, good parts, and zeal, said, "These animals are inconvenient and nasty. They dirty one's clothes, spoil the furniture, tear laces, and do more mischief in a quarter of an hour than would be sufficient to throw the most faithful lady's woman into disgrace, and yet they are kept." "Though, according to madam, they are good for nothing but that," added the Sultan. "Prince," said Mirzoza, "we stick to our fancies, and the keeping of dogs must be one, like many others, which would be no longer fancies if we could give a reason for them. The reign of monkeys is past, the parrots still support themselves. Dogs fell, and now they rise again. Squirrels have had their time, and it is with animals as it has successively been with Italian, English, geometry, farthingales, and furbelows." "Mirzoza," replied the Sultan, shaking his head, "has not all the knowledge that may be acquired on this subject, and the toys. Is not your highness going to imagine," said the favorite, "that you will be informed by Haria's toy why that woman who saw her son, one of her daughters, and her husband die without shedding a tear, wept the loss of her lapdog for a whole fortnight?" "Why not?" replied Mangogul. "Truly," says Mirzoza, "if our toys could explain all our whims, they would be more knowing than ourselves." "Pray, who disputes that with you?" replied the Sultan. "For my part, I believe that the toy makes a woman do 100 things without her perceiving it, and I have remarked on more occasions than one that a woman who thought she was following her head was obeying her toy. A great philosopher placed the soul, I mean ours, in the pineal gland. If I allowed women to have one, I well know where I would place it."
"I excuse you from informing me," rejoined Mirzoza hastily. "But you will permit me, at least," said Mangogul, "to communicate some notions to you, which my ring has suggested to me concerning women, upon a supposition that they have a soul. The experiments which I have made with my ring have made me a great moralist. I have neither the wit of La Bruyere, nor the logic of Port Royal, nor the imagination of Montaigne, nor the wisdom of Chiron, but I have collected facts to which perhaps they were strangers." "Speak, Prince," answered Mirzoza ironically. "I will hear you with all my ears. Moral essays of a sultan of your age must be something curious." The system of Orchotomus is extravagant, with the leave of his fellow academician Hiragu, yet I find some sense in the answers which he gave to the objections started against it. If I allowed a soul to women, I would willingly suppose with him that toys have spoken from the beginning, but softly, and that the effect of the genius Kukufa's ring is reduced to raising their voice. Upon this foundation, nothing can be more easy than to define the whole sex. The sober woman, for example, would be she whose toy is silent or is not attended to. The prude, she who pretends not to listen to her toy. The intriguing woman, she whose toy desires a great deal and who allows it too much. The voluptuous, she who gives ear to her toy with complacency. The courtesan, she on whom her toy is making demands every moment and who refuses it nothing. The coquette, she whose toy is mute or is not attended to, but who gives hopes to all the men that come near her that her toy will speak one day or another, and it may happen that she will not lend it a deaf ear. Well, delight of my soul, what do you think of my definitions? I think, said the favorite, that your highness has forgotten the tender woman. If I have not mentioned her, answered the sultan, 'tis because I don't know what the term means, and that some able men pretend that the word tender, abstracting from all connection with the toy, is void of sense. How, void of sense? Cried Mirzoza. What, there is no medium then, and a woman must absolutely be a prude, an intriguer, a coquette, a voluptuous woman, or a libertine? Delight of my soul, said the sultan, I am willing to own the inaccuracy of my enumeration, and will add the tender woman to the preceding characters, but on condition that you will furnish me with a definition of her which will not coincide with any of mine. Most willingly, said Mirzoza, I hope to compass it without quitting your system. Let us see, added Mangogul. Well then, replied the favorite, a tender woman is she. Courage, Mirzoza, said Mangogul. Oh, I beg you won't disturb me. The tender woman is she who has loved without a word uttered by her toy, or whose toy has never spoken but in favor of the single man whom she loved. It would not have been polite in the sultan to chicane the favorite and ask her what she understood by love, wherefore he avoided it. Mirzoza took his silence for consent and proceeded, proud of having extracted herself from a difficulty which to her appeared considerable. Ye men believe because we do not argue in form, that you do not reason. Know once for all that we could as easily discover the falsity of your paradoxes as ye that of our reasonings if we would give ourselves the trouble. If your highness was less in a hurry to satisfy your curiosity on the subject of lapdogs, I would in my turn give you a scrap of my philosophy. But it shall not be lost. I will reserve it for one of those days that you will have more time to bestow on me. Mangogul assured her that he had no better business than to profit of her philosophical notions, that the metaphysics of a sultana of 22 ought not to be less singular than the morals of a sultan of his age. But Mirzoza, apprehending that this was pure complacency in Mangogul, begged some time to prepare, and thus gave the sultan a pretext for flying whither his impatience might call him.
23. 10th Trial of the Ring. The Dogs. Mangogul went immediately to Haria's house, and as he took pleasure in soliloquy, he said within himself, This woman never goes to bed without her 4 dogs, and either toys know nothing of those animals, or hers will give me some account of them, for thank God, 'tis well known that she loves her dogs to admiration. At the end of this monology, he found himself in Haria's antechamber, and his olfactory organ already informed him of Madame having her usual company in bed with her. These were a little shag dog, a spaniel, and 2 pug dogs. The sultan drew out his snuff-box, took 2 pinches of Spanish by way of preservative, and approached Haria. She was asleep, but the pack, who were upon the watch, hearing some noise, fell to barking and woke her. Peace, my children, said she, but in so mild a tone that she could not be suspected of speaking to her daughters. Go to sleep, and don't disturb my rest nor your own. Haria was formerly young and pretty. She had had lovers of her own rank, but they all disappeared even sooner than her charms. By way of comforting herself for this desertion, she gave into a whimsical sort of pomp, and her footmen were the handsomest fellows in Bonza. She grew older and older, and years threw her into economy. She restrained herself to 4 dogs and 2 Brahmins, and became a model of education. And surely the most envenomate satyr could find no room to carpet this management, and for above 10 years, Haria was in peaceful possession of a high reputation of virtue and of those animals. Nay, her tenderness for the pug dogs was so well known that the Brahmins were no longer suspected of sharing it. Haria renewed her entreaty to those beasts, and they had the compliance to obey. Then Mangogul applied his ring, and the super-renowned toy set about relating the last of its adventures.
It was such a vast while since the first were achieved that it had almost lost the very remembrance of them. "Withdraw, Pompey," it said with a hoarse voice. "You fatigue me. I like Dido better. I find her more gentle." Pompey, who was absolutely ignorant of the toy's voice, went on in his own way, but Haria, awaking, continued, "Get away then, you little rogue. You hinder me from taking rest. That is well sometimes, but too much is too much." Pompey withdrew. Dido took his place, and Haria fell asleep. Mangogul, who had suspended the energy of his ring, turned it on, and the antiquated toy, uttering a deep sigh, fell to jabbering and said, "Alas, how I am grieved for the death of my large greyhound. She was the best little wife, the most caressing creature. She never ceased giving amusement. She was so sensible, so genteel. Ye are but beasts in comparison of her. That naughty master of mine killed her. Poor Zinzalina, I never think of her without watering my plants. I thought it would have been the death of my mistress. She neither ate nor drank for 2 days, and narrowly escaped losing her senses. Judge of her sorrow. Her director, her friends, nay, her very pug dogs were kept from me. Orders were issued to her women to refuse the door of her apartment to my master, under the penalty of being turned off. That monster has robbed me of my dear Zinzalina," cried she. "Let him not appear before me. I am resolved never to see him more." Mangogul, curious of learning the circumstances of Zinzalina's death, revived the electrical power of his ring by rubbing it on the skirt of his doublet, pointed it at Haria, and the toy resumed. Haria, Ramadek's widow, coughed herself with Sindor. This youth was of good birth, had no other fortune but a certain merit which pleases the sex, and was after dogs Haria's predominant taste. Sindor's indigence conquered his repugnance to Haria's years and dogs. 20,000 crowns a year blinded his eyes with regard to the wrinkles of his mistress and the inconvenience of the pug dogs, and he married her.
He was in hopes of getting the better of our beasts by his talents and complacent behavior, and to bring them into disgrace from the very commencement of his reign. But he was deceived. After the expiration of some months, when he thought he had merited much by his services, he took into his head to remonstrate to Madame that her dogs were not as good company in bed for him as for her, that it was ridiculous to have more than 3, and that to admit more than 1 at a time was turning the nuptial bed into a kennel. "I advise you," said Haria in a furious tone, "to attack me with such speeches. Truly, it well becomes a pitiful younger son from Gascony, whom I have taken from a garret, which was not good enough for my dogs, to give himself airs of nicety. To be sure, your sheets were perfumed, my little squire, when you dwelt in furnished lodgings. Know this once for all, that my dogs were long before you in possession of my bed, and that you may choose either to quit it or be content to share it with them." The declaration was peremptory, and our dogs remained masters of their post. But one night, as we were all asleep, Sindor, in turning, unluckily kicked Zinzalina. The hound, not used to such treatment, bit the calf of his leg, and Madame was immediately awaked by Sindor's cries. "What is the matter with you, sir? One would think your throat was cutting. You dream." "It is your dogs, Madame, that devour me, and your greyhound has just torn off a piece of my leg." "Is that all?" says Haria, turning from him. "You make a vast noise for nothing." Sindor, piqued at this discourse, jumped out of bed, swearing that he would never set his foot in it again till the pack was banished thence. He employed friends in order to obtain the exile of the dogs, but they all failed in that important negotiation. Haria's answer to them was that Sindor was a knight of the post, whom she had drawn out of a cockloft, which he shared with rats and mice, that it ill became him to be so nice, that he slept the whole night long, that she loved her dogs, that they amused her, that from her infancy she had taken a liking to their caresses, and that she was resolved never to deprive herself of them till death. "Tell him besides," continued she, addressing the mediators, "that if he does not humbly submit to my will, he will repent it while he lives, that I will retract the donation I have made him, and I will add it to the sums which I have bequeathed by my will for the support of my dear children." "Between you and me," added the toy, "Sindor must have been a great fool to hope that she would do for him what could not be obtained by 20 lovers, a director, a confessor, with a legion of Brahmins, who had all lost their Latin on that head. Meanwhile, as often as Sindor met our animals, he was seized with such fits of passion as he could hardly conquer. One day, the unfortunate Zinzalina fell in his way. He took her by the neck and threw her out of the window.
The poor creature was killed by the fall. Then it was that a fine noise was made. Haria, with inflamed countenance and eyes bathed in tears. The toy was going to repeat what it had already told, for toys willingly fall into repetitions. But Mangogul cut its words short. Its silence was not of long duration. When the prince thought he had put this doting toy out of its road, he restored it the freedom of speech, and the tattler, bursting out into a loud laugh, resumed by way of recollection. But apropos, I forgot to tell you what passed on Haria's wedding night. I have seen a power of ridiculous things in my life, but never one that came up to this. After a splendid supper, the bride and bridegroom were conduced to their apartment. Everybody retired, except Madame's women, who undress her. She is undressed, put to bed, and Sindor alone remains with her. Observing that the shag dog, the 2 pugs, and the greyhound, more alert than himself, were taking possession of his bride, "Permit me, madam," he said, "to remove these rivals a little." "My dear, do what you can," answered Haria. "For my part, I have not the courage to drive them away. These little animals are so attached to me, and I have been so long without any other company." "Perhaps," replied Sindor, "they will have the politeness this night to surrender the fort to me which I must take possession of. Try, sir."
At first, Sindor tried gentle means and prayed Zinzalina to retire to a corner. But the untractable animal fell to growling. The alarm spread among the rest of the troop, and the pug dogs and shag dog barked as if their mistress's throat was cutting. Sindor, losing all patience at this noise, tosses away one of the pugs, drives off the other, and seizes Pompey by the paw. Pompey, the faithful Pompey, abandoned by his allies, endeavored to repair this loss by the advantages of the post. Fixed on his mistress's thighs, with eyes inflamed, hair standing in end, and open mouth, he grinned and showed the enemy 2 rows of very sharp teeth. Sindor made several assaults on him, and Pompey repelled him as often, with bitten fingers and torn ruffles. The action lasted about a quarter of an hour with an obstinacy which gave diversion to none but Haria, when Sindor had recourse to a stratagem against an enemy whom he despaired conquering by force. He provoked Pompey with the right hand. Pompey, watching this motion, did not observe that of the left and was seized by the neck. He made most vigorous efforts to disengage himself, but in vain. He was obliged to quit the field of battle and surrender up Haria. Sindor took possession of her, but not without effusion of blood. In all likelihood, Haria had resolved that her wedding night should be a bloody one. Her animals made a good defense and disappointed not her expectations. "There," says Mangogul, "is a toy that could write a gazette better than my secretary." And now, well knowing what notions to form of lapdogs, he returned to the favorite. "Prepare yourself," said he as soon as he saw her, "to hear the most extravagant things in the world. It's much worse than the baboons of Palabria. Could you believe that Haria's 4 dogs were the rivals and the preferred rivals of her husband, and that the death of a greyhound has raised a quarrel between that couple never to be made up?" "What do you say," replied the favorite, "of rivals and dogs? I am quite in the dark. I know that Haria loves her dogs excessively, but I know at the same time that Sindor is a hot-tempered man, who perhaps did not use all that complacency which women require, to whom a man owes his fortune. But yet, whatever has been his conduct, I can't conceive that it has drawn rivals on him. Haria is so venerable that I could wish your highness would vouchsafe to explain yourself more intelligibly." "Listen," says Mangogul, "and agree that women have excessively whimsical tastes, to say nothing worse." Then he related Haria's history to her, word for word, as the toy had told it. Merzoza could not refrain from laughter at the first night's battle, but presently, resuming a serious air, "I can't tell," said she to Mangogul, "what indignation seizes me. I shall have an aversion for these animals, and all those who keep any, and I shall declare to my women that I will turn off the first who shall be even suspected of having a lapdog." "Pray," replied the Sultan, "why will you extend your hatred so far? You women are always upon extremes. These animals are good for hunting, are necessary in the country, and have many other uses, without reckoning that which Haria makes of them." "In truth," said Merzoza, "I begin to believe that your highness will find it a difficult task to light on a virtuous woman." "I told you so," answered Mangogul, "but let us not be over hasty. You may one time or other upbraid me with being indebted to your want of patience for a declaration which I pretend to owe entirely to the trials of my ring. I have some in my mind which will astonish you. All secrets are not yet unveiled, and I expect to draw more important discoveries from those toys which remain to be consulted." Merzoza was in perpetual apprehensions for her own. Mangogul's discourse threw her into such uneasiness as she was not able to conceal from him.
But the Sultan, who had bound himself by an oath, and in his heart had a regard for religion, used his best endeavors to calm her mind, gave her some very tender kisses, and went to his council, whither affairs of moment called him.
24. 11th Trial of the Ring, the Pensions. Congo had been disturbed by bloody wars in the reigns of Kanaglu and Ergubsed, and those two monarchs had immortalized themselves by the conquests they had made over their neighbors. The emperors of Abex and Angola looked on the youth of Mangogul and the beginning of his reign as favorable conjunctures to recover the provinces that had been taken from them. Wherefore they declared war against Congo and attacked it on every side. Mangogul had the best counsel in all Africa, and old Sambuco and the Amir Mirzala, who were trained up in the former wars, were placed at the head of the troops, gained victories on victories, and formed generals capable of succeeding them, an advantage of greater importance than even their successes. Thanks to the activity of the council and the good conduct of the generals, the enemy, who thought themselves sure of overcoming the empire, did not advance as far as the frontiers, made a poor defense of their own, and saw their fortified towns and provinces ravaged. But such constant and glorious successes notwithstanding, Congo grew weaker by aggrandizing itself. The frequent raising of troops unpeopled the towns and country, and the treasury was exhausted. The sieges and battles had cost a vast number of lives. The Grand Vizier, very lavish of the blood of the soldiery, was accused of having hazarded battles that tended to nothing. Every family was in mourning. Not one but wept a father, a brother, or a friend. The number of officers slain was prodigious, and could be compared to naught but their wives, who solicited pensions. The closets of the ministers were beset with them. They pestered the Sultan himself with petitions, in which the merit and services of the deceased, the grief of their widows, the dismal condition of their children, and other moving motives were not forgotten. Nothing seemed more equitable than their requests, but on what fund to ground pensions which amounted to millions? The ministers, after having exhausted speeches, and sometimes peevishness and rough language, were obliged to deliberate on the means of bringing this affair to a final issue, but they had an excellent reason for concluding nothing. There was not a penny left. Mangogul, tired with the false reasonings of his ministers and the lamentations of the widows, hit upon the expedient which his ministry had been so long hunting for. "Gentlemen," he said to his council, "I am of opinion that before any pensions are granted, it would be proper to examine if they are lawfully due." "This examination," answered the great seneschal, "will be immense and of prodigious discussion. Yet how to resist the clamors and persecution of these women, by whom you, sir, are particularly teased?" "It will not be as difficult a task as you imagine, Mr. Seneschal," replied the Sultan, "and I promise you that by tomorrow noon the whole affair shall be terminated by the laws of the strictest equity. Do you only bring them to my audience chamber by 9 in the morning." The council broke up, the seneschal went into his office, pondered profoundly, and drew up the following proclamation, which in 3 hours' time was printed, published by sound of trumpet, and fixed up at all the most public places of Vanza. "By the Sultan's most excellent majesty, and my lord the Grand Seneschal. We Ganderbeek, Grand Seneschal of Congo, Vizier of the First Bench, train-bearer to the great Manamon Banda, chief and superintendent of the sweepers of the Divan, give notice that tomorrow morning at 9 of the clock, the magnanimous Sultan will give audience to the widows of the officers slain in his service, in order to decree on sight of their pretensions what to him shall seem meet. Given at our office the 12th day of the moon of Regeb in the year 14,700,909.
All the distressed women of Congo, and a great number of them there was, did not fail to read the proclamation, or to send their footmen to read it, and less still to be at the appointed hour in the lobby of the audience chamber. In order to avoid a crowd, let no more enter, said the Sultan, than 6 of these ladies at once. When we have heard them, let them pass through the back door, which leads to the outward courts. You, gentlemen, be attentive, and pronounce on their demands." This said, he made a signal to the first gentleman usher of the audiences, and the 6, who happened to be next the door, were introduced. They entered in long mourning robes, and made low reverences to His Highness. Mangogul addressed the youngest and handsomest of them, whose name was Ifik. "Madam," said he, "how long is it since you have lost your husband?" 3 months, answered Ifik, weeping. "He was Lieutenant General in your Highness's service. He was killed in the last battle, and 6 children are the only legacy he left me." "He left you?" interrupted a voice, which, though issuing from Ifik, was not exactly in the same tone with hers. "Madam knows better than she says. They were all begun and finished by a young Brahmin who daily came to comfort her while my master was in the field." It's easy to guess whence proceeded the indiscreet voice which pronounced this answer. Poor Ifik, being put out of countenance, grew pale, trembled, fainted.
"Madam is subject to the vapors," said Mangogul with an air of tranquility. "Let her be carried into an apartment of the seraglio and be taken care of." Then immediately addressing Phoenix, "Madam," said he, "was not your husband a pasha?" "Yes, sir," answered Phoenix in a trembling voice. "And how have you lost him?" "Sir, he died in his bed, quite exhausted with the fatigues of the last campaign." "With the fatigues of the last campaign," replied Phoenix's toy. "Go, madam. Your husband brought a firm and vigorous state of health from the camp, and he would still enjoy it had not 2 or 3 scoundrel players. You understand me? Take care of yourself." "Right," says the Sultan, "that Phoenix demands a pension for the good services she has rendered to the state and her husband." A third was interrogated on her husband's age and name, who was said to have died in the army of the smallpox. "Of the smallpox," said the toy. "A fine story indeed. Say, madam, of 2 good strokes of a scimitar which he received from the Sanjacavallio, because he took it ill that his eldest son was said to be as like the Sanjak as one egg is to another. And madam knows as well as I," added the toy, "that a likeness was never better grounded." The fourth was going to speak without being interrogated by Mangogul, when her toy was heard to cry from the lower regions that these 10 years' part, which the war had lasted, she had made pretty good use of her time, that 2 pages and a huge scoundrel of a footman had supplied her husband's place, and that without doubt she designed the pension which she was soliciting for keeping an actor of the comic opera. A fifth stepped forward with intrepidity, and with an air of confidence demanded the reward of her late husband's services, who was an aga of the Janissaries, and lost his life under the walls of Matatrasses. The Sultan turned his ring on her, but to no purpose. Her toy was mute. "I must own," says the African author who had seen her, "that she was so ugly that the bystanders would be astonished if her toy had anything to say."
Mangogul was got to the 6th, and here are the express words of her toy. "Truly, it well becomes madam," meaning her, whose toy was obstinately silent, "to solicit pensions while she lives upon the pool, keeps a Brelin table which brings her in 3,000 sequins a year, makes private suppers at the expense of the gamesters, and received 600 sequins from Osman to draw me to one of these suppers, where the treacherous Osman—" "Due regard shall be paid to your petitions, ladies," said the Sultan. "For the present ye may withdraw." Then directing his words to his counselors, he asked them if it did not seem ridiculous to them to grant pensions to a herd of little bastards of Brahmins and others, and to women whose employment it was to dishonor brave men who had entered into his service in quest of glory at the expense of their lives. The seneschal stood up, answered, declaimed, resumed, and gave his opinion obscurely as usual. While he was yet speaking, Ithaca recovered from her fit, quite enraged at her adventure, and as she expected no pension for herself, and would run distracted if any other obtained one, which would have happened in all likelihood, she went directly into the antechamber, and whispered to 2 or 3 of her female friends that they were summoned thither purely to hear their toys chatter, that she herself heard one deliver horrid things in the audience chamber, that she would not name it for the world, but that they must be fools to expose themselves to the same danger. This advice passed from hand to hand and dispersed the crowd of widows. When the gentleman usher opened the door to let in a second parcel, not one was there. "Well, seneschal, will you believe me another time?" said Mangogul, informed of the desertion, to the good man, clapping him on the shoulder. "I promised to rid you of these female weepers, and I have done it. Yet they were very assiduous in making court to you, notwithstanding your fourscore and 15 years of age. But whatever pretensions you may possibly have, for I am not ignorant of the facility you had to form pretensions on these ladies, I fancy you are obliged to me for their retreat. They gave you more embarrass than pleasure." The African author informs us that the remembrance of this trial is kept up in Congo, and for that reason it is that the government is so sparing of granting pensions. But this was not the only good effect of Kukufa's ring, as we shall see in the following chapter.
25. 12th Trial of the Ring. A law case. Rapes were severely punished in Congo, and there happened a most notorious one in Mangogul's reign. This prince, at his accession to the crown, had sworn, like all his predecessors, never to grant a pardon for that crime. But be laws ever so severe, they seldom curb those whom a considerable advantage urges to infringe them. The criminal was condemned to lose that part of him by which he had sinned, a cruel operation of which he generally died, as the person who performed it used less precaution than Bebel. Carfail, a young man of a good family, had now languished 6 months in a dungeon, waiting for the day of execution. Fatme, a young pretty woman, was his Lucretia and accuser. Everybody knew that they had been very well together. Fatme's indulgent husband took no exceptions against it. Therefore, it would be ungenteel in the public to intermeddle in their affairs. After an undisturbed commerce of 2 years, whether through inconstancy or disgust, Carfael took to a dancer at the Opera of Banza and grew cold towards Fatme, yet without coming to an open rupture. He resolved to make a decent retreat, which obliged him to continue his visits in the house. Fatme, enraged for being thus forsaken, meditated revenge, and made use of this remnant of his assiduities to destroy her unfaithful lover. One day that the convenient husband had left them tete-a-tete, and that Carfael, having ungirt his scimitar, was endeavoring to allay Fatme's suspicions by prostitutions which cost nothing to lovers, but never surprised the credulity of a jealous woman, she assumed an affrighted air, and having tore her dress at 5 or 6 pulls, shrieked out horridly and called to her husband and domestics for help, who ran immediately and became witnesses to the injury which Fatme said she received from Carfael, and showing the scimitar added, "This the infamous villain lifted at my head 10 times to make me submit to his will." The young man, struck dumb at the blackness of the accusation, had not power either to answer or make his escape. He was seized, dragged to prison, and delivered up to justice and the prosecution of the catalesker. The laws ordained that Fatme should be visited. Accordingly she was, and the report of the matrons proved very unfavorable to the accused. They had an original standard by which they could determine the condition of a violated woman, and every circumstance concurred against Carfael. The judges examined him, Fatme was confronted with him, and the evidence was heard. In vain did he plead innocence, deny de fact, and demonstrate by the commerce which he held with his accuser above 2 years that she was not a woman to be ravished. The circumstance of the scimitar, the tete-a-tete solitude, Carfael's confusion at the sight of the husband and domestics, taken altogether formed in the opinion of the judges, violent presumptions. Fatme on her side, far from owning that she had granted him favors, would not even allow that she gave him the least glimmering of hopes, and maintained that her obstinate adherence to her duty, from which she had never flinched, was without doubt what urged Carfael to acquire by force what he despaired obtaining by craft. The verbal process drawn up by the commissioners was another terrible piece. Nothing more was requisite than to run it over and compare it with the articles of the criminal code, to read unhappy Carfael's condemnation therein. He lost all expectations of life either by his defense or the credit of his family. The magistrates had fixed the definitive sentence to the 13th of the month of Rebeg, and this was even published by sound of trumpet according to custom.
This affair became the topic of conversations, and people were divided upon it for a good while. Some old hags, who had always been very safe from any apprehensions of a rape, ran about crying that Carfael's attack was enormous, that unless a severe example were made of him, innocence would be no longer in security, and that an honest woman would be exposed to insults, even at the horns of the altar. Then they cited instances of little impertinent puppies having attacked the virtue of several respectable ladies, and the circumstances left no room to doubt but that those respectable ladies mentioned by them were themselves, and all these speeches were made to Brahmins less innocent than Carfael, and by devotes as chaste as Fatme, by way of edifying conversations. The petite maîtresse, on the contrary, and even some petite maîtresses, asserted that a rape was a chimera, that a woman never surrendered but by capitulation, and that if a fort was defended, though ever so little, it was absolutely impossible to take it by storm. Examples were alleged in support of this reasoning. The women knew some, the petite maîtresses invented others, and there was no end of quoting instances of women who had not been ravished. Poor Carfael, said they, what the devil had he in his head to take to little Bimberloqua, which was the dancer's name? Why did he not stick to Fatme? They were extremely well together, and the husband left them at full liberty. What a blessing! Those witches the matrons put on their spectacles to no purpose, for they saw nothing, and indeed, who is the person that can see clear in that place? And besides, the senators are going to deprive him of his joy for having burst an open door. The poor lad will die of it, no doubt. After that, pray consider what will not dissatisfied women be authorized to do. If this execution takes place, interrupted another, I will make myself a Freemason. Mirzoza, naturally compassionate, remonstrated to Mangogul, who was joking her on Carfael's case, that if the laws spoke against Carfael, good sense deposed against Fatme. Moreover, added she, it has never been heard that in a wise government the letter of the law should be so closely adhered to, that the simple allegation of a female accuser should be sufficient to endanger the life of a subject. The reality of a rape cannot be too clearly proved, and you will allow, sir, that this fact is as much at least within the province of your ring as of your senators. It would be very singular that the matron should be more knowing on this head than the toys themselves.
Hitherto, your highness's ring has done little more than satisfy your curiosity. Might not the genius from whom you had it have intended some more important end? If you employ it for the discovery of truth and the happiness of your subjects, can you think the genius will be offended? Try. You are in possession of an infallible method of drawing from Fatme a concession of her crime or a proof of her innocence. You are in the right, replied Mangogul, and you shall be satisfied. The Sultan departed immediately, and indeed there was no time to lose, for it was the night of the 12th of the moon Rebek, and the Senate was to pronounce sentence on the 13th. Fatme was just getting into bed, the curtains were not quite closed. A night taper threw a dull light on her countenance. The Sultan thought her beautiful, notwithstanding the violent commotions which disfigured her. Compassion and hatred, grief and revenge, audaciousness and shame were painted in her eyes, according as they succeeded each other in her heart. She uttered deep sighs, shed tears, wiped them off, shed fresh ones, remained some moments with her head drooping and eyes dejected, then suddenly raised them and darted furious looks towards the heavens. What was Mangogul doing all this time? He was talking to himself and saying, "These are the symptoms of despair. Her former tenderness for Carfail has revived in all its violence. She has lost sight of the offense he committed, and has nothing in view but the punishment reserved for her lover." As soon as he had finished these words, he turned the fatal ring on Fatme, and her toy cried out with vehemence,
12 hours more, and we shall be revenged. The treacherous, ingrateful man shall perish, and his blood shall be shed. Fatme, affrighted at the extraordinary motion which she felt within her, and shocked at the buzzing voice of her toy, clapped both hands on it and put herself upon duty to stop its mouth. But the powerful ring continued to act, and the ungovernable toy, breaking through every obstacle, added, "Yes, we shall be revenged. O thou who hast betrayed me, wretched Carfail, die, and thou whom he has preferred to me, O Bimberloqua, despair. 12 hours more. Alas, how tedious will this time appear to me. Hasten, sweet moments, when I shall see the treacherous, the ingrateful Carfail under the executioner's knife, his blood trickling down. Ah, wretch, what have I said? Can I without horror see the dearest object of my love perish? Can I see the fatal weapon lifted up? Ah, far from me this cruel thought. He hates me, true. He has quitted me for Bimberloqua. But perhaps some time or other, why do I say perhaps? Love will certainly recall him under my yoke. That little Bimberloqua is a fancy that will fly off. He must sooner or later be sensible of the injustice of his preference and the ridiculousness of his new choice. Comfort thyself, Fatme. Thou shalt see thy Carfail again. Yes, thou shalt see him again. Arise quickly, run, fly to remove the dreadful danger which threatens him. Dost thou not tremble to come too late? But whither shall I run, mean wretch that I am? Does not Carfail's disdain foretell me that he has abandoned me forever? Bimberloqua enjoys him, and it's for her that I was going to save him. Ah, let him rather die 1,000 deaths. If he lives no more for me, why should I be concerned for his death? Yes, I am now convinced that my wrath is just. The ingrateful Carfail has deserved all my hatred. I no longer have any remorse. I had done everything to keep him. I will do everything to destroy him. Yet one day later, and my revenge was disappointed. But his evil genius delivered him up to me, the very moment that he thought to escape me. He has fallen into the snare which I laid for him. I have him fast. The appointment to which I contrived to bring thee was the last which thou intendest for me, but you will not soon forget it. With what address did you bring him to your beck? Fatme, how well concerted was your disorder? Your shrieks, your grief, your tears, your confusion, everything, even to your silence, has ruined Carfail. Nothing can snatch him from his impending fate. Carfail is dead. You weep, wretched woman. He loved another. Of what consequence is his life to you? Mangogul, filled with horror at this discourse, turned off his ring, and while Fatme was recruiting her spirits, he flew back to the Sultana. "Well, Prince," said she, "what have you heard? Is Carfail still guilty, and the chaste Fatme?" "I beseech you to excuse me," answered the Sultan, "from repeating the abominations which I come from hearing. How an expacerated woman is to be dreaded! Who could believe that a body formed by the Graces sometimes enclosed a heart molded by the Furies? But the sun shall not set tomorrow on my dominions before they be purged of a monster more dangerous than those which are produced in my deserts." The Sultan immediately sent for the seneschal and commanded him to seize Fatme, to remove Carfail into one of the apartments of the Serilo, and to inform the Senate that he reserved to himself the cognizance of his affair. His orders were executed that very night. The next morning at dawn of day, the Sultan, attended by the seneschal and an effendi, went to Mirzoza's apartment and had Fatme brought thither. This unfortunate woman threw herself at Mangogul's feet, confessed her crime with all her circumstances, and conjured Mirzoza to intercede for her. Meanwhile, Carfail was conducted in. He expected nothing but death. However, he made his appearance with that composed assurance innocence alone can give.
Some ill-natured wags said that he would be in greater consternation if what he was threatened to lose was worth preserving. The women were upon the tenters to know the issue. He prostrated himself respectfully before his highness. Mangogul made him a signal to arise, and giving him his hand, "You are innocent," said he. "Be free. Render thanks to Brahma for your preservation. In order to make amends for the misery you have suffered, I grant you a pension of 2,000 sequins on my exchequer, and the first commandery that shall fall in the order of the crocodile." The more favors were bestowed on Carfail, the more Fatme dreaded punishment. The great seneschal gave his opinion for death, grounded upon the law, see Famina, Ff. de V. Cascaliliax. The Sultan was inclined for perpetual imprisonment. Mirzoza, finding too much rigor in one of these judgments, and too much indulgence in the other, condemned Fatme's toy to the padlock. The Florentine machine was publicly clapped on, upon the same scaffold that had been erected for Carfail's execution. Then she was conducted to a house of correction, together with the matrons who had given their decisive opinions with so much knowledge.
26. Mirzoza's Metaphysics. The Souls. While Mangogul was interrogating the toys of Haria, the widows and Fatme, Mirzoza had full time to prepare her philosophical lecture. One evening, that the Maniman Banda was performing her devotions, that there was neither play nor drawing room at court, and that the favorite was almost certain of a visit from the Sultan, she took 2 black petticoats, put one on in the usual manner, and the other over her shoulders, passed her hands through the 2 slits, put on the peruke of Mangogul's seneschal and his chaplain's square cap, and thought herself equipped as a philosopher, whereas she had disguised herself into a bat. In this masquerade dress, she walked up and down her apartments, as a professor of the Royal College waiting for his scholars. She affected even to the gloomy, pensive physiognomy of a learned man in meditation. Mirzoza did not hold this forced gravity long. The Sultan entered with some of his courtiers, and made a low bow to the new philosopher, whose gravity disconcerted her audience, and was in its turn disconcerted by the loud laughter it occasioned. "Madam," said Mangogul, "have you not advantage enough by your wit and figure, without taking the robe to your aid, without which your words would have all the weight that you could have desired?" "It seems to me, sir," answered Mirzoza, "that you do not much respect this robe, and that a disciple should pay more regard to what constitutes half the merit at least of his master." "I perceive," replied the Sultan, "that you have already acquired the spirit and tone of your new condition. I make no doubt at present that your capacity answers to the dignity of your dress, and I impatiently expect a proof of it." "You shall be satisfied this minute," said Mirzoza, sitting down in the center of a large carpet. The Sultan and courtiers placed themselves around her, and she began. "Have the philosophers who presided over your highness's education ever entertained you on the nature of the soul?" "Oh, very often," said Mangogul, "but all their systems had no other end but giving me uncertain notions of it, and were it not for an inward sentiment which seems to suggest to me that it is a substance different from matter, I should either have denied its existence or confounded it with the body. Would you undertake to clear up this chaos?" "So far from it," replied Mirzoza, "that I am not farther advanced on that head than your pedagogues. The only difference between them and me is that I suppose the existence of a substance different from matter, and that they hold it demonstrated. But this substance, if it exists, must be lodged somewhere. Have they not preached many extravagances to you on that article?" "No," said Mangogul, "they all pretty generally agreed that it resides in the head, and this opinion to me seemed probable. It's the head that thinks, imagines, reflects, judges, disposes, commands, and we say every day of a man who does not think that he has no brains or that he wants a head." "Well then," replied the Sultana, "the result of your long studies and of all your philosophy is to suppose a fact and to ground it on popular expressions. Prince, what would you say of your first geographer if he presented your highness with a map of your domains, in which he had put the east in the west and the north in the south?" "That is too gross an error," answered Mangogul, "for any geographer to have ever committed."
"That may be," continued the favorite, "and in the case before us, your philosophers are greater bunglers than the most bungling geographer can be. They had not a vast empire to survey. The business was not to fix the limits of the 4 parts of the world. All they had to do was to enter into themselves, and there mark the true seat of their soul. Yet they have placed the east in the west, and the south in the north. They have pronounced that the soul is in the head, whereas the greatest part of mankind die without its ever inhabiting that apartment, and its first residence is in the feet." "In the feet?" interrupted the Sultan. "That is the most empty motion that I have ever heard." "Yes, in the feet," replied Mirzoza. "And this opinion, which to you seems so silly, will upon thoroughly examining it become rational.
contrary to all those which you allow as true, and which upon a thorough examination are found to be false. Your Highness agreed with me just now that the existence of our soul was founded on the interior testimony alone, which it bore to itself, and I will now demonstrate that all the proofs imaginable of sense concur to fix the soul in the seat which I have assigned it. There we expect you, said Mangogul. I desire no favor, continued she, and I invite ye all to propose your difficulties. Well then, I was saying that the soul takes up its first residence in the feet, that there it begins to exist, and from the feet it advances into the body. To experience I appeal for this fact, and perhaps I am going to lay the first foundations of experimental metaphysics. We have all experienced in our infancy that the benumbed soul remains whole months in a state of sleepiness. At that time the eyes open without seeing, the mouth without speaking, and the ears without hearing. 'Tis elsewhere that the soul endeavors to stretch itself and awake. 'Tis in other members that she practices her first functions. 'Tis by the feet that a child gives notice of his formation. His body, head, and arms are immovable in the mother's womb, but his feet unfold and extend themselves, and give proofs of his existence, and perhaps of his exigencies. When he is on the point of birth, what would become of his head, body, and arms? They would never come out of their confinement, had they not been assisted by the feet. Here the feet act the principal part, and drive the rest of the body before them. Such is the order of nature, and whenever any other member attempts to lead the van, when the head, for example, takes the place of the feet, everything goes wrong, and God knows what is the consequence sometimes, both to the mother and the child. Is the child born? 'Tis still in the feet that the chief motions are performed. We are obliged to confine them, and this is never done with some reluctance on their part. The head is a block, with which we do what we will, but the feet are sensible of, shake off the yoke, and seem jealous of the liberty of which they are deprived. Is the child able to stand alone? The feet make 1,000 efforts to move. They put everything into action. They command the other members, and the obedient hands lean against the walls, and advance forward to prevent or break the falls, and facilitate the action of the feet. Whither do all the thoughts of a child tend? What are his pleasures? When secure on his legs, his feet have acquired the habit of moving. To exercise them, to go to and fro, to run, to leap, to bounce. This turbulence pleases us, we take it for a mark of sense, and we predict the future stupidity of the child when we see him indolent and sullen. Have you a mind to vex a child of 4 years old? Make him sit down for a quarter of an hour, or imprison him between 4 chairs. He will grow peevish and ill-humored, for it's not his legs alone that you deprive of exercise, it's his soul that you hold in captivity.
The soul remains in the feet to the age of 2 or 3 years. At 4, it inhabits the legs. It gets up to the knees and thighs at 15. Then we love dancing, fencing, riding, and the other violent bodily exercises. This is the predominant passion of all young folks, and the madness of some. What, does not the soul reside in those places where she almost only manifests herself, and where she feels the most agreeable sensations? But if her residence varies in infancy and youth, why should it not vary through every stage of life? Mirzoza pronounced this discourse with such rapidity as made her pant. Selim, one of the Sultan's favorites, embraced the moment while she was taking breath and said to her, "Madam, I will make use of the liberty you have granted the company of proposing their objections. Your system is ingenious, and you have delivered it with equal grace and clearness, but I am not so far seduced by it as to think it stands demonstrated. Methinks one may say that even in infancy, it's the head that commands the feet, and from thence the spirits flow, which, by means of the nerves, running into all the members, stop or move them at the will of the soul seated on the pineal gland, just as we see His Highness's orders issuing from the Sublime Porte, which set all his subjects in action." "Doubtless," replied Mirzoza, "but one would tell me a very obscure thing, to which I should give no other answer than by an experienced fact. In infancy, we have no certainty that the head thinks, and even you, my lord, who have so good one, and who in your tender years passed for a prodigy of reason, do you remember that you thought at that time? But you might well assert that when you gambled about like a little demon, so as to drive your governance out of their wits, your feet then governed your head." "That proves nothing," said the Sultan. "Selim was lively, and so are 1,000 other children. They do not reflect, but they think. Time slips away, the remembrance of things wears out, and they remember not that they thought." "But by what part did they think?" replied Mirzoza, "for that is the point in dispute." "By the head," answered Selim. "What, always this head into which one cannot peep?" replied the Sultana. "Pray, drop your dark lantern, in which you suppose a light that is seen by none but by him who carries it. Hear my experiment and own the truth of my hypothesis. It is so constantly true that the soul begins its progress in the body by the feet, that there are some of both sexes in whom it never rose higher. My lord, you have admired Nini's nimbleness and Soligo's feats of activity 1,000 times. Answer me then sincerely, do you think that these creatures have their souls anywhere else but in their legs? And have you not remarked that in Voluture and Zellandor, the head is submissive to the feet? The eternal temptation of a dancer is to contemplate his legs. At every step his attentive eye follows his paces, and his head bows respectfully before his feet, as do before his highness his invincible pashas. I allow the observation, said Selim, but I deny that it is a general one. Nor do I pretend, replied Mirzoza, that the soul always fixes in the feet. She advances, she travels, she quits a part, returns to it, and quits it again. But I maintain that the other members are subordinate to that which she inhabits. All this varies according to the age, temper, and circumstances, and thence arises the difference of tastes, the diversity of inclinations and characters. Do you not admire the fecundity of my principle, and is not its certainty evinced by the number of phenomena to which it extends? Madam, answered Selim, if you applied it to some in particular, perhaps it might give us a degree of conviction which we have not yet acquired.
Most willingly, replied Mirzoza, who began to be sensible of the advantages she gained. You shall be satisfied. Only follow the chain of my notions. I do not pretend to make arguments in form. I speak from my heart. This is the philosophy of our sex, and you understand it almost as well as we. It is probable enough, added she, that the soul occupies the feet and legs to the age of 8 or 10, but about that time, or rather later, she quits that lodging, either of her own free motion or by force. By force, when a tutor employs certain machines to drive her out of her native place and lead her into the brain, where she is metamorphosed generally into memory and seldom or never into judgment. This is the fate of schoolboys. In like manner, if a weak governante labors hard to form a young girl, stuffs her mind with knowledge, and neglects the heart and morals, the soul rapidly flies towards the head, stops on the tongue or fixes in the eyes, and her scholar is but a tiresome prattler or a coquette. Thus, the voluptuous woman is she whose soul occupies her toy and never strays from it. The woman of gallantry, she whose soul is sometimes in her toy and sometimes in her eyes. The affectionate woman, she whose soul is habitually in the heart, but sometimes also in her toy. The virtuous woman, she whose soul is sometimes in her head, sometimes in her heart, but never anywhere else. If the soul fixes in the heart, she forms the characters of sensibility, compassion, truth, generosity. If she quits the heart without returning thither, and retires to the head, then she forms those whom we call hard-hearted, ungrateful, deceitful, cruel men. The class of those in whom the soul visits the head merely as a country house, where its stay is short, is very numerous. It is composed of petty mattress, coquettes, musicians, poets, romancers, courtiers, and all those who are called pretty women. Listen to the reasoning of these entities, and you will instantly discern vagabond souls, which are influenced by the different climes they inhabit. If that be the case, said Selim, nature has formed many useless things, and yet our sages hold as a constant maxim that she has produced nothing in vain. Drop your sages and their lofty expressions, answered Mirzoza, and as to nature, let us consider her with the eyes of experience only, and we shall learn from her that she has placed the soul in the body of man as in a spacious palace, of which she does not always occupy the most beautiful apartment. The head and heart are principally destined for her, as the center of virtue and the residence of truth, but most commonly she stops on the road, and prefers a garret, a suspicious place, a miserable inn, where she drops asleep in perpetual drunkenness. Ah, if I were allowed for 24 hours only to settle the world according to my fancy, I would divert you with a very strange sight. In a moment I would deprive each soul of the superfluous parts of its habitation, and you would see each individual characterized by the part left him. Thus dancers would be reduced to 2 feet or 2 legs at most, singers to a throat, most women to a toy, heroes and prize-fighters to an armed hand, certain learned men to a skull without brains. A female gambler should be stinted to 2 hands incessantly shuffling the cards, a glutton to 2 jaws always in motion, a coquette to 2 eyes, a rake to the sole instrument of his passion, the ignorant and lazy to nothing.
If you leave the women any hands at all, interrupted the Sultan, those men whom you would reduce to the sole instrument of their passions would be pursued. This chase would be a pleasant sight, and if the sex was as greedy of this game everywhere else as in Congo, the species would soon be extinct. But, said Selim to the favorite, of what would you compose affectionate and sensible women, constant and faithful lovers? Of a heart, answered Mirzoza, and I well know, added she, darting a tender glance on Mangogul, that to which mine would wish to be united. The Sultan could not stand against this declaration. He sprung from his seat to the favorite. The courtiers disappeared, and the new philosopher's chair became the theater of their pleasures. He gave her repeated proofs that he was not less charmed with her sentiments than with her discourse, and the philosophic equipage was thrown into disorder. Mirzoza returned the black petticoats to her women, sent my Lord Seneschal his enormous peruke, and to Monsieur l'Abbé his square cap, with assurances that he should be on the list at the next nomination. What would he not have attained if he had been a genius? A seat in the Academy was the least reward that he could expect, but unluckily he knew but 200 or 300 words, and had never been able from that stock to compass the composing of 2 ritournelles.
27. Sequel of the preceding conversation. Mangogul was the only person that had given attention to Mirzosa's philosophic lecture without interrupting her, and as he was pretty much inclined to contradict, she was astonished at it. "Does the Sultan allow my system from beginning to end?" said she within herself. "No, that is not probable. Has he found it too bad to deign to attack it? That may be. My notions are not the most just that have been broached to this day, I grant it, but neither are they the most false, and I am apt to think that worse have been invented." In order to clear up this doubt, the favorite resolved to ask some questions of Mangogul. "Well, Prince," said she, "what are your thoughts of my system?" "It is admirable," answered the Sultan. "I find but one defect in it." "What defect is that?" replied the favorite. "It is," said Mangogul, "that it is as false can be. Pursuant to your notions, we must all be endowed with souls. Now observe, my soul's delight, that there is not common sense in this supposition. I have a soul, there is an animal that acts most part of the time as if he had none, and perhaps in reality he has none, even while he acts as if he had one. But he has a nose made like mine. I feel that I have a soul and that I think, therefore that animal has a soul and thinks likewise. This argument has been made use of above 1,000 years, and it has been impertinent full as long." "I own," said the favorite, "that it is not always evident that others think." "And add," replied Mangogul, "that it is evident on 100 occasions that they do not think. But in my opinion," says Mirzosa, "it would be going a great length to infer from thence that they never have or ever will think. A person is not always a beast for having been so sometimes, and your highness—" Mirzosa, fearing to offend the Sultan, stopped short. "Continue, madam," said Mangogul. "I understand you. Would you not have said, 'Has my highness never acted the beast?' I answer you that I have now and then, and that even I excused others for taking me for such, for you may easily imagine that they did not fail so to do, though they dared not to speak out." "Ah, Prince," cried the favorite, "if men refused a soul to the greatest monarch upon the earth, to whom could they allow one?" "Pray forbear compliments," says Mangogul. "I have for a moment laid down the crown and scepter. I have ceased to be a sultan in order to be a philosopher, and I can hear and speak the truth. I believe I have given you proofs of the one, and you have hinted to me, without offending me, and quite at your ease, that I have been sometimes no better than a beast. Permit me to thoroughly fulfill the duties of my new character. Far from agreeing with you," continued he, "that every creature that has legs, arms, hands, eyes, and ears as I have, possesses a soul like me, I declare to you that I am absolutely persuaded that 3/4 of the men and all the women are but mere machines." "There may possibly be as much truth," answered the favorite, "as politeness in what you say." "Oh," said the Sultan, "madam seems to be angry, and why the devil do you take it into your head to philosophize if you will not allow one to speak the truth? Is it in the schools that politeness is to be sought? I have left you full elbow room, pray allow me the same if you please. Well then, I was saying that ye are all beasts." "Yes, Prince, and this is what remained to be proved," added Mirzosa. "Nothing more easy," answered the Sultan. Then he set about detailing all the impertinences which had been said over and over with as little wit and delicacy as possible against a sex which possesses both these qualities in a sovereign degree. Never was Mirzosa's patience put to a greater trial, and you would never be tired in your whole life if I related all Mangogul's reasonings. This prince, who did not want good sense, was that day absurd beyond all comprehension, of which you shall be a judge.
"It is so true, by Jupiter," said he, "that a woman is but an animal, that I'll wager if I turn my ring on Cucufa's ring on my mare, I'll make her speak like a woman." Without doubt, there is the strongest argument that has ever been, or ever will be, made against us. Then she burst out into a loud fit of laughter. Mangogul, vexed to see no end to her laughter, went out in a hurry, resolved to try the whimsical experiment which occurred to his imagination. 28. 13th Trial of the Ring, the Little Mare. I am not a great portrait maker. I have exempted the reader from that of the favorite sultana, but I can never condescend to remit him that of the sultan's mare. She was of middling size and had a pretty good gait. The chief fault found in her in that regard was that she did not bridle her head sufficiently. Her color was white with blue eyes, small hooves, clean legs, firm hams, and light haunches. She had been taught to dance for a long time, and she made her bows like a master of ceremonies. On the whole, she was a pretty beast enough, and remarkably gentle. She was easily mounted, but one must be an excellent horseman to be able to keep the saddle. She had belonged to the Senator Aaron, but on a fine evening the skittish creature took fright, threw the saddle, and ran full speed to the Sultan's studs, carrying with her the saddle, bridle, furniture, housings, and caparisons of value, which became her so well that it was not thought proper to send them back. Mangogul went into his stables accompanied by his first secretary, Zigzag. "Listen attentively," said he, "and write." That very instant he turned his ring on the mare, which fell to leaping, prancing, kicking, bouncing, and neighing under the tail. "Where are your thoughts?" said the prince to his secretary. "Write then." "Sultan," replied Zigzag, "I wait till your highness begins." "My mare," says the sultan, "will dictate to you this once. Write." Zigzag, whom this order reduced too low in his own opinion, assumed the liberty to represent to the Sultan that he would always esteem it a high honor to be his secretary, but not that of his mare. "Write, I tell you," said the Sultan again. "Prince, I cannot," replied Zigzag. "I know not the orthography of this sort of words." "Write, however," said the Sultan once more. "I am excessively mortified to be obliged to disobey your highness, but you are a scoundrel," interrupted Mangogul, incensed at such a refusal so out of place. "Quit my palace and never appear there more." Poor Zigzag disappeared, having learned by experience that a man of spirit ought not to enter the palaces of most part of the great without leaving his sentiments at the gate. His deputy was called. He was a Provençal, frank, honest, and thoroughly disinterested. He flew whither he thought his duty and fortune called him, made a low bow to the Sultan, a lower still to his mare, and wrote everything that the beast vouchsafed to dictate. I must beg leave to refer those who are curious to know her discourse to the archives of Congo. This prince immediately ordered copies of it to be distributed among all his interpreters and professors of foreign languages, both ancient and modern. One said that it was a scene of some old Greek tragedy which he found very moving. Another, by the strength of his genius, discovered that it was an important fragment of Egyptian theology. A third pretended that the piece was written in Chinese, and that it was a very devout prayer to Confucius. While the literaries were trying the Sultan's patience with their learned conjectures, the Sultan recalled Gulliver's Travels, and made no doubt that a person who had lived so long as this Englishman, in an island where horses have a government, laws, kings, gods, priests, a religion, temples, and altars, and seemed so perfectly well instructed in their manners and customs, was a thorough master of their language. Accordingly, Gulliver read and interpreted the mare's discourse offhand, notwithstanding the orthographical errors in which it abounded. Nay, it is the only good translation of it in all Congo. Mangogul learned for his own private satisfaction, and for the honor of his system, that it was a historical abridgment of the amours of an old pasha of 3 tails with the little mare that had been attacked by an infinite number of jackasses before him. A singular anecdote, the truth of which, however, was not unknown to either the Sultan or to any other person at court, at Banza, and in the rest of the empire.
29. The best, perhaps, and the least read of this history. Mangogul's Dream, or A Voyage into the Region of Hypotheses.
"Wah," says Mangogul, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "My head aches. Let nobody evermore talk philosophy to me. Such conversations are unwholesome. Last night I lay on empty ideas, and instead of sleeping like a sultan, my brain worked more than those of my ministers do in a year. You laugh, but to convince you that I do not exaggerate, and to take my revenge for the bad night which your reasonings gave me, I enjoin you the penance of hearing my dream in its full extent. As soon as I began to nod, and my imagination to take its flight, I saw an odd animal bounce by my side. He had the head of an eagle, the feet of a griffin, the body of a horse, and the tail of a lion. I seized him, notwithstanding his prancing, and holding by his mane, I nimbly sprung on his back. Immediately he spread out long wings, which issued from his flanks, and I felt myself carried in the air with incredible swiftness. After driving a vast way, I espied in the emptiness of space a building suspended as by enchantment. It was a vast one. I will not say that it was faulty in its foundation, for it had none. Its columns, which were not half a foot in diameter, ran up out of sight, and supported arches which would not have been visible were it not for the symmetrical lights made in them. At the entrance into this edifice it was that my beast first stopped. At first I was in a doubt whether I should alight, for I apprehended less danger in sitting on my hippogriffin than in walking under this portico. However, encouraged by the multitude of its inhabitants, and by a remarkable security which was predominant in their countenances, I alight, go forward, mix with the crowd, and make my observations on those that composed it. They were old men, either bloated or feeble, without embonpoint and strength, and almost deformed. The head of one was too little, the arms of another too short. One was hump-backed, another bandy-legged. Most of them had no feet, and walked on crutches. A breath threw them down, and they remained on the ground until some newcomer was pleased to lift them up. All these defects notwithstanding, they pleased at first sight. They had in their physiognomy somewhat engaging and confident. They were almost naked, for all their clothing consisted of a small rag of stuff which did not cover the 100th part of their body. I continued to pierce the crowd, and got to the foot of a rostrum, for which a cobweb served as a canopy. The boldness of this rostrum was of a piece with the boldness of the building. To me it seemed placed on the point of a needle, and to support itself there in equilibrio. I trembled 100 times for the person who was in it. He was an old man, with a long beard, as withered and naked as any of his disciples. He had a cup full of a subtle fluid before him, into which he dipped a straw pipe, then put it to his mouth, and blew bubbles to a crowd of spectators around him, who were using their utmost endeavors to drive them up to the clouds. "Where am I?" said I to myself, all in confusion at these childish tricks. "What means this blower of bubbles, and all these decrepit infants employed in making them fly about? Who will let me into the secret of these things?" Besides, the little scraps of stuff had struck me, and I observed that the larger they were, the less those who wore them interested themselves in the bubbles. This singular remark emboldened me to accost him who was the least undressed of the company. I saw one whose shoulders were half covered with pieces so well fitted together that the seams were not to be seen. He walked forward and backward in the crowd with very little concern for what they were doing. He had an affable air, a smiling mouth, a noble gait, a mild look, and I went directly to him and asked him without ceremony, "Who are you? Where am I? And who are all these folks?" He answered, "I am Plato. You are in the region of hypotheses, and these folks are systematics. But by what chance is the divine Plato here, and what does he do among these madmen?" "Raising recruits," said he. "At a distance from this portico, I have a sanctuary whither I conduct those who abandon systems. And how do you employ them? In knowing man, practicing virtue, and sacrificing to the graces. These are noble employments. But what mean these shreds of stuff, whereby you look more like beggars than philosophers? Oh, what a question do you propose to me, said he with a sigh, and what thoughts do you bring back to my mind? This temple was formerly the temple of philosophy. Alas, how much this place is changed! The chair of Socrates was here. How, said I, interrupting him, did Socrates have a straw and blow bubbles? No, no, replied Plato, it was not by these means that he merited of the gods the name of the wisest of men. His constant occupation during life was forming heads and hearts. The secret was lost at his death. Socrates died, and the bright days of philosophy were no more. These pieces of stuff, which those very systematics think it an honor to wear, are scraps of his robe. Scarcely had his eyes been closed, when those who aspired to the title of philosophers seized his robe and tore it in pieces. I understand, said I. These pieces served as tickets both to them and their long posterity. Who will collect these scraps and restore us Socrates' robe? While he was uttering these words, I saw at a distance a child walking towards us in a slow but sure pace. He had a little head, slender body, weak arms, and short legs, but all these parts increased in all dimensions as he came forward. In the progress of his successive growth, he appeared to me under 100 different forms. I saw him directing a long telescope towards the heavens, estimating the fall of bodies by means of a pendulum, determining the weight of the air by a tube filled with mercury, and discomposing light with a prism. He was now become an enormous colossus. His head touched the heavens, his feet were lost in the abyss, and his arms reached from one pole to the other. With his right hand he brandished a torch, whose light spread a vast way in the sky, enlightened even the bottom of the waters, and penetrated into the entrails of the earth. I asked Plato what that gigantic figure was that was coming towards us. It is experience, he said. Scarcely had he made me this short answer when I saw experience draw near and the columns of the portico of hypotheses to shake, its arches to sink in, and its pavement to crack under our feet. Let us flee, said Plato, let us flee. This edifice has but a moment to stand. At these words he departs, and I follow him. The colossus arrives, strikes the portico, it tumbles down with a frightful noise, and I awake. Ah, Prince, cried Mirzoza, it's you that ought to dream. I would indeed be very glad that you had had a good night, but now that I know your dream, I should be very sorry that you had not dreamed it. Madam, said Mangogul, I could point out nights better spent than the night of this dream, which gives you so much pleasure, and if I had been master of making the journey or not, it is very probable that, not hoping to find you in the country of hypotheses, I would have bent my course elsewhere, and then, either I would not have the headache which I actually feel, or at least I would have reason to make myself easy under it. Prince, replied Mirzoza, it is to be hoped that it will soon go off, and that 1 or 2 experiments of your ring will rid you of it. I must try, said Mangogul. The conversation lasted some time longer between the Sultan and Mirzoza, so that he did not quit her until 11, when he went upon the expedition related in the following chapter.
30. 14th Trial of the Ring. The Mute Toy. Of all the ladies who shone at the Sultan's court, none had more charms and wit than young Egla, the wife of His Highness's great cupbearer. She was of all Mangogul's parties, who was much taken with the cheerfulness of her conversation, and as if there could be neither pleasure nor amusement without Egla, she was also of all the parties of the grandees of his court. Balls, public diversions, drawing rooms, feasts, private suppers, hunting matches, play, everywhere Egla was invited, and everywhere she appeared. It seemed as if the taste of amusements multiplied her, according to the will of those who desired her company. Wherefore it is needless to say that if no woman was as much sought after as Egla, there was none so diffused.
She had been always pursued by a crowd of lovers, and people were persuaded that she had not treated them all with severity. Whether it were inadvertence or thorough good nature, her common politeness frequently resembled premeditated regard, and those who endeavored to gain her sometimes read affection in her eyes, when she never intended more than affability. Neither caustic nor detracting, she never opened her mouth but to say pleasing things, which she did with such spirit and vivacity that on several occasions her encomiums raised a suspicion that she had a choice to justify. Thus it appears that those of whom Egla was the ornament and delight were unworthy of her. It was natural to think that a woman in whom no fault perhaps was to be found, but an excess of goodness, ought to have no enemies. Yet she had some, and very bitter ones. The devouts of Bonza found that she had too free an air, and somewhat too loose in her carriage, saw nothing in her conduct but a rage of worldly pleasures, inferred thence that her morals were equivocal at least, and charitably insinuated this to all those that would hear them. The court ladies did not treat Egla with greater tenderness. They suspected her intimacies, gave her gallants, even honored her with some great adventures, made her a party concerned in others. They knew particulars and quoted witnesses. "Good," whispered they, "she has been surprised tête-à-tête with Mel Raim in one of the groves of the great park. Egla does not want wit," added they, "but Mel Raim has too much good sense to be amused with her speeches alone, at 10 at night, in a grove." "You are mistaken," said a petite maître. "I have walked with her 100 times in the dusk of the evening, and found my account in it. But apropos, do you know that Zulamar is daily at her toilette? Doubtless we know it, and that she has no toilette but when her husband is in waiting at court. Poor Celebi," continued another. "Indeed, his wife advertises him by the aigrette and diamond buckles she received of the Pasha Ismail." "Is that true, madam?" "It is strict truth. I have it from her own mouth. But in the name of Brahma, let this go no further. Egla is my friend, and I should be very sorry." "Alas," cried a third sorrowfully, "the poor little creature ruins herself very cheerfully. A great pity, truly, but 20 intrigues at a time, that seems rather too much." The petite maîtres were not more sparing of her. One related a hunting match in which she and he lost themselves together. Another, out of respect for the sex, suppressed the consequences of a very smart conversation he held with her at a masquerade where he met her. A third made a panegyric of her wit and charms, and ended it by showing her portrait, which he declared he had from the best hands. "This portrait," said a fourth, "is more like her than that of which she made a present to Janaki." These stories at length came to her husband's ears. Celebi loved his wife, but still with such decency that nobody had the least suspicion of it. He repulsed the first reports, but they returned to the charge from so many quarters that he thought his friends more sighted than himself. And the more liberty he had granted to Egla, the more he suspected that she had abused it. Jealousy took possession of his soul. He began by cramping his wife. Egla bore this change of behavior with the greater impatience that she was conscious of her innocence. Her vivacity and the advices of her female friends hurried her into inconsiderate deportment, which made all the appearances turn against her, and had like to cost her her life. The violent Celebi for some time racked his brain with 1,000 projects of revenge, steel, poison, the fatal noose, etc., and at length resolved on a slower and more cruel punishment by confining her to his country seat, which is death, indeed, to a court lady. In word, orders are given, Egla is informed of her destiny, he is insensible to her tears and deaf to her reasons, and she is banished 200 miles from Bonza to an old castle where she is allowed no other company than 2 maids and 4 black eunuchs who continually watch her. Scarcely was she set out, than she was innocent. The petite maîtres forgot her adventures, the women forgave her her wit and charms, and all the world bemoaned her. Mangogul was apprised from Celebi's own mouth of the motives for his dreadful resolution he had taken against his wife, and seemed to be the only person that approved it. The wretched Egla had already groaned near 6 months under her exile when Kurfael's adventure happened. Mirzoza wished she might prove innocent, but durst not indulge those flattering hopes. However, she one day said to the Sultan, "Prince, might not your ring, which has saved Kurfael's life, put an end to Egla's banishment? But I forget myself. In order to that, her toy should be consulted, and the poor recluse is dying with grief 200 miles hence." "You interest yourself much in Egla's fate," answered Mangogul. "Yes, Prince, especially if she is innocent." "You shall have tidings of this affair within an hour," replied Mangogul. "Do you not remember the properties of my ring?" At these words he went into the garden, turned his ring, and in less than 15 minutes was in the park of the castle wherein Egla dwelt. There he espied Egla alone and overwhelmed with sorrow. Her head was leaning on her hand, she was tenderly repeating her husband's name, and with her tears she was watering the green turf on which she sat. Mangogul, drawing near, turned his ring on Egla, and Egla's toy said in a mournful strain, "I love Celebi." The Sultan waited for the sequel, but as it came not, he resorted to his ring, which he rubbed 2 or 3 times against his hat before he leveled it on Egla, but his labor was vain. The toy repeated, "I love Celebi," and stopped short. "There is a very discreet toy," said the Sultan. "Let us try once more and ply it closer." Whereupon he gave to his ring all the energy which it was capable of receiving, and turned it nimbly on Egla, but her toy continued mute. It either consistently kept silence, or broke it only by repeating these plaintive words, "I love Celebi, and have never loved any other man." Mangogul, being thoroughly satisfied, returned to Mirzoza in 15 minutes. "What, Prince, returned already? Well, what have you learned? Do you bring fresh matter for our conversations?" "I bring nothing," answered the Sultan. "What, nothing?" "Nothing at all. I never knew a toy so silent. I could get nothing from it but these words, 'I love Celebi, I love Celebi, and have never loved any other man.'" "Ah, Prince," replied Mirzoza with vivacity, "what do you tell me? What happy news! There is one virtuous woman found at last. Will you suffer her to remain miserable longer?" "No," answered Mangogul, "her banishment shall be at an end. But have you no apprehensions that it might be at the expense of her virtue? Egla is chaste, but consider, my heart's delight, what you require of me, to recall her to my court, in order that she may continue so. However, you shall be satisfied." The Sultan sent for Celebi immediately and told him that having made a strict inquiry into the reports spread abroad concerning Egla, he had found them false and calumnious, and commanded him to bring her back to court. Celebi obeyed and presented his wife to the Sultan. She was going to throw herself at His Highness's feet, but the Sultan, stopping her, said, "Madam, thank Mirzoza. Her friendship for you determined me to clear up the truth of the facts imputed to you. Continue to embellish my court, but remember that a pretty woman sometimes does herself as much mischief by acts of imprudence, by adventures." The very next day, Egla went on the Mani Manbanda, who received her with a smile. The petite maîtresses deroubled their insipidities towards her, and the women all ran to embrace her and give her joy, and began again to tear her in pieces.
Chapter 31. Was Mangogul in the right? From the time that Mangogul had received the fatal present of Kukufa, the ridicules and vices of the sex were become the eternal subject of his jokes. He was never done with them, and his favorite's patience was frequently quite tired out. Now, 2 cruel effects of this teasing on her, as well as on many others, was to put her into a bad humor, and to sour her temper. At those times, woe to him that came near her. She made no distinction of persons, and the Sultan himself was not spared. "Prince," said she to him in one of these peevish fits, "though you are so knowing in many things, perhaps you do not know the news of the day." "What is it?" said Mangogul. "It is that every morning you get by heart 3 pages of Brantome or of Ouville. people do not determine which of these two profound writers you prefer. They are mistaken, madam, answered Mangogul. 'Tis Crébillon that— Oh, pray, don't excuse yourself from that sort of reading, interrupted the favorite. The new calumnies that are invented on us are so insipid that it is better to revive the old. Truly, there are very good things in this same Brantôme. If to these little stories you add 3 or 4 chapters of Bayle, you alone will in a thrice have as much wit as the Marquis D and the Chevalier de Mouhy. That would spread a surprising variety on your conversation. When you have equipped the ladies from head to foot, you might then fall on the pagodas, and from the pagodas you might return on the women. In truth, all that you want to make you quite diverting is a small collection of impieties. You are in the right, madam, answered Mangogul, and I will take care to lay in a good stock. He who is afraid to be duped in this world and the next cannot be too much upon his guard against the power of the pagodas, the probity of men, and virtue of women. Then in your opinion, this virtue is a very ambiguous thing, replied Mirzosa. More so than you imagine, answered Mangogul. Prince, returned Mirzosa, you have 100 times talked to me of your ministers as the honestest men in Congo. I have so often patiently heard the praises of your seneschal, of the governors of your provinces, of your secretaries, of your treasurer, in a word, of all your officers, that I am able to repeat them by memory word for word. It is strange that the object of your tenderness should be the only person excepted from the good opinion you have conceived of those who have the honor of being near your person. And who told you that? Replied the Sultan. Be persuaded, madam, that the discourses, true or false, which I make on women, do by no means concern you, unless you think proper to represent the sex in general. I would not advise madam to that, added Selim, who was present at this conversation. She would gain nothing by it but defects. I do not, answered Mirzosa, relish compliments that are addressed to me at the expense of my sex. When anyone takes it into his head to praise me, I could wish that nobody suffered by it. Most of the fine speeches that are offered to us are like the sumptuous indictments which your highness receives from your pashas. They are always at the expense of the public. Let's pass that by, said Mangogul. But sincerely, are you not convinced that the virtue of the women of Congo is but a mere chimera? Pray observe, my soul's delight, what the present fashionable education is, what examples mothers set to their daughters, and how the head of a pretty woman is filled with the notion that to confine herself to domestic affairs, to manage her family and keep to her husband, is to lead a dismal life, to be eat up with vapors, and to bury herself alive. And at the same time, we men are so forward, and a young, inexperienced girl is so raptured with being a cact. I have said that virtuous women were rare, excessively rare, and far from changing my sentiment, I might add freely that it's surprising they are not more so. Ask Selim what he thinks of the matter. Prince, answered Mirzosa, Selim has too great obligations to our sex to tear them in pieces without mercy. Madam, said Selim, His Highness, who could not possibly meet with cruel women, ought naturally to think of the sex as he does, and you, who have the good nature to judge others by yourself, can hardly have any other sentiments than those which you defend. I will own, however, that I am apt to believe there are women of sense to whom the benefits of virtue are known by experience, and whom a serious reflection has convinced of the ill consequences of an irregular life. Women happily born, well educated, who have learned to feel their duty, who love it, and will never swerve from it. And to not lose ourselves in speculative reasoning, added the favorite, is not Egel, with all her sprightliness and charms, a model of virtue? Prince, you cannot doubt it, and all Bonza knows it from your mouth. Now, if there is one virtuous woman, there may be 1,000.
"Oh, as to the possibility, I dispute it not." "But if you allow it possible," replied Mirzosa, "who has revealed to you that they do not actually exist?" "Nothing but their toys," answered the Sultan. "And yet I grant that this evidence does not come up to the strength of your argument. May I be transformed into a mole if you have not borrowed it from some Brahmin. Order the Mani Monbanda's chaplain to be called, and he will tell you that you have proved the existence of virtuous women much as he demonstrates that of Brahma in Brahmanology. Apropos, have you not taken a course in that sublime school before you entered the seraglio?" "No ill-natured jokes," replied Mirzosa. "I do not draw my conclusion from possibility, I ground it on a fact, on an experiment. Yes, on a lame fact, on a single experiment, while to your certain knowledge I have a multitude of trials for my opinion. But I will not sour your temper by further contradictions." "It is a favor," said Mirzosa, "that after 2 hours' teasing you cease to persecute me. If I have committed the fault, I will endeavor to make amends for it. Madam, I give up all my past advantages, and if in the trials which I shall hereafter make, I light on a single woman really and constantly virtuous—" "What will you do?" interrupted Mirzosa smartly. "I will declare to the world, if you require it, that I am charmed with your reasoning on the possibility of virtuous women. I will support the reputation of your logic with all my might, and I will give you my castle of Amara with all the Saxon porcelains that adorn it, even without accepting the little sapajou, or red-faced monkey in enamel, and the other valuable knickknacks, which I had out of the cabinet of Madame de Ver." "Prince," says Mirzosa, "I will be content with the porcelains of the castle and the little monkey." "A bargain," replies the Sultan. "Selim shall be our judge. I only desire a little respite before I examine Egel's toy. The court heir and her husband's jealousy must be allowed time to operate." Mirzosa granted a month to Mangogul, which was double the time he required, and they parted equally filled with hope. The city of Banza would also have been full of wagers on either side if the Sultan's kamis had been divulged, but Selim kept the secret, and Mangogul clandestinely prepared for winning or losing. As he was quitting the favorite's apartment, he heard him call out to him from his closet, "Prince and the little monkey." "And the little monkey," answered Mangogul, and went out. He was going directly to the private lodge of a senator, whither we will attend him.
32. The 15th Trial of the Ring. Alfana. The Sultan was not ignorant that the young lords of the court had private lodges, but he was lately informed that those retreats were likewise used by some senators. He was much surprised at this. "What do they do there?" said he to himself, for in this volume he will keep up the custom of monology, which he contracted in the first. "I should think that a man whom I have entrusted with the tranquility, fortune, liberty, and lives of my people ought not to have a private lodge. But perhaps a senator's private lodge is quite different from that of a petit maitre. Can a magistrate before whom the interests of the greatest of my subjects are discussed, who holds the fatal urn out of which he is to draw the widow's lot, can he, I say, forget the dignity of his state and the importance of his duty, and while cocaine fatigues his lungs in vain by carrying the cries of the orphan to his ear, can he be studying subjects of gallantry which are to be ornaments over the door of a place of secret debauchery? That cannot be. However, let us see." He said, and departed for El Canto, where the senator Hippomenes has his private lodge. He enters, walks round the apartments, and examines the furniture. Everything has a gay appearance. The private lodge of Agaphilas, the nicest and most voluptuous of his courtiers, is not more elegant.
He was on the point of resolving to leave it, without knowing what to think, for besides all the rich beds, the looking-glass alcoves, the soft sofas, the cabinet of exquisite liquors, and everything else were silent witnesses of what he desired to know, when he espied a corpulent figure stretched on a couch and sunk in a deep sleep. He turned his ring on her, and from her toy he obtained the following anecdotes. Alphana is the daughter of a senator. If her mother's life had been shorter than it was, I should not have been here. The immense wealth of the family was squandered by the old fool, and she left little or nothing to her 4 children, 3 boys and a girl, whose toy I am, alas, to my great misfortune, and to be sure for my sins. How many indignities have I suffered? How many more still remain to be borne? The world said that the cloister agreed very well with the fortune and figure of my mistress, but I found it did not suit with me. I preferred the military art to the monastic state, and I made my first campaigns under the Emir Azalof. I perfected myself under the great Nagasaki, but the ingratitude of the service disgusted me and made me quit the sword for the gown. Thus I am on the point of belonging to a little scoundrel of a senator, quite bloated with his talents, his wit, his figure, his equipage, and his birth. I am now 2 hours in waiting for him. To be sure he will come, because his gentleman has apprised me that when he comes, it is his madness to let people wait a long time. Alphana's toy was thus far advanced when Hippomenes arrived. At the bustle of his train and the caresses he bestowed on his greyhound favorite, Alphana awoke. "Oh, are you there, my queen?" says the little president. "It's very difficult to come at you. How do you like my little lodge? It is as good as some others, is it not?" Alphana, putting on a bashful, shy, distressed air, as if we had never seen a private lodge before, says her toy, and as if I had no share in her adventures, cried out in a mournful manner, "My Lord President, I take an uncountable step for you. The passion that drags me to you must surely be very violent, since it shuts my eyes to the dangers which I incur. For what would the world say if there was any suspicion of me being here?" "You are right," answered Hippomenes. "Your proceeding is liable to misinterpretations, but you may rely on my discretion." "But," replied Alphana, "I rely also on your conduct." "Oh, as to that," says Hippomenes, "I shall be very modest, and how is it possible not to be as devout as an angel in a private lodge? In truth, you have a charming neck." "Hat on," says Alphana, "you break your word already." "Not at all," replies the president, "but you have not answered my question. What do you think of this furniture?" And then, turning to his greyhound, "Come hither, Folly, give me thy paw, my child. Folly is a good girl. Will madam be pleased to take a turn in the garden? Let us walk on my terrace, it is a charming one. I am overlooked by some of my neighbors, but possibly they will not know you." "My Lord President, I am not curious," says Alphana with an air of dudgeon. "I think we are better here." "Just as you please," answers Hippomenes. "If you are tired, there is a bed. If you have the least inclination, I advise you to try it. Young Asteria and little Phenice, who are great judges, assure me that it is a good one." While Hippomenes was talking thus impertinently to Alphana, he pulled off her gown by the sleeves, unlaced her stays, untied her petticoats, and disengaged her 2 clumsy feet from 2 little slippers. When Alphana was almost naked, then did she perceive that Hippomenes was undressing her. "What are you doing?" cried Alphana, quite surprised. "President, you don't consider. I shall be angry in real." "Ah, my queen," answered Hippomenes, "to be angry with a man who loves you as I do would be such an oddity as you are not capable of. May I presume to entreat you to walk to this bed?" "To this bed?" replied Alphana. "Ah, my Lord President, you abuse my tenderness. I to go into a bed? I into a bed?
No, no, my queen, answered Hippomenes, that is not the thing. Who desires you to go to it? But you must, if you please, suffer yourself to be conducted to it, for you may easily conclude that your size, that I cannot be in the humor of carrying you to it. Nevertheless, he grasped her about the waist, and making some efforts, "Oh, how weighty she is," says he, "but my child, if you do not lend a helping hand, we shall never reach it." Alphana was sensible that he spoke truth, lent her assistance, compassed getting on her legs, advanced towards that bed at which she had been so scared, partly on her own feet, and partly on the shoulders of Hippomenes, to whom she pantingly said, "Surely I must have been a great fool to come here. I confided in your good conduct, and your extravagance is quite unreasonable." "Not at all," answered Hippomenes, "not at all. You see that what I do is decent, very decent." 'Tis probable that they said many other genteel things of this sort, but as the Sultan did not think proper to spend more time attending their conversation, those things are lost to posterity. What a pity!
33. 16th Trial of the Ring. The Petit Mite. Twice a week, the favorite kept a drawing room. The preceding evening, she named the women whom she would willingly see, and the Sultan gave the list of the men. The company always came richly dressed. The conversation was either general or particular. When the amorous history of the court failed of furnishing real diverting adventures, stories were invented, and necessity sometimes compelled them to run into bad tales, which were called a continuation of the Arabian Nights' entertainments. The men had the privilege of saying all the extravagant things that came into their heads, and the women that of nodding while they gave ear to them. At these meetings, the Sultan and his favorite put themselves on a level with their subjects. Their presence gave no sort of check to whatever could amuse, and people seldom found the time tedious. Mangogul had learned early in his life that pleasures are not to be found above the foot of the throne, and no man descended from it with better grace, or knew how to put off majesty more à propos. While he was surveying the private lodge of the Senator Hippomenes, Mirzoza waited for him in the rose-colored salon with the youthful Zaide, the cheerful Leocris, the lively Serica, Amina and Benzaira, the wives of two emirs, Orfisa the prude, and Vetula, the great seneschal's lady, temporal mother of all the Brahmins. It was not long before he appeared. He entered attended by Count Hanitalon and the Chevalier Fades. Alciphonor, an old rake, and his disciple young Marmolin followed him, and 2 minutes after arrived the Pasha Griffgriff, the Aga Fortimbeck, and the Selectar Velvet Paw. These were the most absolute petit mites of the court. Mangogul called them together designedly. Having heard 1,000 stories of their gallant exploits, he resolved to be informed in such a manner as might banish all future doubt. "Well, gentlemen," says he to them, "ye whom nothing escapes that passes in the empire of gallantry, what news from thence? How far are the speaking toys got?" "Sir," replied Alciphonor, "the racket they make increases daily, and if it continues we shall soon not be able to hear ourselves. But nothing is so diverting as the indiscretion of Zobeida's toy. It has given her husband a catalogue of her adventures. And a prodigious one," says Marmolin. "It mentions 5 agas, 20 captains, almost an entire company of janissaries, 12 Brahmins, and they say that I am named too, but that is a mere joke. The best past of the affair is," added Griffgriff, "that the affrighted husband ran away with his fingers in his ears." "This is quite horrible," said Mirzoza. "Yes, madam," interrupted Fortimbeck, "horrible, frightful, execrable. More than all that, if you please," replied the favorite, "to dishonor a woman on hearsay." "Madam, it's literally true. Marmolin has not added one word to the story," says Velvet Paw. "It's fact," says Griffgriff.
Good, says Hanatelon. There's an epigram already handed about concerning it, and an epigram is made for nothing. But why should Marmolin be safe from the prattle of the toys? Sinara's toy has insisted on speaking in its turn, and to blend me with people who do not stake their all. But how to help that? The right thing is not to be disturbed at it, says Velvet Paw. You are right, answered Hanatelon, and instantly fell to singing. Mon bonheur fut si gras que j'ai peine à le croire. My fortune was so great that I scarcely can believe it. Count, says Mangogul to Hanatelon. To Hanatelon, then you have been particularly acquainted with Sinara. Sir, answered Velvet Paw, who doubts it? He has walked with her for more than 1 moon. They have been sung, and all this would have lasted to this day if he had not at length discovered that she was not handsome, and that she had a large mouth. Allowed, replied Hanatelon, but that imperfection was balanced by an uncommon agreeableness. How long since this adventure? Asked the prude Warfisa. Madam, replied Hanatelon, its epoch is not present in my memory. I must have recourse to the chronological tables of my good fortune. There may be seen the day and minute, but it's a large volume with which my servants amuse themselves in the antechamber. Hold, says Alciphonor, I recollect that it was precisely a year after Griff fell out with Madame la Seneschal. She has the memory of an angel, and can tell you exactly. That nothing is more false than your date, answered the Seneschal's lady gravely. It's well known that blockheads were never of my taste. Yet, madam, replied Alciphonor, you will never persuade us that Marmolin was excessively wise when he was conducted into your apartment by the back stairs whenever the Highness summoned the Seneschal to council. There can be no greater extravagance, in my opinion, added Velvet Paw, to enter a woman's chamber by stealth for nothing, for people thought nothing more of his visits than what was really fact, and Madame was already in full enjoyment of that reputation of virtue which she has so well supported since that time. But that's an age ago, says Fidesz. It was pretty much about that same time that Zuleika made a slip from the Selectar, who was her humble servant, to take possession of Griff, whom she dropped 6 months after. She is now got as far as Fortembeck. I'm not sorry for my friend's little stroke of good luck. I see her, I admire her, but entirely without pretensions. Yet Zuleika, says the favorite, is very amiable. She has wit, taste, and something I do not know how engaging in her countenance, which I would prefer to charms. I grant that, madam, answered Fidesz, but she is mager, has no neck, and her thigh is so skinny that it raises one's pity. You are very well acquainted with it, to be sure, added the Sultana. Oh, madam, replied Hanatelon, you may guess that. I have visited Zuleika very seldom, and yet I know as much of that affair as Fidesz. I can easily believe you. But apropos, might one ask Griff if he has been long in possession of Zerphila? There's what you may call a pretty woman. She has an admirable shape. And who doubts it? Added Marmolin. How happy is the Selectar, continued Fidesz. I give you, Fidesz, interrupted the Selectar, for the best provided gallant of the court. To my knowledge, he has the vizir's wife, the 2 prettiest actresses of the opera, and a bullable grisette whom he keeps in his private lodge. And I, replied Fidesz, would give up the vizir's wife, the 2 actresses, and the grisette, for one glance from a certain woman with whom the Selectar is very well, and who has the least suspicion that the world knows it. And then, stepping up to Leocris, says, your blushes are ravishing. Hanatelon was long wavering between Melissa and Fatima, 2 charming women. One day he was for Melissa the fair, the next for Fatima the nut brown. The poor man, continues Fidesz, was strangely embarrassed. Why didn't he take them both? So he did, says Alciphonor.
Our petit maisters were, as you see, in a right queue not to stop here when Zobeida, Sinara, Zuleika, Melissa, Fatima, and Zerphila sent in their names.
This ill-timed circumstance disconcerted them for a moment, but they soon recovered from their ruffle and fell on other women whom their detraction had hitherto spared, only because they had not time to tear them to pieces. Mirzoza, quite out of patience at their discourses, said, "Gentlemen, considering the merit and probity in particular, which must needs be allowed ye, it cannot be doubted but that you have enjoyed all the good fortunes of which you boast. I must own nevertheless that I would be very glad to hear the toys of these ladies on this head, and that I would most heartily thank Brahma if he would deign to render justice to truth by their mouths." "That is to say," replies Hanatilan, "that madam would desire to hear the same things twice over. Well, to oblige her, we'll repeat them." But Mangogul set about applying his ring in order of seniority. He began by Madame la Seneschale, whose toy coughed 3 times, and with a trembling and broken voice said, "To the great Seneschal I am indebted for the first fruits of my pleasures, but I had not been his property about 6 months, when a young Brahmin gave my mistress to understand that a woman can do no injury to her husband when she thinks on him. I relished the moral, and thenceforth thought I might with a safe conscience admit a senator, then a privy councillor, then a pontiff, then 1 or 2 masters of requests, then a musician. And Marmelin, says Fades. Marmelin, replies the toy, I know him not, unless it be that young coxcomb whom my lady ordered to be kicked out of her house for some insolence, the particulars of which I have forgot." Sonara's toy took up the discourse and said, "Do you interrogate me concerning Alciphonor, Fades, and Griff? I have indeed been pretty well served, but this is the first time that I ever heard these folks named. However, I shall get some account of them from Amalek the Emir, Telenor the financier, or the Vizier Abderram, who know the whole world and are my good friends." Sonara's toy is discreet, says Hanatilan. It mentions not Seraphis, Ahiram, the old Trebuster, and the young Mahmud, who is not made to be forgotten, nor does it accuse the least Brahmin, though it has been running through the monasteries these 12 years. "I have received some visits in my life," says Melissa's toy, "but not one from Griff or Fortimbec, and much less still from Hanatilan." "My little heart of a toy," replied Griff, "you are mistaken. You may disclaim Fortimbec and me, but as to Hanatilan, he is better with you than you allow. He has told me a word or 2 on the subject, and he is a spark of the greatest veracity in Congo, a better man than any of those whom you have known, and is still capable of establishing the reputation of a toy." "The reputation of an impostor can no more escape him than his friend Fades," says Fatima's toy with a sob. "What have I done to these monsters to dishonor me? The son of the Abyssinian emperor came to Ergabed's court. I pleased him, he pursued me, but he would have failed of success, and I should have continued faithful to my husband whom I loved, had not the traitor Velvet Paw and his base accomplice Fades corrupted my women and introduced the young prince into my bath." The toys of Zerphila and Zulika, who had the same cause to defend, spoke both at the same time, but with such rapidity that it was extremely difficult to render each of them its due. "Favors," cried one. "To Velvet Paw," says the other. "Something may be said for Zinzim, Cerebellin, Bemendel, Agarias, the French slave Ricoli, the young Abyssinian Thesica. But as for the insipid Velvet Paw, the insolent Fades, I swear by Brahma, I call the great Paga and the genius Kakufa to witness. I know them not. I never had the least dealings with them." Zerphila and Zulika would have run on, God knows how far, if Mangogul had not turned off his ring, but as this magic ring ceased acting on them, their toys closed their lips, and a profound silence succeeded the noise they made. Then the Sultan rose up, and darting furious looks on our young blockheads, said, "You have taken the liberty to defame women whom you never had the honor of coming near, and who hardly know your names. Who has made you insolent enough to lie in my presence? Tremble, wretches." At these words he grasped his scimitar, but the screams of the affrighted ladies stopped his hand. "I was going," says Mangogul, "to give you the death which you have merited, but the ladies whom you have injured have a right to determine your fate. It shall depend on them either to crush you or to let them live. Speak, ladies, what are your commands?" "That they live," says Mirzoza, "and hold their tongues if possible." "Live," replies the Sultan, "these ladies permitted, but if you ever forget on what condition, I swear by my father's soul." Mangogul did not complete his oath, being interrupted by one of the gentlemen of his bedchamber, who informed him that the comedians were ready. This prince had imposed it on himself as a law never to retard the public diversions. "Let them begin," says he, and immediately gave his hand to the favorite, whom he accompanied to her box.
34. 17th Trial of the Ring. The Comedy. Had the taste of good declamation been known in Congo, there were some comedians who might well be spared. Of 30 persons which composed the band, there was but 1 great actor and 2 tolerable actresses. The genius of authors was obliged to comply with the mediocrity of the greatest number, and there was no room to hope that a play would be performed with any tolerable success without taking care to model the characters on the defects of the comedians. This is what was meant in my time by the custom of the stage. Formerly, the actors were made for the pieces, but now the pieces were made for the actors.
If you offered a new play, to be sure it underwent an examination to know whether the subject was engaging, the intrigue well connected, the characters supported, and the diction pure and flowing. But if there were no parts for Roscius and Aramina, it was refused. The Kislar Agassi, superintendent of the Sultan's pleasures, had packed a company of players together as he could find them, and this was the first representation of a new tragedy at the Seraglio. It was composed by a modern author who had gained such reputation that though his piece had been but a string of impertinences, it would assuredly have met with a favorable reception. But he did not debase his character. His work was well written, his scenes conducted with art, his incidents managed with dexterity, the interest went on increasing and the passions in being developed. The acts, naturally linked together and full, constantly held the audience in suspense with regard to the sequel and satisfied with what was past. And they were got to the fourth act of this masterpiece, to a very moving scene which was a preparation to another still more interesting, when Mangogul, in order to save himself from the ridicule of listening to the tender parts, pulled out his glass and, acting the inattentive, surveyed the several boxes. In the front box, he observed a woman in great emotion, but of an ill-timed sort, as having no relation to the piece. His ring was instantly leveled at her, and in the midst of most pathetic commendations, a toy, panting for breath, was heard addressing the player in these terms: pray stop, Orgoli, you melt me excessively. There's no bearing it." The audience listened and looked towards the place whence the voice proceeded, and the word ran through the pit that it was a toy that made the speech. "Which toy?" says one, "and what has it said?" And without waiting for an answer, there was a general clap and cry, "Encore! Encore!" The author, who was behind the scenes, fearing that this unlucky accident might interrupt the representation of his piece, foamed with rage, and gave the whole race of toys to Beelzebub. The noise was great and lasting, and had it not been for the respect due to the Sultan, the play would have stopped short at this incident, but the Sultan made a sign for silence, the actors resumed their parts, and went through the play. The Sultan, curious to know the consequences of so public a declaration, caused the toy that made it to be observed. Word was soon brought him that the player was to go from the stage to Erathila's house. He prevented him, thanks to the power of his ring, and was in this lady's apartment when Orgoli sent in his name. Erathila was under arms, that is, in an amorous dishabille, and wantonly stretched on a couch. The comedian entered with a solemn, haughty, insipid air of a conqueror. With the left hand he waved a plain hat with a white feather in it, and caressed his nostrils and upper lip with the tops of the fingers of his right hand, a very theatrical gesture which was admired by connoisseurs. His bow was cavalier, and his compliment familiar. "Oh, my queen!" cried he in an affected tone, stooping to Erathila. "What a trim you are in! But do you know that in that careless garb you are adorable?" The tone of this scoundrel shocked Mangogul. The prince was young, and might possibly be ignorant of certain customs. "Then you like me, my dear?" answered Erathila. "To ravishment, I tell you. That gives me great joy. I wish you would repeat that passage which raised such emotions in me a while ago. That passage. There. Yes, it is that same. How seducing a rogue he is. But go on. That moves me strangely." In pronouncing these words, Erathila darted such glances at her hero that bespoke everything, and stretched out her hand to him, which the impertinent Orgoli kissed by way of acquittance. Prouder of his talent than of his conquest, he declaimed with emphasis, and the lady was so enraptured that one minute she conjured him to continue, and the next to stop. Mangogul, judging by her looks that her toy would willingly play its part in this rehearsal, chose rather to guess at the rest of the scene than to be present at it. He disappeared and returned to the favorite who expected him. On the receipt of this adventure which the Sultan made her, Prince, what do you say?" cried she. "Then the women have fallen into the lowest degree of meanness. A comedian, the slave of the public, a buffoon. Well, if those folks had nothing against them but their state of life, but most of them have neither morals nor sentiments, and even among them that Orgoli is but a machine. He has never thought, and if he had not learned some parts in plays, perhaps he would never have spoken." "Delight of my heart," replied Mangogul, "you run into lamentations without considering the matter sufficiently. Then, have you forgotten Haria's pack? By Jove, a comedian, I think, is as good as a pug dog." "You say right, Prince," resumed the favorite. "I am a fool for interesting myself for creatures that do not deserve it. Let Palabria idolize her baboons. Let Salika have her vapors treated by Farfadi in her own way. Let Haria live and die among her dogs. Let Erafila abandon herself to all the buffoons of Congo. What is all this to me? I only risk a castle thereby. Nay, I perceive that I must have no thoughts of it, and I have taken my resolution accordingly." "Farewell, the little monkey," says Mangogul. "Farewell, the little monkey," replies Mirzosa, "and the good opinion which I had conceived of my sex. I believe I shall never resume it. Prince, you will allow me not to suffer a woman to enter these doors this fortnight at least." "But you must have some company," added the Sultan. "I shall enjoy your company, or please myself in expecting it, and if any moments remain on my hands, I shall dispose them for Rickery and Selim, who are attached to me, and whose conversation I love. When I happen to be tired of the erudition of my lecturer, your courtier will divert me with the adventures of his youth."
35. Conversation on literature. The favorite loved men of genius without pretending to be a genius herself. On her toilette, among jewels and other female ornaments, the novels and pamphlets of the time were to be met with, and she talked of them wonderfully well. From a Cavagnol and Beribi, she passed with ease and propriety to the course of an academician or other learned man, and everybody confessed that the natural delicacy of her understanding made her discover beauties or defects in those several works, which had sometimes escaped their lucubrations. Mirzosa astonished them by her penetration, embarrassed them by her questions, but never abused the advantages which her wit and beauty gave her, and people were not sorry for being detected in the wrong by her. Towards the close of an evening which she had passed with Mangogul, Selim came, and she sent for Rikarik. The African author has reserved Selim's character for another place, but he informs us here that Rikarik was a member of the Academy of Congo, that his erudition had not hindered him from being a man of wit, that he had acquired a profound knowledge of former ages, that he had a scrupulous attachment to the ancient rules, which he cited eternally, that he was a machine by principles, and that it was impossible to be a more zealous partisan of the first writers of Congo, but more especially of one Mirufla, who, about 3,040 years before, had composed a sublime poem in the Caffrean language on the conquest of a great forest, out of which the Caffres expelled the monkeys, who were in possession of it from time immemorial. Rikarik had translated it into Congese and published a very beautiful edition of it, illustrated with notes, scholia, various readings, and all the embellishments of a Benedictine edition. Besides, they had of him 2 bad tragedies writ according to all the rules, a panegyric on crocodiles, and some operas. "I bring you, madam," says Rikarik with a low bow, "a novel which is ascribed to the Marquisha Tamazi, but in which we unluckily discover the hand of Mulhazan, the answer of our president Lambadago to the discourse of the poet Tuxagraphus, which we received yesterday, and the Tamerlan of this last." "This is admirable," says Mangogul. "The press goes on incessantly, and if the husbands of Congo performed their duty as well as the writers, in less than 10 years I might be enabled to set 1,600,000 men on foot, and promise myself the conquest of Mono Imuji. We will read the novel at leisure. Now let us see the harangue, especially that part which relates to me." Rikarik turned it over and light on this passage. "The ancestors of our august emperor have rendered themselves illustrious without doubt, but Mangogul, greater than they, has prepared quite different subjects of admiration for future ages.
What do I say of admiration? Let us speak more accurately, of incredulity. If our ancestors had cause to assert that posterity would esteem as fables the wonders of Canaglu's reign, how much more reason have we to think that our descendants will refuse credit to the prodigies of wisdom and valor of which we are witnesses? My poor Mr. Lambadago, says the Sultan, you are but a retailer of phrases. What I have reason to believe is that your successors will one day eclipse my glory by that of my son, as you make my father's vanish before mine, and so on, as long as there will be one academician left. What do you think, Mr. Ricarik? Prince, all that I can say, answered Ricarik, is that the passage which I have read to your highness was extremely relished by the public. Then the true taste of eloquence is lost in Congo. It was not thus that the sublime Homologo praised the great Aben. Prince, said Ricarik, true eloquence is nothing but the art of speaking in a noble and at the same time agreeable and persuasive manner. Add, and sensible, continued the Sultan, and upon this principle judge your friend Lambadago. With all the respect that I have for modern eloquence, he is but a false declaimer. But, Prince, answered Ricarik, without passing the bounds of that which I owe your highness, will you permit me— What I give you full permission to do, replied Mangogul smartly, is to respect good sense beyond my highness, and to tell me sincerely if an eloquent man can ever dispense himself from showing some signs of sense of it. No, Prince, answered Ricarik, and he was going to string up a long bead roll of authorities and cite all the rhetoricians of Africa, the 2 Arabias, and China, in order to prove the most incontestable thing in the world, when he was interrupted by Selim. All your authors, said the courtier, will never prove that Lambadago is not a very awkward and indecent haranguer. Pray, Mr. Ricarik, excuse these expressions. I honor you in a singular manner, but indeed, laying aside the prejudice of confraternity, can you avoid allowing with us that as the Sultan now reigning is just, amiable, beneficent, and a great warrior, he does not need the embroidery of your rhetoricians to be as great as his ancestors, and a son who is exalted by depressing his father and grandfather would be very ridiculously vain if he were not sensible that in embellishing him with one hand he is disfigured by the other. In order to prove that Mangogul is as well made a man as any of his predecessors, do you think it necessary to knock off the heads of the statues of Ergebzed and Canaglu? Mr. Ricarik, says Mirzosa, Selim is in the right. Let everyone enjoy what belongs to him, and let us not make the public suspect that our panegyrics are a sort of robberies committed on the memory of our fathers. Declare this from me in the next full meeting of the Academy. People are too long in possession of this custom to expect any benefit from this advice. I believe, sir, that you are mistaken, said Ricarik to Selim. The Academy is still the sanctuary of good taste, and its best times do not afford us either philosophers or poets whom we cannot match at this day. Our stage has passed, and may still pass for the first stage of Africa. Oh, what a work is the Tamerlan of Tuxagraphus! It's the pathetic of Eurysipes and the loftiness of Azopha, its antiquity quite pure. I saw the first representation of Tamerlan, and join with you in thinking the work well conducted, the dialogue elegant, and the propriety of characters well observed. What difference, madam, interrupted Ricarik, between such an author as Tuxagraphus, fatted with the perusal of the ancients, and most of our moderns? Yet these moderns, said Selim, whom you demolish here at your ease, are not so contemptible as you pretend. What, don't you find genius, invention, fire, details, characters, and fine strokes of wit in them? And of what importance are rules to me, provided a writer pleases me? Certainly it is not the observations of the wise Al-Mudir and the learned Abul-Dak, nor the art of poetry of the deep-read Fakhardin, which I have never perused, that makes me admire the pieces of Abul Kazim, Muhadar, Al-Babukar, and many other Saracens. Is there any other rule than the imitation of nature, and do we not have as good eyes as those who studied her?
Nature, answered Ricarik, presents us with different faces every instant.
They are all true, but all are not equally beautiful. It is in these works, on which you seem not to set any great value, that we should learn to choose. They are collections of their own experiments, and also of those which had been made before them. Whatever strength of understanding a person may have, things must be observed successively, and one man cannot hope to see in the short course of his life all that had been discovered to his time. Otherwise, we may assert that any one science might owe its birth, progress, and utmost perfection to one head, which is contrary to experience. Mr. Rhetoric, replied Selim, the only consequence that I can draw from your argument is that as the moderns are in possession of treasures amassed up to their times, they must be richer than the ancients. Or, if this comparison displeases you, that as they are raised on the shoulders of those giants, they ought to see farther than them. And, in fact, what is their natural philosophy, their astronomy, their navigation, their mechanics, their calculations, in comparison of ours? And why may not our eloquence and poesy have the superiority likewise? Selim, said the Sultana, Rhetoric will at some proper time give you the reasons of this difference. He will tell you why our tragedy is inferior to that of the ancients. For my part, I willingly undertake to show you that it is so. I will not accuse you, continued she, of not having read the ancients. Your mind is too well adorned to be ignorant of their stage. Now, abstracting from certain notions relative to their customs, manners, and religion, which shock you purely because circumstances are changed, you will allow that their subjects are noble, well-chosen, and interesting, that the action naturally develops itself, that their dialogue is simple and very near nature, that the unraveling of their plot is not strained, that the interest is not divided, nor the action overloaded with episodes. Transport yourself in idea to the Isle of Islandala, examine everything that passes there, attend to all that is said from the moment that young Ibrahim and the crafty Forfanti landed thereon, approach the cave of the wretched Polixili, lose not a word of her complaints, and then tell me if any one circumstance draws you out of the illusion. Name me a modern piece that can bear the same examination and pretend to the same degree of perfection, and I grant you the victory. By Brahma, cried the Sultan, yawning, Madam has made an academical dissertation. I do not understand the rules, continued the favorite, and much less the learned words in which they are expressed, but I know that nothing but the true can please and touch. I also know that the perfection of a dramatic piece consists in the exact imitation of an action, so that the spectator, continually deceived, imagines he is present at the very action. Now, pray, is there anything like this in the tragedies which you extol to us? Do you admire the manner in which they are conducted? It is generally so complicated that it must be a miracle that so many things should happen in so little time. The ruin or preservation of an empire, the marriage of a princess, the loss of a prince, all this is done with the turn of a hand. Is the subject a conspiracy? It is sketched out in the first act, it is connected and strengthened in the second, all the measures are taken, the obstacles are removed, the conspirators are quite ready for action in the third. Immediately there shall be a revolt, an engagement, perhaps a pitched battle, and you will call this conduct, interest, fire, verisimilitude? I can never excuse it. You especially who are not ignorant what it sometimes costs to put an end to a pitiful intrigue, and how much time the smallest political affair absorbs in taking measures, in previous meetings, and in deliberations. I grant, madam, answered Selim, that our pieces are a little overcharged, but it is a necessary evil. Without the assistance of episodes, the audience would be chilled. That is to say that in order to give spirit to the representation of a fact, it must be made such as it neither is nor ought to be. This is ridiculous in the highest degree, unless it be still more absurd to make the violins play up rigadoos and country dances while the audience are in deep concern for a prince who is on the point of losing his mistress, his throne, and his life. "Madam, you are in the right," said Mangogul. "The music should be mournful on those occasions, and I go to order you some of that kind." Mangogul rose up, went out, and the conversation was continued between Selim, Rhetoric, and the favorite. "At least, madam," replied Selim, "you will not deny that if the episodes draw us out of the illusion, the dialogue leads us back into it. I see no one who understands it like our tragic writers." "Then nobody understands it," resumed Mirzosa. "The emphasis, wit, and affected decorations which predominate in it are 1,000 leagues distance from nature. In vain does the author endeavor to conceal himself. My eyes are penetrating, and I discover him incessantly behind the persons of the drama. Cinna, Sertorius, Maximus, and Emilus are Corneille's speaking trumpets in almost every page. This is not the way that people converse in our ancient Saracen authors. Rhetoric will, if you desire it, translate you some of scenes out of them, and then you will hear pure nature speaking by their mouths. I could willingly say to the moderns, gentlemen, instead of dealing out wit to your personages on every occasion, put them in such circumstances which must inspire them of some. After what Madame has declared on the management and the dialogue of our dramas, there is no great probability, says Selim, that she will show indulgence to the plots. No, certainly, replied the favorite, there are 100 bad for one good. This is not brought on properly. That is quite miraculous. Is an author encumbered with a personage which he has dragged from scene to scene through 5 acts, he dispatches him with a stab of a poniard. Everybody falls to crying, and I burst into laughter. Besides, did mortals ever speak as we declaim? Do kings and princes walk otherwise than a well-bred man? Have they ever gesticulated like persons possessed or raging mad? Do princesses speak in a shrill, squeaking tone? It is often supposed that we have carried tragedy to a high degree of perfection, and I, on the contrary, think it is next to demonstration that of all the kinds of literary works to which the Africans have applied themselves in these latter ages, this one is the most imperfect. The favorite was advanced thus far in her sally against our theatrical pieces, when Mangogul returned. Madam, said he, you will oblige me in continuing. You see, I have a secret to abridge a poetical subject when I find it tedious.
I suppose, continued the favorite, a person just arrived from Angola, who had never heard a play mentioned but otherwise does not want good sense and breeding, has some acquaintance with the courts of princes, the intrigues of courtiers, the jealousies of ministers, and the double dealings of women, to whom I say in confidence, my friend, there are terrible commotions actually in the Seraglio. The prince, dissatisfied with his son, in whom he suspects a passion for the Manimanbanda, is a man capable of taking the most cruel vengeance of them both. This adventure will, in all probability, be attended with dismal consequences. If you choose it, I will make you an eyewitness of all that passes. He accepts my offer, and I carry him into a box screened by a blind, from whence he sees the stage, which he takes for the Sultan's palace. Do you believe, notwithstanding the serious air I put on, that this person's illusion can last a moment? Will you not rather agree with me that the stiff, affected carriage of the actors, the oddity of their dress, the extravagance of their gestures, the emphasis of a singular language in rhyme and cadence, and 1,000 other shocking dissonances, must make him laugh in my face before the first scene is over, and tell me either that I make game of him or that the prince and all his court are mad? I own, said Selim, that this supposition strikes me, but may I not observe to you that people go to the playhouse fully persuaded that they are to see the imitation of an event and not the event itself? And ought that persuasion, replied Mirzosa, to hinder the players from representing the event in the most natural manner? All this means, madam, interrupted Mangogul, that you put yourself at the head of the censors. And if your opinion be received, continued Selim, the empire is threatened with the decay of good taste. Barbarism will revive, and we are in danger of relapsing into the ignorance of the ages of Mamurra and Orindado. My lord,
Pray have no such apprehensions. I hate peevish humors and will not add to their number. Besides, I have the glory of His Highness too much at heart to think of ever attempting to tarnish the splendor of his reign. But if credit were given to us, is it not true, Mr. Reekerick, that literature would shine with greater luster? How, said Mangogul, have you not a memorandum on this subject to present to your seneschal? No, sir, answered Reekerick, but after having thanked your highness for in back of the literati for the new inspector you have given them, I would most humbly remonstrate to your seneschal that the choice of learned men appointed to revise manuscripts is an affair of great nicety, that this trust is committed to persons who seem to me very much inferior to their employ, and from thence results a crowd of evil effects, such as curtailing good works, cramping the best geniuses, who not being at liberty to write in their own way, either write not at all, or send their productions with considerable sums to foreigners, giving a bad opinion of those topics which are prohibited to be discussed, and 1,000 other inconveniences, which would be too tedious to mention to your highness. I would advise him to retrench the pensions of certain literary leeches who are always craving unmercifully, I mean glossators, antiquaries, commentators, and others of this stamp, who would be very useful if they did their business well, but who have got into the wretched custom of passing over obscure places, and of dwelling on passages that admit of no difficulty. I would have him be very attentive to suppress almost all posthumous works, and not to suffer the memory of a great author to be tarnished by the covetousness of a bookseller, who collects and publishes a long time after a man's death such works that he had condemned to oblivion in his lifetime. And I, continued the favorite, would point out to him a small number of men of distinguished merit, such as Mr. Reekerick, on whom he can bestow your benefactions. Is it not somewhat surprising that the poor man has no provision made for him, while the precious chiromancer of the Maniman Banda receives 1,000 sequins a year from your treasury? Well, madam, answered Mangogul, I assign Mr. Reekerick the like sum on my coffers in consideration of the wonderful things you tell me of him. Mr. Reekerick, said the favorite, I must also do something for you. In your favor I sacrifice the small resentment of my self-love, and in consideration of the recompense which Mangogul has granted to your merit, I forget the injury you have done me. Pray, madam, may I ask you what that injury is? Replied Mangogul. You may, sir, and I will tell you. You yourself make us embark in a conversation on the bell letters. You begin with a piece of modern eloquence which is not extraordinary, and when, to oblige you, we prepare to pursue the disagreeable argument that you have started, you are seized with uneasiness and yawning. You tease yourself in your seat. You change your posture 100 times without finding one easy one. Tired, in fine, of keeping your countenance, though a sad one, you come to a sudden resolution. You get up and disappear. And then, whither do you go? Perhaps to give ear to a toy? I own the fact, madam, but I see nothing in it that should give offense. If a man happens to be disgusted at fine things and amuse himself with hearing bad, so much for him. This unjust preference takes nothing from the merit of what he has quitted. He only declares himself a bad judge. To this I could add, madam, that while you were laboring hard to Selim's conversion, I was working with no better success to procure you a castle. In fine, if I must be culpable since you have pronounced me so, I can assure you that you have had your revenge. At the very time? Pray, how that? Said the favorite. This is it, answered the Sultan. In order to refresh myself from the fatigue of the academic sitting which I had undergone, I went to examine some toys. Well, Prince? Well, I never heard such insipid creatures as the two that I light upon. This gives me the highest joy, replied the favorite. They both fell to talking in unintelligible language. I have perfectly well retained everything they said, but let me die if I understand a word of it.
36. 18th and 19th Trials of the Ring. The flatted spherulid and gergiro the entangled, catch who can. That is singular, continued the favorite. Till this moment I always imagined that the chief fault found with toys was their speaking too plainly. Oh, madam, replied Mangogul, these two are not of that tribe. Understand them who can. You know that little crumpling of woman whose head is sunk into her shoulders, whose arms are hardly to be seen, and whose legs are so short and her belly so lank that one might mistake her for a hedgehog, for a clumsy, ill-developed embryo who bears the nickname of the flatted spheroid, who has filled her head with a notion that Brahma called her to the study of geometry because he has given her the figure of a bowl, and who consequently might have chosen the profession of artillery, for considering her make, she must have issued out of nature's bosom as a bullet out of the mouth of a cannon. Willing to receive informations from her toy, I examined it, but the vorticose creature spoke in terms of such sublime geometry that I did not understand one word, nor perhaps did it understand its own language. It was nothing but right lines, concave surfaces, given quantities, longitude, latitude, profundity, solids, living forces, dead forces, cone, cylinder, conic sections, curves, elastic curves, curve re-entering into itself with its point conjugated. "I pray your highness to excuse me from the rest," cried the favorite mournfully. "You have a cruel memory, enough to put one to death. It has raised a swimming in my head, which I dare say I shall not get rid of these 8 days. But was the other so diverting?" "You shall be the judge," replied Mangogul. "By Brahma's great toe I have performed a prodigy. I have retained its motley gibberish word for word, though it be so thoroughly void of sense and perspicuity that if you give me a subtle and critical explanation of it, madam, you will make me an acceptable present." "How have you said, prince?" cried Mirzosa. "Let me die if you have not stolen that phrase from somebody." "I can't tell how it has happened," replied Mangogul, "for these 2 toys are the only persons to whom I have given audience this day. The last on whom I turned my ring, after a moment's silence, said, as if addressing an audience, "Gentlemen, I shall take the liberty to avoid seeking to the contempt of my own reason a model of thinking and expressing myself, but yet if I advance anything new, it shall not be affectation, but the subject shall have furnished me with it. If I repeat what has already been said, it will be my own thought as well as it has been that of others. Let not irony come to turn this preamble into ridicule, and accuse me of either not having read or of having read to no purpose. A toy like me is not made for reading, or profiting by its reading, or foreseeing an objection, or answering it. I shall not debar myself of reflections and ornaments proportioned to my subject, the rather because in this regard it is extremely modest, and will not admit of any great quantity or brilliancy. But I will avoid sinking into those little minute details which fall to the share of the barren orator. It would be cause of great grief to me to be suspected of this defect. After having informed you, gentlemen, of what you are to expect from my discoveries and elocution, a few strokes of the pencil will be sufficient to sketch you out my character. You know, gentlemen, as well as I, that there are 2 sorts of toys, proud toys and modest toys. The former are haughty and always expect the place of honor. The latter affect to be courteous and present themselves with an air of submission. These 2 intentions appear manifestly in the execution of their projects, and determine both sorts to act according to the genius that guides them. I imagined, through attachment to the prejudices of my first education, that I should open to myself a safer, easier, and more agreeable career, if I preferred the part of humility to the part of pride, and I offered myself with infantile bashfulness and winning supplications to all whom I had the good fortune to meet. But oh, how unhappy are the times! After 10 times more buts and ifs and ands than were sufficient to make the most unemployed toy lose all patience, my services were accepted. Alas, this job was of short duration. My first possessor, giving himself up to the flattering glory of a new conquest, discarded me, and I found myself all at once out of employment.
My treasure was gone, and I did not flatter myself that fortune would make me amends for it. In effect, the vacant place was occupied, but not filled by a sexagenary, to whom goodwill was less wanting than the means. He labored with all his might to make me forget my past state. He had for me all that behavior which is esteemed polite and engaging in the career that I pursued, but his efforts did not conquer my regret. If industry, which is said never to fall short, made him find in the treasures of the natural faculty some abatement to my grief, this compensation to me appeared insufficient, in spite of my imagination, which daily was on the rack to find new resemblances and even to suppose imaginary ones, but for no purpose. Such is the advantage of primacy, that it seizes the idea and forms a barrier against everything that would afterwards present itself under other forms, and such is, shall I say, to our shame, the ungrateful nature of toys, that they never take the good will for the deed. This remark seems to me so natural that without being debted to anybody for it, I cannot think that I am the only one who has made it. But if any person before me has been struck by it, at least, gentlemen, I am the first to undertake by demonstrating it to set its full value in a proper light. I pray your highness to excuse me from the rest, cried Mirzosa smartly. I fancy I hear the chiromancer of the Mani Mondaba. Apply to him, and you will have the subtle and critical explanation, of which you would in vain expect the agreeable present from any other person. The African author says that Mangogul smiled and continued. But I do not intend, he says, to relate the rest of his discourse. If this beginning has not given as much amusement as the first pages of the Fée Taupe, the sequel would be more tiresome than the last pages of the Fée Moustache.
37. Mirzosa's Dream. By the time that Mangogul had finished the academical discourse of Girgaro the Entangled, night came on and the company went to bed. That night the favorite might well flatter herself with sleeping soundly, but the evening's conversation ran in her head while asleep, and its ideas mixing with others produced an odd dream which she did not fail relating to the Sultan in these words. I was in my first sleep when I imagined that I was transported into an immense gallery quite full of books. I shall say nothing of their contents. They were to me at that time what they are to many others who are not asleep. I did not so much as look at one title page. A more striking sight attracted my whole attention. From space to space between the presses that contained the books, there were pedestals on which were placed most beautiful bustos of marble and bronze. The injury of time had spared them, and some little defects excepted, they were entire and perfect. That nobleness and elegance which characterized the works of the ancients were stamped on them. Most of them had long beards, large foreheads like yours, and engaging countenances. I was anxious to learn their names and know their merit, when a woman came through the casement of a window and accosted me. Her shape was genteel, her gait majestic, and her carriage noble. Sweetness and loftiness were blended in her looks, and her voice had some inexpressible charm that delighted. A helmet, a coat of mail, and a flowing petticoat made up all her attire. I know your anxiety, said she to me, and am going to satisfy your curiosity. The men whose bustos have struck you were my favorites. They consecrated their studies to the perfection of the elegant arts, whereof the invention is due to me. They lived in the most polite countries of the world, and their writings, which were the delight of their contemporaries, are the admiration of the present age. Draw near, and you will see carved on the several pedestals, in basso relievo, some remarkable subjects which will at least point out to you the character of their writings. The first busto which I examined was that of a majestic old man, who seemed to have been blind.
In all probability he had sung of battles, for such were the subjects on the sides of his pedestal. The front was all taken up with a single figure, which was that of a young hero. His hand grasped the handle of his scimitar, and a woman's arm appeared holding him back by the hair of the head, who seemed to moderate his wrath. Opposite to this bust was placed that of a young man. He was the picture of modesty. His looks were turned on the old man with uncommon attention. He had also sung of wars and combats, but these were not the only subjects that employed him, for of the basso relievos which surrounded him, the principal one represented on one side husbandmen stooping on their plows and tilling the ground, on the other, shepherds stretched on the grass and played on their flutes amidst their herds and dogs. The busto placed below the old man on the same side had a wild look. His eye seemed to pursue some object that was fleeing from him, and under him were represented a lyre carelessly thrown aside, scattered laurels, broken chariots, and fiery horses running away in a vast plain. Fronting this, I saw a busto that made so deep an impression on me that I fancy I see him still. He had a fine air, an aquiline pointed nose, a steady look, and an arch smile. The basso relievos which adorned his pedestal were so full of matter that it would be an endless task to undertake the description of them. After examining some others, I began to ask some questions of my guide. "Who is that," said I, "who bears truth on his lips and probity on his countenance?" "He," she replied, "was the friend and victim to both. He spent his life in improving his fellow citizens in knowledge and virtue, and these ingrateful citizens put him to death." "And this busto, placed below him? Which? That which appears supported by the graces carved on the sides of his pedestal?" "The same. He is the discipline and inheritor of the sense and principles of the unfortunate virtuous man mentioned above." "And this startly, jolly fellow, crowned with vine branches and myrtle? Who is he?" "A lovely philosopher who made it his sole business to sing and taste pleasure. He died in the arms of voluptuousness." "And this other blind man?" "He is," she said, but I waited not for her answer. I imagined I was got among my acquaintances, and hurried to a busto placed opposite to him. This was posed on a trophy of different attributes of arts and sciences. Cupids sported among them on one of the sides of the pedestal. On the other was a group of the genies of politics, history, and philosophy. On the third, on one hand, appeared two armies drawn up in battle array. Astonishment and horror dwelt on every countenance, blended with marks of admiration and pity. These passions were probably excited by an object which was there expressed. It was a young man expiring, and by his side an aged warrior, who pointed his sword to his own breast. These figures were exquisitely beautiful, and nothing could be more artfully touched than the despair of the one and the mortal languor spread throughout the limbs of the other. I drew nearer, and under it I read this inscription in gold letters: "Alas, this was his son." On the other hand was carved a furious sultan plunging a poniard into the breast of a young person in sight of a multitude of people. Some turned their heads aside, others melted in tears, and around this relief were these words engraved: "Is it you, Nuristan?" As I was passing to other bustos, a sudden noise made me look back. It was made by a band of men clothed in long black gowns. Some carried censers that exhaled a gross vapor. Others had garlands of flowers in their hands, gathered without choice and disposed without taste. They marched up to the bustos and offered incense to them, singing hymns in two unknown languages. The smoke of their incense stuck to the bustos, and the crowns of flowers put on them made a most ridiculous sight.
But the antiques soon resumed their beauty, and I saw the crowns wither and fall shriveled on the ground. There arose a quarrel among this set of barbarians because some of them had not bent the knee low enough in the opinion of others, and they were on the point of coming to blows, when my guide dispersed them with one look and re-established tranquility in her habitation. Scarcely were they eclipsed when I saw a long train of pygmies entering by an opposite door. These little men were not 2 cubits high, but in recompense they had very sharp teeth and very long nails. They divided into several bands and fell on the bustos. Some endeavored to scratch the basso relievos, and the floor was strewn with the broken pieces of their nails. Others, with greater insolence, mounted on one another's shoulders to the height of the heads, and gave them raps with their fists. But what diverted me much was that these raps, instead of reaching the nose of the bust, rebounded on the nose of the pygmy, in consequence of which, upon a close inspection, I found most of them to be flat-nosed.
You see, says my guide, the impudence and chastisements of these myrmidons. This war has lasted a long while, and always to their disadvantage. I use them with less severity than the black gowns. The incense of the latter might possibly disfigure the bustos, but the efforts of the former generally end in augmenting their beauty. But as you have not above an hour or 2 to remain here, I advise you to pass to other objects. A great curtain opened that instant, and I saw a workshop occupied by a different sort of pygmies. These had neither teeth nor nails, but in return they were armed with razors and scissors. In their hands they held heads which seemed animated, and they were very busy with these heads, in cutting off the hair of one, pulling off the nose and ears of another, putting out the right eye of this, the left of that, and in dissecting almost all of them. After this fine operation, they viewed them attentively, and smiled as if they thought them the prettiest heads in the world. In vain did the heads send forth loud cries. They scarcely deigned to make them any answer. I heard one begging back its nose, and remonstrating that it could not possibly appear in public without that piece. "My friend, head," replied the pygmy, "you are a fool. That nose which you regret disfigured you. It was long, long. You never would have made your fortune with it. But since it has been curtailed and pared, you are charming, and you will have many a spark after you." While the fate of those heads moved my compassion, at a distance I saw other more charitable pygmies, who were crawling on the ground with spectacles on. They were picking up noses and ears and fitting them to some old heads, from which time had disengaged them. There were some of them, but those were few in number, who succeeded. The rest fixed the nose where the ear should be, and the ear where the nose, and this rendered the heads more disfigured than before. Being very desirous to know what all those things meant, I asked my guide, and she had just opened her lips in order to give me an answer, when I awoke in a fright. "That was cruel," says Mangogul. "This female would have revealed a number of mysteries to you, but in her stead I am of opinion that we ought to address ourselves to my jugular Blocalucus." "Who?" replied the favorite. "That silly fellow to whom you have granted the sole privilege of showing the magic lantern in your court." "The same," answered the Sultan. "He will interpret your dream, or nobody can. Let Blocalucus be called," says Mangogul.
38. 21st and 22nd Trials of the Ring, Fricamona and Callipyga. The African author does not inform us what became of Mangogul while he waited for Blocalucus. It's very probable that he went out, catechized some toys, and that satisfied with the intelligence he received from them, he returned to the favorite, sending forth shouts of joy which begin this chapter. "Victory! Victory!" cried he. "You triumph, madam. The castle, the porcelains, and the little sapajou are yours." "It's eagle without doubt," replied the favorite. "No, madam, no, 'tis not eagle," interrupted the Sultan, "but another female." "Prince," says the favorite, "envy me no longer the comfort of knowing this phoenix." "Well, 'tis. Who would have thought it?" "It is," says the favorite. "Fricamona," replies Mangogul. "Fricamona," says Mirzoza. "I see no impossibility in that. This woman has spent the greatest part of her youth in a convent."
and since she left it, she has led the most edifying and most retired life imaginable. No man has set his foot within her doors, and she has in some measure made herself the abbess of a troop of young devotees, whom she trains up to a state of perfection, and of whom her house does not grow thin. There was nothing there to answer your purpose, added the favorite, smiling and nodding her head. Madam, you are in the right, says Mangogul. I have interrogated her toy, but no answer. I doubled the virtue of my ring by rubbing it once and again. Nothing came of it. To be sure, said I to myself, this toy must be deaf. And I was preparing to leave Fricamona on the couch where I found her, when she began to speak, by the mouth I mean. Dear Acharis, cried she, how happy I am in those moments which I snatch from everything that employs me to deliver myself up to thee. After those which I pass in thy arms, these are the sweetest of my life. Nothing disturbs me, around me all is silence, my curtains not quite closed, let in but just as much day as is necessary for moving me to tenderness and gazing on thee. I command my imagination, it calls thee forth, and immediately I see thee. Dear Acharis, how beautiful thou appearest to me. Yes, those are thy eyes, thy smile, thy mouth. Hide not that growing bosom from me. Let me kiss it. I have not sufficiently gazed on it. Let me kiss it again. Ah, let me die on it. What fury seizes me? Acharis, dear Acharis, where art thou? Come then, dear Acharis. Ah, dear and tender friend, I swear to thee that unknown sentiments have taken possession of my soul. It is filled with them, it is astonished at them, it is not able to contain them. Flow, delightful tears, flow, and ease the ardor which devours me. No, dear Acharis, no, that Alizali whom thou prefers to me will not love me as I do. But I hear a noise. Ah, 'tis Acharis without doubt. Come, dear female friend, come. Fricamona was not deceived, continued Mangogul, for it was Acharis herself. I left them to entertain each other, and firmly persuaded that Fricamona's toy would persevere in its discretion, I hurried to let you know that I have lost my wager. But, replied the Sultana, I am quite in the dark with regard to this Fricamona. Either she must be mad, or she is cruelly afflicted with vapors. No, Prince, no, I have more conscience than you may imagine. I have nothing to object to this experiment, but yet I perceive somewhat in it that hinders me from reaping any advantage by it, and I am resolved to reap none. If ever I accept your castle and porcelains, it must be upon a better title. 94. Madam, I do not comprehend you. You are inconceivably difficult. Sure you have not well examined the little sapajou. Prince, I have thoroughly viewed it, replied Mirzoza. I know it is a charming thing, but I suspect that this Fricamona is not the person I seek. If you desire that I should enjoy it one day or another, apply elsewhere. Faith, madam, says Mangogul, after mature consideration, I see none but Mirolo's mistress that can make you win the wager. Ah, Prince, you dream, answered the favourite. I am not acquainted with your Mirolo, but whosoever he be, since he has a mistress, he does not keep her for nothing. Very true, says Mangogul, and yet I would lay another wager that Kalipika's toy knows nothing at all. Please be consistent with yourself, continued the favourite. Of two things one must happen, either that Kalipika's toy. But I was embarking in a ridiculous argument. Prince, do whatever you think proper. Consult Kalipika's toy. If it keeps silence, so much the worse for Mirolo, and the better for me. Mangogul departed, and found himself in an instant close to the jonquil sofa, embroidered with silver, on which Kalipika was reposing. Scarcely had he turned his ring on her, but he heard an obscure voice which muttered out the following discourse. What do you ask me? I do not comprehend your questions. I am not as much as thought of, and yet I fancy I am as good as another. Mirolo, it is true, often passes by my door, but there is a considerable deficiency in this place. The Republic of Letters would certainly have great obligations to the person who would restore the discourse of Kalipika's toy, of which we have only the two last lines remaining. We invite the learned to study them and consider whether this deficiency be not a voluntary omission of the author, dissatisfied with what he had said, and who yet found nothing better to say. It is said that my rival has altars beyond the Alps. Alas, were it not for Mirolo, the whole universe would erect some to me. Mangogul returned immediately to the Saraja, and repeated to the favourite the complaint of Kalipika's toy, word for word, for he had a wonderful memory. This story, madam, said he, concurs to make you win. I give up the whole wager, and you will thank Kalipika when you shall think proper. Sorry, replied Mirzoza seriously. 'Tis to the most confirmed virtue that I am resolved to be obliged for the wager, and not. But, madam, replied the Sultan, I know of none better confirmed than that which has seen the enemy so near.
"And for my part, Prince," replied the favorite, "I understand my own meaning well, and here come Selim and Blocokus, who shall be our judges." Selim and Blocokus entered. Mangogul stated the case to them, and they both gave judgment in Mirzoza's favor.
39. Dreams. "My lord," said the favorite to Bloculocus, "you must render me another piece of service. Last night, a crowd of extravagant fancies disturbed my head. It was a dream of a very odd kind, and I have been assured that you are the most able person of Congo in deciphering dreams. Then give me quickly the interpretation of this," and withal she related her own. "Madam," answered Bloculocus, "I am but a middling oneirocritic." "Pray spare these terms of art," cried the favorite. "Drop your learning and talk reason to me." "Madam, you shall be obeyed. I have some singular notions relating to dreams, and to this alone perhaps I am indebted for the honor of conversing with you, and for the epithet of Saturnine. I will explain them to you with all the perspicuity I am capable of. You are not ignorant, madam," continued he, "of what the bulk of philosophers, with the rest of mankind, deliver on that subject. They say that the objects which most sensibly struck us the preceding day employ our soul in the night. The traces which they imprinted on the fibers of our brain subsist. The animal spirits, accustomed to flow to certain places, pursue a course which has become familiar to them, and thence arise these involuntary images which afflict or rejoice us. In this system, I should think that a happy lover ought always to be well served by his dreams. Nevertheless, it frequently happens that a person who is not cruel to him while he is awake, in his sleep treats him like a slave, or that instead of enjoying a charming woman, he finds a little deformed monster in his arms." "That is exactly my adventure of last night," interrupted Mangogul, "for I seldom pass a night without dreaming. It is a family disease, and we dream from father to son since the Sultan Togrul, who dreamed in 74,450,202, and began the custom. Now, madam, last night you appeared to me," says he to Mirzoza. "'Twas your skin, your arms, your breast, your neck, your shoulders, this firm flesh, this easy shape, this incomparable embonpoint. In a word, it was yourself, excepting this circumstance that instead of that charming face, that adorable head which I expected to find, I found myself nose to nose with the snout of a Dutch pug. I screamed out dreadfully. My chamberlain, Coatluck, ran to me, and asked me what was the matter. 'Mirzoza,' answered I, half asleep, 'has just now undergone the most hideous metamorphosis. She has become a Dutch dog.' Coatluck did not think proper to awake me. He withdrew, and I fell asleep again. But I can assure you that I knew you wonderfully well, your body with a dog's head. Will Bloculocus give me the explanation of this phenomenon?" "I do not despair of doing it," answered Bloculocus, "provided your highness will agree with me in one very plain principle, which is that all beings have many conformities one with another, by qualities which are common to them, and that it is a certain combination of qualities which characterizes and distinguishes them." "That is evident," replies Mirzoza. "Ipsiphala has feet, hands, and a mouth, like a woman of sense, and Pharismena, adds Mangogul, wears her sword like a man of courage. If a person is not sufficiently acquainted with the qualities, the combination of which characterizes this or that species, or if he passes a hasty judgment that this combination does or does not belong to this or that individual, he runs the risk of mistaking copper for gold, a past for a brilliant, a calculator for a geometrician, a retailer of phrases for a wit, Credo for an honest man, and Fiedema for a pretty woman," added the Sultana. "Well, madam," replies Bloculocus, "do you know what might be said of those who pass these judgments? They dream wide awake," says Mirzoza. "Very well, madam," continued Bloculocus, "and nothing is more philosophical or more exact in 1,000 circumstances than this familiar expression, 'I believe you dream,' for nothing is more common than men who fancy that they reason, and in reality only dream with their eyes open." "It's of those," interrupted the favorite, "one may literally say that their whole life is but a dream." "I cannot too much admire, madam," replied Bloculocus, "the ease with which you comprehend such abstruse notions. Our dreams are but precipitated judgments which succeed each other with incredible rapidity, and by bringing objects together, whose sole connection is by very distant qualities, compose one whimsical image. "If I understand you right," said Mirzoza, "as I think I do, a dream is a piece of patchwork, the patches of which are more in number, more regularly fitted, according as the dreamer has a more lively turn of thought, a more rapid imagination, and a more faithful memory.
Might not madness also consist in this? And when an inhabitant of the petite maisons cries out that he sees lightning, hears the rattling of thunder, and that gulf scab under his feet, or when Ariadne at her glass smiles at herself, finds her eyes sparkling, her complexion charming, her teeth white, and her mouth little, might not one justly say that these two disordered brains, deceived by very distant affinities, look on imaginary objects as present and real? You have hit it off, madam. Yes, a due examination of mad folks will convince anybody that their condition is but a continual dream. I have, says Selim, addressing himself to Bloki Locus, some facts by me to which your notions are very applicable, which makes me resolve to adopt them. Once I dreamed that I heard some brayings, and that I saw two parallel rows of singular animals coming out of the great mosque. They walked gravelly on their hinder feet, the hoods in which their snouts were muffled up had 2 holes in each, through which issued 2 long, movable, hairy ears, and very long sleeves enveloped their forefeet. I racked my brain at the time to find some meaning in this vision, but I now recall that I had been at Montmartre.
Another time, while we were in the field, commanded by the great Sultan Ergebzed in person, and I, harassed by a forced march, was taking a nap in my tent, I thought I had the conclusion of an important affair to solicit in the divan. I went to appear before the Council of Regency, but you may judge how much I had reason to be surprised. I found the hall full of racks, troughs, mangers, and coops for fowls. In the great seneschal's easy-chair, I saw but an ox chewing the cud. In the Saraskir's place, a Barbary sheep. On the Testistar's bench, an eagle with a hooked bill and long talons. Instead of the Kiaja and Cotylesker, 2 large owls clothed in fur, and for visors, geese with peacock's tails. I presented my petition, and instantly heard a horrible racket which awakened me. "Is that a dream of very difficult interpretation?" said Mangogul. "You had at that time some affair in the divan, and before you went thither, you took a walk to the menagerie. But, Signor Blocalicus, you tell me nothing concerning my dog's head." "Prince," answered Blocalicus, "it's 100 to 1 that Madame wore, or you had observed some other lady wear a sable tippet, and that the first Dutch dog which you saw struck your imagination. There you have 10 times more connections than is requisite to employ your mind during your sleep. The resemblance of color made you substitute hair for a tippet, and in an instant you planted an ugly dog's head in the place of a very beautiful woman's head." "Your notions to me appear just," replied Mangogul. "Why do you not publish them? They may contribute to the progress of divination by dreams, an important science which was much cultivated 2,000 years ago, and has since been too much neglected. Another advantage of your system is that it would not fail throwing light on several works, both ancient and modern, which are but a string of dreams, such as Plato's Treatise of Ideas, the fragments of Hermes Trismegistus, the literary paradoxes of Father Hardwin, the Newton, the Optic of Colors, and the universal mathematics of a certain Brahmin. For example, would you not inform us, Mr. Conjurer, what Orca Thomas had seen in the daytime when he dreamed his hypothesis, what Father C had dreamed when he set about constructing his organ of colors, and what was Cleobulus's dream when he composed his tragedy?" "With a little meditation, sir," answered Blocalicus, "I might compass all that, but I reserve these nice phenomena for the time when I shall put out my translation of Philoxenus, for which I beseech your highness to grant me the privilege." "With all my heart," says Mangogul. "But who is this same Philoxenus?" "Prince," replied Blocalicus, "he is a Greek author who was very knowing in the subject of dreams." "Then you understand Greek?" "Who, I, sir? Not a syllable." "Have you not told me that you are translating Philoxenus, and that he wrote in Greek?" "Yes, sir, but in order to translate a language it is not necessary to understand it, because translations are made for those only who understand it not." "That is wonderful," says the Sultan. "Signor Blocalicus, well then translate Greek without understanding it. I give you my word that I will keep the secret, and it shall not make me honor you 1 jot the less."
The 23rd Trial of the Ring. Fania. There still remained a good part of the day when this conversation was closed, which determined Mangogul to make one trial of his ring before he retired to his apartment, though it were purely to fall asleep on more cheerful ideas than those which had hitherto employed him. He went directly to Fania's house, but found her not. He returned thither after supper. She was still absent, wherefore he put off his experiment to the next morning. Mangogul, says the African author whose journal we translate, was at Fania's house by half an hour after 9 this morning. She was but just put to bed. The Sultan drew near her pillow, viewed her for some time, and could not conceive how, with so few charms, she had run through so many adventures. Fania is fair even to insipidity, tall, ungainly, with an indecent gait, no features, few agreements, and an air of intrepidity, intolerable anywhere but at court. As for wit, she is allowed to have just as much as gallantry can communicate, and a woman must be born very weak if she has not acquired a stock of jargon after a score of intrigues, for Fania was advanced thus far. At this time she was possessed by a man suited to her character. He gave himself little or no concern about her infidelities, though he was indeed not as well informed as the public how far she carried them. He had taken Fania by caprice and kept her by habit, like a piece of furniture. They had spent the night at the bowl, went to bed at 9 and fell asleep without ceremony. Alonso's indifference would not have suited Fania were it not for her easy humor. Thus our couple were sleeping soundly back to back when the Sultan turned his ring on Fania's toy. It instantly began to speak, her mistress to snore, and Alonso to awake. After yawning several times, "This is not Alonso. What's o'clock? Who wants me? Your business," said the toy. "I think I have not been long in bed. Let me take another nap." The toy was preparing to compose itself to rest accordingly, but that was not the Sultan's intention. "What persecution," resumed the toy. "Once more, who wants me and for what? It's a misfortune to be born of illustrious ancestors. How unhappy is the condition of a titled toy. If anything could console me on the fatigues of my state, it would be the goodness of the nobleman whose property I am. Oh, he is certainly the best man in the world in that regard. He has never given us the least uneasiness, and in return we have made great use of the liberty he granted us. What would have become of me, great Brahma, if I had fallen to the share of one of those insipid wretches who are always on the watch? What a fine life we should have led!" Here the toy added some words which Mangogul understood not, and then with surprising rapidity fell to sketching out a crowd of heroic, comic, burlesque, and tragicomic adventures, and it was almost out of breath when it continued in these terms. "You see I have some memory, but I am like all others. I have retained but the smallest part of what I have been entrusted with. Be satisfied, therefore, with what I have related to you. I can recall no more at present." "It's pretty well," said Mangogul within himself, but still he urged afresh. "Lud, how teasing you are," resumed the toy, "as if one had nothing better to do than to prat. Come then, since it must be so, let us prat on. Perhaps when I have told all, I shall be permitted to do something else. My mistress Fania," continued the toy, "through an inconceivable spirit of retirement, quitted the court to shut herself up in her house at Bonza. It was the beginning of autumn, and everybody was out of town. And if you ask me what she did there, faith, I can't tell. But Fania did but one thing, and if she had been employed that way, I should have known it. Probably she was out of work. True, I now recollect, we spent a day and a half in perfect idleness, which threw us into a cruel fit of the vapours. I was heartsick of this sort of life, when Ammisadar was so good to relieve us from it. Ah, you are there, my poor Ammisadar. Indeed, you give me great pleasure. You come to me very opportunely." "And who knew that you were at Bonza?" replied Ammisadar. "Nobody, truly, and neither you nor anyone else will ever imagine what brought me here. Don't you guess at the cause? No, really, I cannot comprehend it. Not at all? No, not at all. Well then, know, my dear, that I resolved to be converted. You, to be converted? Yes, I. Look at me a little, but you are charming as ever, and I see nothing in that countenance that bespeaks conversion. This is all pleasantry. No, faith, I'm serious. I'm determined to renounce the world. I'm tired of it. This is a whim that will soon fly off. Let me die if you ever run into devotion. I will, I tell you. There is no sincerity in man. Pray, has Mazul failed you? I haven't seen him this age. Then it must be Zumfalo. Less still, I have ceased seeing him. I can't tell how, without thinking about it. Ah, I have it. It's young Imola. Good. Who can fix such fribbles? What is it then? I can't tell. I'm angering with the whole earth. Ah, madam, you're in the wrong, for this earth at which you are angry might furnish you with wherewithal to repair your losses. Then, Anasadar, you sincerely believe that there are still some good souls who have escaped from the corruption of the age and are capable of love. How? Love? Is it possible that you give in to those pitiful notions? You expect to be loved? You? And why not? But reflect, madam, that a man who loves pretends to be loved, and alone too. You have too much good sense to enslave yourself to the jealousies and caprices of a tender and faithful lover. Nothing so fatiguing as these folks. To see but them, to love but them, to dream of none but them, to have no wit, humour, or charms but for them. All this most certainly does not suit you. It would be pleasant to see you stive yourself in what is called the noble passion, and give yourself all the awkward airs of a little female cit. Well, Amisadar, I verily think it would ill become us to run into fawning love. So let us change since it must be. Besides, I do not see that those loving women that they set us as models are happier than others. Who told you so, madam? Nobody, but it is easily foreseen. Do not trust to such foresight. A loving woman constitutes her own and her lover's happiness, but this part is not suited to all women. Faith, my dear, it is suited to none, for all who attempt it are sufferers. What advantage is there in fixing to one? 1,000. A woman who fixes her affections will preserve her reputation, will be sovereignly esteemed by the man she loves, and you cannot imagine how much love owes to esteem. I do not comprehend your meaning. You make a jumble of reputation, love, esteem, and I can't tell what else. Would you be understood that inconstancy must dishonor a woman? How? I take a man and find he does not answer my expectations. I take another and am still disappointed. I change him for a third who doesn't turn out a jot better. And because I have had the misfortune to make a score of wrong choices, instead of pitying me, I would, madam, advise a woman who has been deceived in her first choice not to make a second, for fear of being deceived again, and running from one error into another. Good God, what strange morality! I fancy, my dear, that you preached me quite a different sort just now. Might one be informed what sort of woman would hit your taste? Most willingly, madam, but it's late, and the discourse would run into too long a length. So much the better. I am alone, and you will be company for me. Thus the affair is settled, is it not? Seat yourself on this couch, and go on. I shall hear you more at ease.
Emisadar obeyed ve sat down by Fanya. That mantelet of yours, madam, says he, leaning towards her and uncovering her bosom, wraps you up strangely. You say right. Why then do you hide such beautiful things? Added he, kissing them. Come, Hadan, do you know that you are mad? You are become intolerably impudent. Mr. Moralist, resume the conversation which you began. Well then, said Emisadar, I would be glad to find in my mistress a good figure, good sense, good sentiments, and decency above all.
I would have her approve my attendance, not deceive me by looks, make me thoroughly sensible, once at least, that I am agreeable to her, and even inform me how I may become still more so. Not conceal from me the progress I make in her heart. Give ear none but me, have no eyes but for me. Neither think nor even dream but of me. Love but me. Busy herself about nothing but me. Do nothing but what may tend to convince me of all this. And at length, yielding herself up to my transports, let me plainly perceive that I owe everything to my love and to hers. Oh, what a triumph, madame, and how happy is the man who possesses such a woman. Alas, my poor Emisadar, you are certainly out of your senses. You have drawn the portrait of a woman who does not exist. Pardon me, madame, there are some in being. I own that they are rare, but yet I have had the good fortune to light of one. Alas, if death hadn't snatched me from her, for 'tis death alone that ever robs one of such women, perhaps I would be in her arms at present. But how then did you behave with her? I loved to distraction, and missed no opportunity of giving her proofs of my passion. I had the sweet satisfaction of seeing that they were well received. I was scrupulously faithful to her, and she to me. The only disputes between us were whose love was strongest, and in these little debates it was that we laid our hearts open. We were never so found after this scrutiny of our souls. Our caresses always became more tender and vigorous after our explanations. Oh, what love and truth were then in our looks! I read in her eyes and she in mine that we burned with equal and mutual ardor. And whither did all this lead ye? To pleasures unknown to all mortals, less amorous and sincere than us. You enjoyed? Yes, I enjoyed, but a good on which I set an infinite value. If esteem does not intoxicate, at least it heightens the intoxication considerably. We unbosomed ourselves without reserve, and you can't imagine how much it strengthened our passion. The more I examined, the more perfections I discovered, and the greater were my transports. I spent half my time at her feet, and I regretted the loss of the rest. I made her happiness, and she filled up the measure of mine. I always saw her with pleasure, and always quitted her with pain. Thus we lived together. And now, madame, you may judge if loving women are so much to be pitied. No, they are not, if what you tell me be true, but I can scarcely believe it. There is no such love as you describe. Nay, I imagine that such a passion as you have felt must make a man purchase the pleasures it affords at the expense of great uneasinesses. I had some, madame, but I was fond of them. I felt some twitches of jealousy. The least alteration which I remarked in her countenance spread the alarm all over my soul. What extravagance! Upon mature consideration, I conclude that it is better to love in the present fashionable way, to take a lover at one's ease, keep to him while he amuses, quit him when he becomes tiresome, or that our fancy speaks for another. Inconstancy affords a variety of pleasures unknown to you languishing folks. I grant that that method may be proper enough for little-kept mistresses and common women, but it does not suit a man of tenderness and delicacy. At most it may amuse him when his heart is disengaged and he is willing to make comparisons. In word, a woman of gallantry is by no means of my taste. You are in the right, my dear Emisadar. You have a ravishing way of thinking. But do you love anything at present? Nothing, madame, but yourself, and I dare not tell you so neither. Ah, my dear, thereon, you may continue, replied Fanya, gazing at him steadfastly. Emisadar understood this reply thoroughly well, moved forward on the couch, fell to playing with a ribbon which was hanging down on Fanya's breast, and he was not interrupted. His hand, meeting no obstruction, slipped down lower. She continued to fire him with glances which he did not misinterpret. For my part, says the toy, I found he was a sensible man. He took a kiss on that neck on which he had bestowed so many elogies. He was desired to stop, but in such a tone that plainly showed that she would take it ill if he obeyed, and accordingly he did not. He kissed her hands, returned to her neck, passed to her mouth, nothing resisted. Insensibly, Fanya's leg was on Emisadar's thighs. He put his hand on it, it was soft, and Emisadar did not fail to remark it. His elegy was heard with an air of distraction. By favor of this inattention, Emisadar's hand advanced and with rapidity reached her knees. The absence of mind still continued, and Emisadar was preparing for the charge when Fanya came to herself. She accused the little philosopher of lack of respect, but he became so absent in his turn that he did not hear one word, or at least made no answer to the reproaches she threw on him, but by completing his happiness. What a charming man he appeared to me! Of the multitude of those who preceded and followed him, not one was ever so much to my taste. I cannot mention him without panting. Pray suffer me to recover breath. I think I have spoken a pretty sufficient time considering it is my first speech. Alonso did not lose one single word of Fanya's toy, and he was no less impatient than Mangogul to hear the remaining part of the adventure. But neither of them was out of patience when the tale-telling toy resumed in these words. I cannot comprehend, after serious consideration, that in a few days Emisadar went to the country, that he was asked the reason of his stay in town, and he related his adventure with my mistress. For somebody of Emisadar's and hers acquaintance, passing by our door, inquired either by chance or design if Madame was at home, sent in his name and went up. "Oh, Madame, who could imagine you were in Banza? And how long are you here?" "An age, this fortnight, that I have renounced society." "May I presume to ask, Madame, upon what account?" "Alas, because I was tired of it. Women have become such strange libertines that there is no bearing them. One must do either as they do or pass for a silly creature. And sincerely, I think both extremes should be avoided." "Indeed, Madame, you have become quite edifying. Pray, is it the conversation of the Brahmin Brelibili that has worked your conversion?" "No, it's a squall of philosophy, it's a quint of devotion. It seized me suddenly, and it is not poor Emisadar's fault that I am not practicing at present the highest austerity." "Then Madame has seen him lately?" "Yes, once or twice." "And you have seen nobody else?" "No, truly, he is the only thinking, reasoning, active being that has entered my doors during the eternity of my retreat." "That's singular. And what singularity is there in it?" "Nothing but an adventure which he had the other day with a lady of Banza, alone like you, devout like you, retired from the world. But I must tell you the story. Perhaps it will amuse you." "Without doubt," replied Fanya, and immediately Emisadar's friend set about relating his adventure, word for word as I have done, says the toy, and when he was advanced as far as I am now, "Well, Madame," said he, "what do you think? Is Emisadar a lucky man?" "But Emisadar is a liar, perhaps. Do you imagine that there are women so daring to abandon themselves without shame?"
"But consider, madam," replied Marsufa, "that Emisadar has named no body, and it is very improbable that he has—" "I begin to see through the affair," says Fanya. "Emisadar has wit, and is a handsome man. He has, to be sure, infused some notions of sensual pleasure into this poor recluse, which have mastered her. Yes, this must be it. This sort of folks are dangerous to hear, and Emisadar is matchless in that way." "How, madam," interrupted Marsufa, "is Emisadar the only man that has the art of persuading, and will you not do justice to others, who deserve as much as he a share in your esteem? Pray, whom do you mean?" "Myself, madam, who think you a charming woman, and I fancy you joke. Look at me then, Marsufa. I have neither paint nor patches. My nightcap does not become me. I make a frightful figure. You are mistaken, madam. That undress sets you off surprisingly. It gives you so winning and kind an air." To these gallantries Marsufa added others. I insensibly joined in the conversation,
and when Marsufa had finished with me, he resumed with my mistress. Seriously, Amy Sidar has attempted your conversion. He has an admirable hand at conversions. Could you give me a sample of his morals? I would lay a wager they are much the same with mine. We have thoroughly handled some points of gallantry. We have analyzed the difference between an affectionate woman and a woman of gallantry. He is for the affectionate women. And you too, without doubt? Not at all, my dear. I took great pains to demonstrate to him that we were all alike, and that we acted upon the same principles. But he is not of this opinion. He establishes an infinity of distinctions, which I think exist nowhere but in his imagination. He has formed to himself I can't tell what ideal creature, a chimera of a woman, a non-entity in a coif. Madam, answered Marsufa, I know Amy Sidar. He is a lad of good sense, and has been very conversant with the sex. If he has told you that there were such— Oh, whether there are such or not, interrupted Fanya, I could never conform to their customs. I believe it, said Marsufa, and accordingly you have chosen another sort of conduct more suitable to your birth and merit. Those silly creatures are to be abandoned to philosophers. They would never be looked on at court. Here Fanya's toy stopped short. One of the principal perfections of these oratories was to break off their discourse apropos. They talked as if they had never done anything else, whence some authors have inferred that they were pure machines. In this place, the African author specifies all the metaphysical arguments of the Cartesians against the soul of brutes, which he applies with all possible sagacity to the prating of toys. In a word, his opinion is that toys speak as birds sing, that is to say, so perfectly without having been taught, that to be sure they are prompted by some superior intelligence. But you ask me how he disposes of his prince. He sends him to dine with the favorite. At least it's there we shall find him in the following chapter.
41. The History of Selim's Travels. Mangogul, whose thoughts ran solely on diversifying his pleasures and multiplying the trials of his ring, after having interrogated the most interesting toys of the court, had the curiosity to hear some of the city toys. But as he had no advantageous opinion of what his should learn from them, he would willingly consult them at his ease and save himself the trouble of going to find them. How to bring them to him was what embarrassed him. "You are in great pain for a trifle," says Miazosa. "Sir, you have only to give a ball, and I promise you this very night a greater number of those speech-makers than you will covet to hear." "My heart's joy, you say right," replied Mangogul, "and your contrivance is the better still, because we shall certainly have none but those whom we have occasion for." In a moment, an order was dispatched to the Kislar Agassi and the master of the revels to prepare the ball and to distribute no more than 4,000 tickets. They were probably better judges in that country than elsewhere of the room that 6,000 persons would take up. To amuse themselves till the hour of the ball, Selim, Mangogul, and the favorite set about telling news. "Does Madam know," says Selim to the favorite, "that poor Codindo is dead? This is the first word I heard of it, but what did he die of?" says the favorite. "Alas, madam," answered Selim, "he fell a victim to attraction. He filled his head with this system in his youth, and it turned his brain in his old days." "How so?" says the favorite. "He had found," continued Selim, "by the methods of Halley and Cercino, two celebrated astronomers of Monoemuigi, that a certain comet which made so much noise towards the end of Kanagalu's reign was to return the day before yesterday, and fearing lest it might double its steps and he should not have the happiness of being the first to see it, he resolved to spend the night in his observatory, and yesterday morning at 9 o'clock he had still his eye clung to the telescope. His son, apprehending the consequences of so long a sitting, went to him at 8, pulled him by the sleeve, and called him several times, 'Father, father!'
Not a word of answer. "Father, father," repeated the young Codindo. "It is just going to appear. It will appear. Zounds, I shall see it." "But you do not consider, dear father, that there is a dismal fog. I must see it. I will see it. I tell thee." The young man, convinced by these answers that the fog had got into his father's head, called out for help. The family ran to him and sent for Farfadi, and I was with him, for he is my physician, when Codindo's servant came. "Quick, quick, sir, make haste, old Codindo, my master." "Well, what is the matter, Champagne? What has befallen your master?" "Oh, yes, sir, he cries out that he must see beasts, that they will come. The apothecary is with him already, and they wait for you. Come quickly." "Maniacal," says Farfadi, putting on his gown and hunting for his square cap. "Maniacal, a terrible maniacal fit." Then turning to the servant, he asked, "Does not thy master see butterflies? Does not he pick the ends of his coverlid?" "Oh, no, sir," replied Champagne. "The poor man is on the top of his observatory, where his wife, daughters, and son have much ado to hold him. Come quickly, you will find your square cap tomorrow." Codindo's disease seemed to me to be of an odd kind. I took Farfadi in my coach, and we drove to the observatory. At the bottom of the stairs, we heard Codindo crying out in a furious tone, "I must see the comet, I will see it. Withdraw, ye rascals and jades." In all probability, his family, finding it that they could not prevail him to go down to his bedchamber, had ordered his bed up to him, for we found him lying in bed at the top of his observatory. An apothecary of the neighborhood and the Brahmin of the parish had been called before we arrived. The latter was trumpeting into his ear, "Brother, dear brother, your salvation is at stake. You cannot with a safe conscience expect a comet at this hour of the day. You damn yourself." "That is my business," said Codindo, without stirring his eye from the telescope. "What answer will you give to Brahma, before whom you are going to appear?" replied the Brahmin. "Mr. Rector," says Codindo, without departing from his calm, "my answer shall be that it is your trade to exhort me for my money, and the apothecary's there to extol his warm water to me. The physician does his duty of feeling my pulse and learning nothing from it, and I my own of waiting for the comet." In vain did they tease him, they drew nothing more from him. He continued to observe with heroic courage, and he died on the leads, his left hand on his eye of that side, his right hand laid on the tube of the telescope, and his right eye applied close to the eyeglass, between his son, who cried that he made a false calculation, his apothecary, who proposed him a clyster, his physician, who with a toss of his head pronounced that there was no more to be done, and his priest, who said to him, "Brother, make an act of contrition, and recommend yourself to Brahma." "That is," says Mangogul, "what they call dying in the bed of honor." "Let us leave poor Codindo," added the favorite, "to rest in peace, and pass to some more agreeable subject." Then, addressing herself to Selim, "Lord," says she, "as you are so gallant at this time of life, have so much wit, talents, and so good mien, and lived in a court devoted to pleasures, it is no wonder if the toys have formerly celebrated your fame. But yet I suspect that they have not told all they knew of you. I do not require this supplement, you may have good reasons for refusing it, but after all the adventures with which this gentry have honored you, you ought to know womankind, and this is one of those things of no consequence which you may safely own." "This compliment, madam," replied Selim, "would have flattered my self-love at the age of 20, but I have gained some experience, and one of my first reflections is that the more you practice this business, the less knowledge you attain. I to know women, that I have studied them may be allowed." "Well, what do you think of them?" said the favourite. "Madam," answered Celine, "whatsoever their toys might have published concerning them, I esteem the whole sex as most respectable." "Indeed, my friend," says the Sultan, "you deserve to be a toy. You would have no occasion for a muzzle." "Selim," added the Sultana, "abandon the satirical strain and speak the truth." "Madam," replied the courtier, "I may possibly mix some disagreeable strokes. Do not impose the task on me of offending a sex which has always used me well enough, and I revere by—" "What, always veneration? I know nothing so caustic as those sweet-tongued folks, when they set on," interrupted Mirzosa, and imagining that it was through regard for her that Selim excused himself. "Let not my presence restrain you," added she. "We are contriving to amuse ourselves, and I promise upon my honour to apply to myself all the obliging things you shall say of my sex, and to leave the rest to other women. Well, you have studied women much. Pray, give us an account of the course of your studies. It must have been very brilliant, if I may judge it by what is known of the success, and it is reasonable to presume that this will not be contradicted by what is unknown." The old courtier complied with her desire, and began thus.
The toys I own have talked a good deal of me, but they have not told all. Those who were capable of completing my history either are no more or are not in our climate, and those who have begun it have but lightly touched the subject. I have hitherto inviolably kept the secret which I had promised them, although I was better made to speak than they, but since they have broke silence, I think they have dispensed me from the obligation of keeping it. Born with a fiery constitution, I loved almost as soon as I knew what a beautiful woman was. I had governance, which I detested, but in return I was much pleased with my mother's waiting women. They were for the most part young and pretty. They conversed, dressed, and undressed before me without ceremony. They have even enticed me to take liberties with them, and my temper naturally inclining to gallantry turned everything to advantage. With these elements of instruction, at 5 or 6 years of age I was put under the care of men, and God knows how forward I was in improving them when the ancient authors were put into my hands, and my tutors explained certain passages, of which possibly they themselves did not penetrate into the sense. My father's pages taught me some pretty college tricks, and the perusal of Elysia, which they lent me, gave me a vehement desire of becoming perfect. I was then 14 years of age. I cast my eyes around, seeking among the women who frequented the house one to whom I might make my addresses, but they all appeared equally proper to ease me of my irksome load of innocence. A commenced acquaintance, and still more the courage I felt to attack a person of my own age, and which failed me with regard to others, determined my choice in favor of one of my cousins. Emilia was young, and so was I. I thought her pretty, and she liked me. She was not difficult, and I was enterprising. I had a mind to learn, and she was not less curious to know. We frequently asked one another very frank and strong questions, and one day she deceived the vigilance of her governance, and we instructed each other. Ah, how great a master is nature! It soon set us in the high road of pleasure, and we abandoned ourselves to its impulse without the least thought of the consequences, and this was not the way to prevent them. Emilia had indispositions, which she took the less pains to hide as she did not suspect the cause. Her mother examined her, extorted a confession of our commerce, and my father was informed of it. He made me some reprimands blended with an air of satisfaction, and it was immediately resolved that I should travel.
I set out with a governor who was charged to watch my conduct attentively, but not to put me under any restraint, and 5 months after, the Gazette informed me that Emilia died of the smallpox, and a letter from my father that her tenderness for me had cost her her life. The first fruit of my love serves with distinction in the Sultan's army. I have always supported him by my credit, and to this day he knows me solely as his protector. We were at Tunis when I received the news of his birth and his mother's death. Her fate touched me to the quick, and I believe I should have been inconsolable had I not embarked in an intrigue with a sea captain's wife who did not afford me time to run into despair. The Tunitine was intrepid, and I was foolhardy, for with the assistance of a rope ladder that she threw to me, I passed every night from my lodging on her terrace and thence into a closet where she put the finishing hand to my instructions, Emilia having only made a beginning. Her husband returned from a cruise just at the time that my governor, who had received his instructions, urged me to cross over into Europe. I embarked on board a vessel bound for Lisbon, but not without several times taking leave of Elvira, from whom I received this diamond. The vessel in which we sailed was laden with merchandise, but the most valuable commodity on board, to my taste, was the captain's wife. She was not quite 20, and her husband was as jealous of her as a tiger, and not quite without cause. We all soon understood one another. Donna Valina perceived that I had a liking for her, I that I was not indifferent to her, and her husband that he encompassed us. The sailor resolved not to lose sight of us till we were landed in Lisbon. I read in the eyes of his dear wife how much she fretted at her husband's assiduity. Mine testified the same things to her, and her husband understood us wonderfully well. We spent 2 whole days in an inconceivable thirst of pleasure, which would certainly have killed us had not heaven assisted us, but it always assists souls in pain. Just upon our passing the Straits of Gibraltar, a furious tempest arose. I would not fail, madam, to raise the winds about your ears, and set the heavens in fire with lightning, raise the billows up to the clouds, and describe the most horrid tempest which you have ever met in any romance, were I not giving you a history. I shall only tell you that the captain was compelled by the sailors' cries to quit his room and expose himself to one danger for fear of another. He went up on deck together with my governor, and I threw myself without hesitation into the arms of my fair Portuguese, quite forgetting that there was any such thing in nature as a sea, storms, or tempests, that we were on board a tottering vessel, and abandoning myself without reserve to the perfidious element. Our course was rapid, and you may well judge by the weather at that time that I saw a great deal of land in a few hours. We put in at Cadiz, where I left a promise with the Senora to meet her in Lisbon if my mentor agreed to it, whose design was to go directly to Madrid. The Spanish women are more closely confined and more amorous than ours. Love is managed in that country by a sort of ambassadors who have orders to catechize strangers, to make proposals to them, to conduct them forward and backward, and the ladies undertake the task of making them happy. I was not obliged to go through this ceremony, thanks to the conjuncture. A great revolution had lately placed a prince of the blood royal of France on the throne of this kingdom. His arrival and coronation occasioned festivals at the court where I then appeared. I was accosted at a masquerade, and a meeting was proposed me for the next day. I accepted the challenge and went into a little house where I found only one man masked, his nose wrapped in his cloak, that delivered me a letter in which Donna Oraposa put off the party to the next day at the same hour. I returned and was introduced into an apartment sumptuously furnished and well illuminated with wax tapers. My goddess did not make me wait long. She entered just at my heels and rushed into my arms without speaking a word or taking off her mask. Was she ugly? Was she handsome? Was what I did not know. I only perceived on the couch to which she drew me that she was young, well-made, and loved pleasure. When she felt herself satisfied with my panegyrics, she unmasked and showed me the original of this picture, which you see in my snuff-box.
Selim opened and at the same time presented the favorite with a gold box of exquisite work and richly adorned with jewels. "The present is gallant," says the favorite. "What I esteem most in it is the portrait. What eyes, what a mouth, what a neck! But is not all this heightened? So little, madam, that Oropesa would probably have fixed me at Madrid if her husband, informed of our commerce, had not disturbed it with his threats. I loved Oropesa, but I loved life better still. Besides, my governor was not of the opinion that I should expose myself to be poignarded by the husband for the sake of enjoying his wife some months more. Wherefore I wrote to the fair Spanish donna a very moving farewell letter, which I stole out of some romance of that country, and set out for France."
The monarch who then reigned in France was the King of Spain's grandfather, and his court was justly esteemed the most magnificent, most polite, and most gallant in Europe. I appeared there as a phenomenon. "A young lord of Congo," says a beautiful marquise. "That must be surely very diverting. Those men are better than ours. I think Congo is not far from Morocco." Suppers were given, to which I was invited. Let my discourse have ever so little sense in it, it was found fine, admirable. People retracted, who had at first done me the honor to suspect that I had not common sense. "He is a charming man," says another court lady briskly. "It would be murder to suffer so pretty a figure to return into a wretched country where the women are narrowly watched by men who are no longer so. Is it true, sir? 'Tis said that they have nothing. That is very unseemly in a man. But," adds another, "we must keep this great boy here, for he's well born, though he were only made a Knight of Malta. I engage, if you will, to procure him an employment, and the Duchess Victoria, my old friend, will speak to the king in his favor, if it be requisite." I soon had indubitable proofs of their goodwill, and I put the Marquise into a condition of pronouncing on the merit of the inhabitants of Morocco and Congo. I found that the employment, which the Duchess and her friend had promised me, was difficult to execute, and therefore gave it up. It was in this recess that I learned to form those noble passions of 24 hours. I circulated during 6 months in a vortex where the beginning of an adventure did not wait for the end of another, because enjoyment was the only thing intended, or if that was slow in coming, or as soon as it was obtained, we ran upon the scent of new pleasures. "What are you telling me, Selim?" interrupted the favorite. "Decency is then unknown in those countries?" "Pardon me, madam," replied the old courtier, "they have scarcely any other word in their mouths, but the French women are no more slaves to the thing than their neighbors." "What neighbors?" says Mirzosa. "The English women," replied Selim, "who are cold and scornful in appearance, but passionate, voluptuous, vindictive, less witty and more rational than the French women. These love the jargon of sentiment, those prefer the expression of pleasure. But at London, as at Paris, people love, separate, rejoin, to separate again. From the daughter of a Lord Bishop, these are a sort of Brahmins who do not keep celibacy, I passed to a baronet's wife. While he was warmly supporting the interest of the nation in the House of Commons against the attempts of the court, his wife and I had quite different debates in his house, but the session was closed and Madame was obliged to attend her knight to his manor. I then light upon a colonel's wife, whose regiment was quartered along the seacoast. I afterwards belonged to the lady mayoress. Ah, what a woman! I should never have seen Congo again if the prudence of my governor, who saw me wasting away, had not redeemed me from this galley. He counterfeited letters from my family, which recalled me with all possible expedition, and we embarked for Holland. Our design was to travel through Germany into Italy, where we expected frequent opportunities of vessels to carry us to Africa. We saw Holland only in riding post, and did not tarry much longer in Germany. All the women of rank there resemble important citadels which must be besieged in form. They are to be reduced, but the approaches require so many measures, there are so many ifs and buts when the articles of capitulation are to be settled, that those conquests soon tired me. I shall never forget the expression of a German lady of the first quality on the subject of granting me what she had not refused to several others. "Alas," she cried mournfully, "what would my father, the great Alkizi, say if he knew that I abandoned myself to such a low creature as a Congolese?
"He shall say nothing, madam," replied I. "So much grandeur affrights me, and I withdraw." It was wisely done of me, for if my mediocrity had compromised with Her Highness, I might have repented it. Brahma, who protects the wholesome climes which we inhabit, inspired me without doubt in this critical moment. The Italian ladies whom we frequented afterwards are not mounted on so high a pin. It was with them that I learned the modes of pleasure. There is indeed much caprice and whim in those refinements, but you will pardon me, ladies, if I say that sometimes there is no pleasing you without them. From Venice and Rome I brought some merry recipes before my time, unknown in our barbarous country, but I restore all the glory of them to the Italian women who communicated them to me. I spent about 4 years in Europe and returned through Egypt into this empire, modeled as you see, and stocked with the rare secrets of Italy, which I soon divulged. Here, says the African author, Selim, perceiving that the commonplace language which he held to the favorite on his adventures in Europe, and on the characters of the women of the countries through which he passed, had plunged Mangogul into a deep sleep, was afraid of awakening him, and therefore drew near to the favorite and continued in a lower voice. "Madam," said Selim, "were I not apprehensive that I have tired you by a narrative which has perhaps been already too long, I would relate you the adventure by which I commenced my operations on my arrival at Paris. I can't think how it has escaped me." "Tell it, my good friend," answered the favorite. "I will double my attention and make amends as much as I am able for the Sultan's inattention who sleeps." "In Madrid," continued Selim, "we had taken recommendations for some lords of the court of France, and at our setting foot in Paris we found ourselves loaded with protestations of friendship. It was then the pleasant season of the year, and in the evenings my governor and I went to walk in the gardens of the Palace Royal. One day we were joined there by some petty masters, who showed us the most celebrated beauties and gave them their history, true or false, not forgetting themselves on every occasion, as you might well imagine. The garden was already stocked by a considerable number of women, but there arrived a considerable reinforcement about 8 o'clock. By the quantity of their jewels, the magnificence of their dress, and the crowd of their attendants, I took them for duchesses at least. I spoke my thoughts to one of the young lords of the company, whose answer was that I found I was a connoisseur, and if I was inclined, I should have the pleasure to sup that very night with some of the most lovely of them. I accepted his offer, and in an instant he slipped a word into the ears of 2 or 3 of his friends, who dispersed themselves into different parts of the walks, and in less than a quarter of an hour returned to give us an account of their negotiation. "Gentlemen," they said to us, "you are expected this night to supper at the Duchess Asteria's." Those who were not of the party congratulated us on our good fortune, and after some turns in the gardens they left us, and we went into our coach in order to reap the benefit of it. We alight at a little door at the foot of a very narrow pair of stairs, where we climbed up to a second floor, and I found the apartments more spacious and better furnished than they would appear to me at present. I was presented to the mistress of the house, to whom I made one of the most profound reverences, which I accompanied with so respectful a compliment that she was almost unhinged. Supper was served, and I was seated next to a little charming person who fell to acting the Duchess at admiration. Truly, I can't tell how I dared to fall in love with her, but so it was.
"Then you have loved once in your life?" interrupted the favorite. "Oh, yes, madam," replied Selim, "as people love at 18 years of age, with extreme impatience to conclude an affair just broached. I had not a wink of sleep all that night, and at dawn of day I set about composing a most gallant letter to my belle. I sent it, received an answer, and obtained a meeting. Neither the style of the answer nor the yielding temper of the lady did undeceive me, and I flew to the place of assignation, strongly persuaded that I was going to enjoy the wife or daughter of a prime minister. My goddess was waiting for me on a grand couch. I threw myself at her feet, took her hand, kissed it with uncommon eagerness, and felicitated myself on the favor which she condescended to grant me. "Is it true," said I, "that you permit Selim to love you and to tell you so, and that he may, without offending you, flatter himself with the sweetest hope?"
On ending these words, I snatched a kiss from her neck, and as she was recumbent, I was preparing to support the attack with vigor, when she stopped me and said, "Hold, my friend, you are a pretty lad, you have wit at will, you talk like an angel, but I must have 4 louis d'ors." "What do you say?" interrupted I. "I tell you," replied she, "there is nothing to be done if you have not brought 4 louis. "How, miss?" said I, quite amazed. "Is that your full value? It was well worth my while, to be sure, to come from Congo for such a trifle." And in a moment I put myself in order, hurried downstairs, and left her. I began, madam, as you see, to mistake actresses for princesses. "I am quite astonished at it," replied Mirzosa. "Surely the difference is very great." "I doubt not," said Selim, "but they were guilty of 100 impertinences. But what then? A young man, and a stranger too, is not so nice an observer, and I had heard so many bad stories in Congo on the liberties taken by the European women." Here Mangogul awaked, and yawning and rubbing his eyes, said, "By the Lord, he is still at Paris. Might one ask you, good storyteller, when you expect to be returned to Bamza, and how long I am doomed to sleep? For 'tis proper you should know, my friend, that it is not possible to broach an account of travels without throwing me into yawnings. It is a bad habit which I contracted reading Tavernier and other travelers." "Prince," answered Selim, "it is above an hour since I am come back to Bamza." "I congratulate you thereupon," replied the Sultan, and then turning to the Sultana, "Madam," said he, "the hour appointed for the masquerade has come. We will set out if the fatigue of the journey permits you." "Prince," answered Mirzosa, "I am ready." Mangogul and Selim slipped on their dominoes, and the favorite took hers likewise. The Sultan handed her to the ballroom, where they separated in order to mix in the crowd. Selim followed them, and so did I, says the African author, though I had a stronger inclination to take a nap than to see the dancing.
42. 24th and 25th Trial of the Ring, Masquerade, and Sequel of the Masquerade. The most extravagant toys of Banza did not fail flocking whither pleasure called them. Some came in city coaches, some in public vehicles, and some few on foot. I should never finish, says the African author, whose train-bearer I have the honor to be, if I entered into a detail of the tricks which Mangogul played on them. He gave more exercise to his ring that night alone than it ever had had since the genius presented him with it. He turned it sometimes on one, sometimes on another, and frequently on 20 together. And then it was that the noise they made was ravishing. One cried out with a squeaking voice, "Violins, pray give us les carillons de Dunkerque." Another, in a hoarse voice, "I will have the satriotes," and "I the tricotets," said a third, and a multitude at once called for old country dances, such as la bourrée, les quatre faces, la calotine, la chaîne, le pistolet, la mariée, le pistolet, le pistolet. All these cries were interlarded with a million of extravagances. On one side was heard, "Plague take the noodle, let him be sent to school." On another, "Must I return then without my earnest? Here, who pays my coach? There, he has slipped away from me, but I'll hunt him till I find him. And again, till tomorrow, but 20 louis at least, or there's nothing to be done." And everywhere, in short, speeches which expressed desires or exploits. In the crowd, a citizen's daughter, young and pretty, singled out Mangogul, pursued him, and provoked him so that he turned his ring on her. Then was her toy heard to cry out, "Why do you fly me? Stop, charming mask, be not insensible to the ardor of a toy which burns for you."
The Sultan, shocked at this rash declaration, was determined to punish the forward creature. He disappeared and sought among his guards someone who was pretty much of his make, gave him his mask and domino, and abandoned him to the pursuits of the little female cit, who, being still deceived by appearances, continued to say 1,000 ridiculous things to him whom she took for Mangogul. The sham sultan was no fool. He was one of those who could talk by signs. He made one which drew the belle into a lonesome place, where for above an hour she imagined herself the favorite sultana, and God knows what mighty projects were working in her brain. But the enchantment lasted not long. After she had surfeited the pretended sultan with caresses, she prayed him to unmask, which he did, and showed a physiognomy armed with a large pair of whiskers which did not belong to Mangogul. "Oh, fie!" cried the little wench. "Fie! Fell, my little shoal, what you ail? Me taught me done you good services enough, that you no be angry at knowing me." But her goddess, without answering him, slipped nimbly through his hands and was lost in the crowd. But even such of the toys as did not aspire to so great honors did not fail of lighting on pleasure, and they all took the road back to Banza thoroughly satisfied with their journey. As the company was withdrawing, Mangogul overheard 2 of his principal officers at high words. "She is my mistress," says one. "I have kept her these 12 months, and you are the first who has taken it into his head to tread on my heels. Why do you make me uneasy? Nases, my friend, apply elsewhere. You will find 100 lovely women who will think themselves too happy to possess you." "I love Amina," replied Nasis. "I see none but her who takes my fancy. She has given me hopes, and you will give me leave to pursue them." "Hopes," replied Ali Beg. "Yes, hopes. Zuns, that is not. I tell you that it is, and I expect satisfaction this moment for the lie you give me." Down they went immediately into the courtyard. Their scimitars were already drawn, and they were on the point of ending their dispute in a tragical manner, when the Sultan stopped them and forbade them to fight before they had consulted their Helena. They obeyed, and went to Amina's house, and Mangogul close after them. "The ball has quite spent me," she said. "My eyes are dropping out of my head. You are very cruel folks, to come the moment I was ready to get into bed. But both of you look very oddly. May I be informed what brings you hither?" "A trifle," replied Ali Beg. "This gentleman boasts, and even loftily," added he, showing his friend, "that you give him hopes. Madam, how stands this matter?" Amina was opening her mouth, but the Sultan turning his ring that very instant, she closed it, and her toy answered for her. "In my opinion, Nasis is mistaken. No, it is not he that Madam chooses. Has he not a lusty footman who is a better man? Oh, how foolish these men are in imagining that dignities, honors, titles, names, words void of meaning impose on toys. Everyone has his own philosophy, and ours consists in distinguishing personal merit, true merit, from that which is but imaginary. With Monsieur de Claville's leave, he knows less of that subject than we do, which I will prove. You are both acquainted with the Marchionessa Bibitosa. You know her amours with Cleandor, as well as her disgrace and her high devotion she professes at this day. Amina is a good friend. She has constantly kept up her former intimacy with Bibicosa, and has not ceased frequenting her house, where all sorts of Brahmins are met. On one day, one of these Brahmins pressed my mistress to speak to Bibicosa in his favor. "Pray, what would you have me ask of her?" replied Amina. "She is a drowned woman who can do nothing for herself. To be sure, she will be much obliged to you for treating her still as a person of importance. Believe me, my friend, Prince Cleandor and Mangogul will never do anything for her, and you will freeze in the antechambers." "But, madam," replied the Brahmin, "the affair is but a trifle which entirely depends on the Marchioness, and this it is. She has built a little chapel in her house, doubtless for the Sala, which supposes an imam, and it's this place which I ask. What say you? An imam? You don't consider. The Marchioness wants only a marabout whom she will call from time to time when it rains or when she chooses to have the salah before she goes to bed. But an iman, lodged, clothed, dieted in her house with a salary, does not suit Bibi Kosa. I know her affairs. The poor woman has not 6,000 zecchines a year, and you expect her to give 2 of it to an iman? Surely this is a strange fancy. By Brahma, replied the holy man, I am sorry for it, for if I had once got to be her iman, I would soon become more necessary to her, and once one has got this far, it rains gold and pensions. However I may appear to you, I am of Monomatapa, and do my duty extremely well. Upon second thoughts, answered Amina with panting interruptions, your affair is perhaps not impossible. Pity it is that the merit you speak of is not known. One runs no risk in doing good offices to persons of my country. Pray behold. He forthwith gave Amina a complete proof of such surprising merit that from that moment you lost in her eyes half the value she put on you. Well, long live the Monomatopans. Ali Beg and Nasses made long faces and looked at each other without uttering a word, but when they had recovered from their astonishment, they mutually embraced, and casting disdainful looks at Amina, they ran prostrate themselves at the Sultan's feet and thank him for having undeceived them regarding this woman and preserved their lives and reciprocal friendship. They arrived just as Mangogul returned to the favorite, was relating Amina's history to her. It made Mirzosa laugh, but did not augment her esteem for the court ladies and the Brahmins.
43. Selim at Banza. From the masquerade, Mangogul went immediately to take rest, but the favorite, finding that she had no inclination to sleep, sent for Selim and pressed him to continue the history of his amours. Selim obeyed and resumed the discourse in these terms. Madam, gallantry did not fill up all my time. I snatched some moments from pleasure, which I bestowed on serious occupations, and the intrigues in which I was embarked did not prevent my learning fortification, riding, fencing, music, and dancing, observing the customs and arts of the Europeans, and studying their politics and military art. On my return to Congo, I was presented to the emperor, grandfather to the sultan, who granted me an honorable post in his troops, and I soon was made one of all the parties of the prince Ergibzed, and consequently concerned in the adventures of pretty women. I was acquainted with some of all nations, ages, and conditions, and found very few cruel, whether it was that my rank dazzled them, that my prattle pleased them, or my person struck them. At that time I had 2 qualities with which a rapid progress is made in love affairs: assurance and presumption. At first I dealt among the women of quality. I took them in the evening in the circle, or at play at the Mani Manbandas. I cast the night with them, and we hardly knew each other in the morning. One of the occupations of these ladies is to procure lovers, nay, to decoy them away from their best female friends, and the other to get rid of them. Through apprehensions of ever being unprovided while they are enjoying the sweets of one intrigue, they squint at 2 or 3 others. They possess a number of little arts to attract the man they have in view, and 1,000 tricks in reserve to disengage themselves from their present spark. This has always been and always will be. I shall name nobody, but I knew every woman of Ergibzed's court who had any reputation for youth and beauty, and all these engagements were formed, broken off, resumed, forgot, in less than 6 months. Disgusted with that world, I passed into its antipodes. I visited the citizens' wives, whom I found dissembling, vain of their beauty, perched on the pinnacle of honor, and almost constantly beset by savage, brutal husbands, or certain splaw-footed cousins, who acted the passionate lovers with their female cousins from morning till night, and were very disagreeable to me. It was impossible to be alone with these women one moment. These animals broke in upon us perpetually, disconcerted a rendezvous, and thrust themselves into all our conversations.
These obstacles notwithstanding, I brought 5 or 6 of these prattling creatures to my intended point, before I finished with any one of them. What diverted me much in their commerce was that they piqued themselves on delicacy of sentiments, and I must value myself on the same, and they talked on that subject enough to make one die with laughing. Besides, they required assiduity of attendance, and in their dialect I was continually deficient in this point. They preached such correct love that there was a necessity of renouncing it. But the worst of all was that they had your name eternally in their mouths, and sometimes one was obliged to appear in public with them, and incur all the ridicule of a city adventure. Wherefore, on a fine summer day, I bid adieu to their shops and the whole Rue Saint-Denis forever. People had the madness of keeping private lodges. I hired one in the eastern suburb, and there I successively had some of those girls who are seen and not seen, to whom one speaks and says not a word, and whom we discard when we are tired of them. I frequently mustered a set of friends and opera actresses together, and gave little suppers which Prince Ergibzed now and then honored with his presence. Ah, madam, I had delicious wines, exquisite cordials, and the best cook in Congo. But nothing gave me so great amusement as an enterprise I executed in a province remote from the capital, where my regiment was in quarters. I set out from Bonza to review it, and as that was my only business, I should have been back quickly, were it not for the extravagant project to which I devoted myself. At Baruthi there was a monastery of very beautiful nuns. I was young and beardless, and I contrived how to get admission under the disguise of a widow who sought an asylum against the dangers of the age. I ordered women's clothes to be made for me, then dressed myself and went to offer myself at the grate of those recluses. I met with a very tender reception. They comforted me for the loss of my husband. The price of my board was agreed on, and I went in. The apartment appointed me had a communication with the dormitory of the novices. They were very numerous, most of them young and of a surprising bloom. I was extremely polite to them, and soon became their bosom friend. In less than 8 days, I was let into all the interests of the little republic, informed of the several characters, and instructed in their secret history. I received confidences of all colors, and found that detraction and calumny are not better managed by us profane mortals. I observed their rules with severity, caught the wheedling air and smooth canting tone, and they whispered to each other that the community would be happy if I took the habit. No sooner had I thought my reputation established in the house, but I fixed upon a young virgin who had just taken the first veil. She was an adorable nut-brown girl. She called me my mamma, and I called her my little angel. She gave me innocent kisses, and I returned very tender ones. Youth is curious. Zirziphila put me daily on the subject of marriage and the pleasure of husbands, and desired me to inform her. I artfully whetted her curiosity, and from question to question I led her to the practice of the lessons I gave her. She was not the only novice I instructed, and some young nuns came likewise to be edified in my cell. I managed the hours and meetings so deftly that no one interfered with another. In fine, madam, what shall I tell you? The pious widow made a numerous progeny. But when the scandal, which caused many a secret sigh, broke out, and a council of discreet matrons met and sent for the physician of the convent, I meditated my retreat. Wherefore, in the dead of the night, when all the house was asleep, I scaled the garden wall and disappeared. I went to the waters of Piombino, whither the physician had sent half the convent, and there, in the habit of a cavalier, I finished the work which I had begun under that of a widow. This, madam, is a fact which the whole empire remembers, and of which you alone know the author.
The rest of my youth, added Salim, was spent in the like amusements. Always women and of all sorts, seldom any mystery, a number of oaths, and no sincerity. But at this rate, says the favorite, you have never been in love. Pshaw!
replied Selim. "I thought much of love at that time. I aimed at pleasure only, and at those women who were most likely to afford it me. But," interrupted the favorite, "is there any pleasure without loving? What can it be when the heart says nothing?" "Alas, madam," rejoined Selim, "is it the heart that speaks at the age of 18 or 20? But in fine, what is the result of all these experiments? What have you pronounced on women?" "That most women have no character at all," says Selim, "that they are most powerfully influenced by three things: interest, pleasure, and vanity, that perhaps there is not one of them who is not governed by one of these passions, and that those who join all the three together are monsters. As for pleasure, that I can allow them," said Mangogul, who had just then joined the company, "till little dependence can be had on this sort of women, yet they are to be excused. When the constitution is wound up to a certain pitch, it is an unruly horse, which carries his rider over hedges and ditches, and most women are mounted astride on that beast. 'Tis probably for that reason," says Selim, "that the Duchess Menega calls the Chevalier Kaidar her master of the horse. But is it possible," says the Sultana to Selim, "that you have not had the least adventure in which the heart was concerned? Will your sincerity tend only to dishonor a sex which constituted your pleasures, if you were their darling? What, in so great a number of women, not one that desired and even deserved to be beloved? That is not to be conceived." "Ah, madam," replied Selim, "I feel by the readiness with which I obey you that years have not weakened the empire of a lovely woman over my heart. Yes, madam, I have loved like other folks. You desire to know all. I am going to tell all, and you will judge if I have performed a lover's part in all the forms." "Are there any travels in this part of your history?" says the Sultan. "No, Prince," replied Selim. "So much the better," says Mangogul, who had just then joined the company. "For my part," rejoined the favorite, "Selim will allow me to take a little rest." "Let him go to bed likewise," says the Sultan, "and while ye both are reposing, I will interrogate Cypria." "But, Prince," answered Mirzosa, "your highness does not reflect that that toy will lead you into a string of voyages without end. The African author informs us in this place that the Sultan, struck with Mirzosa's observation, took care to provide a most powerful anti-hypnotic. He adds that Mangogul's physician, being his intimate friend, had given him the prescription, and that he had put it into the preface of his book. But of that preface there remains no more than the three last lines, which are as follow: "Take of Mariamne and the Paysam Pa, 4 pages, of the Agaraments of the Kur, 1 sheet, of the Confessions, 25 lines and a half."
44. 26th Trial of the Ring. The Rambling Toy. While the favorite and Selim were reposing after the fatigues of the preceding day, Mangogul was viewing with astonishment the magnificent apartments of Cypria. This woman had, by means of her toy, made a fortune equal to that of a general farmer of the revenue. After having been through a long row of chambers, each surpassing the other in richness and elegance of furniture, he came to the great salon, where, in the midst of a numerous circle, he distinguished the mistress of the house by the enormous quantity of jewels which disfigured her, and her husband by the good manship painted on his countenance. 2 abbés, a wit, and 3 academicians of Banza were posted at the sides of Cypria's easy-chair, and towards the end of the salon fluttered about 2 petits maîtres and a young magistrate full of airs, blowing on his ruffles, incessantly adjusting his peruke, visiting his mouth, and complimenting himself in the glass that his paint held on so well. Except these 3 butterflies, all the company was in profound veneration for the honorable mummy, who was seated in an indecent posture, yawned, spoke while she yawned, judged of everything, judged ill of everything, and was never contradicted.
How, said Mangogul within himself, who had not talked alone of a long time and was chagrined at it, how came she to have it in her power to dishonor a man of a good family with so wrong a turn of mind and such a figure as she makes? Cypria would fain pass for fair, though her skin, tawny, striped with red, had a good resemblance with a variegated tulip. With large eyes, she was short-sighted. She was of a squat shape, crowded features, with a long, slender nose, a flat mouth, hollow cheeks, and a narrow forehead, no neck, a dry hand, and skinny arm. With those charms it was that she enchanted her husband. The Sultan turned his ring on her, and instantly she began to open. The company were deceived, thinking that Cypria spoke from her mouth, and that she was going to pass judgment, whereas her toy began in these words. The history of my travels. I was born in Morocco in the year 170,012, and I danced on the stage of the opera when Mahomet Tripathoud, who kept me, was named ambassador extraordinary from our potent emperor to the monarch France. I followed him in this embassy. The charms of the French women soon robbed me of my lover, and I speedily made reprisals. The courtiers, greedy of novelty, would needs try Mariqueen, for thus they nicknamed my mistress. She treated them with great humanity, and her affability in 6 months brought her in 20,000 crowns in jewels, as much more in cash, and a neat, well-furnished house. But the French are fickle, and I soon ceased to be in fashion. I did not misspend my time in galloping about the provinces. Great talents require vast theaters. I suffered Tripathoud to return without me, and I devoted myself to the metropolis of another kingdom. Un mourlord très opulent qui voyageait en France m'entraînant à Londres. Oui, c'est là vraiment un homme. Il m'arrosait 6 fois par jour et 6 autres fois par nuit. Son V lançait des dards de feu comme la queue d'une comète. Jamais n'ai-je ressenti des bottes si vives et si bien appliquées. Mais c'était impossible à la prouesse humaine de continuer ce train longtemps. Aussi se ralentit-il peu à peu, et je reçus son âme distillée par son V. Il me fit présent de 50 000 guinées. À ce noble seigneur succédèrent 2 amateurs nouvellement revenus de course. Comme ils étaient amis intimes, ils me chevauchaient comme ils avaient voyagé, en compagnie, chacun faisant tous ses efforts pour surpasser l'autre en vigueur et en feu. Pendant que l'un était à la rade, je remorquai l'autre par son V et je le préparai à une nouvelle attaque. Par un calcul très modéré, je comptai 180 coups de balle que je reçus en 8 jours, mais je m'ennuyais bientôt de tenir un compte si exact, car leur bordée ne finissait pas. Ils me payèrent 12 000 guinées pour ma part des captures qu'ils avaient faites. Dès que l'hiver fut passé, ils furent contraints de mettre à la voile, et ils auraient bien voulu m'engager en qualité d'allège, mais j'avais déjà fait contrat avec un comte allemand. Duxit me vienam in Austria patriam suam, ubi veneria potate vulptate quanta maxima poteram ingurgitatus esm, per menses 3 integros eius splendide nimis epulatus ospes. Illi rugosi e contracti lotaringo more cole, e osque longa crassa mentula, ut dimidiam non dum acciperam, quam vis iterato coitu fractus rictus mi misere pateret. Immanem et uso frequentem vagina tandem admissit gladium, et noves artes excogitavimus, quibus fututionum quotidianum quincerit fastidium. Modo me resupinam agitabat, modo ipsum eques aderescens inguinibus, moto quasi tolutario versabam. Seipe turgentem spumantem admovit ori priapum, e simul apressis a labiis, fellatrice me lingua perfricuit. Et si veneri nunca indulgevat postica, ad tergo me adorsus, cruribus altera sublato, altera depresso, inter femora subiit, voluptaria quaerens per impedimenta transire. amotoria sancesi praecepta calluit ad unguem, et festivas arretini tabulas, sic expressit, ut nemo melius. Iis a me ladis acceptis, multis florium milidus mea obsequia solvit, e Romam secessi. Quella città è il tempio de Venere e il soggiorno delle delizie, tuttavia mi dispiaceva che le nattiche leggiadrese fossero là ancora più festeggiate delle più belle potte, quello che provai il terno giorno del mio arrivo in quel paese. Una cortigiana illustre si offrisce a farmi guadagnare 1000 scudi se io volesse passar la sera con essella in una vigna. Accettai invito, salimmo in una carrozza e giungemmo in un luogo da lei ben conosciuto, nel quale 2 cavalieri con le braghennesse rosse si fecero incontro a noi e ci condussero in un boschetto spesso e solto, dove cavatosi subito le vesti, vedimmo i più furiosi cazzi che risaltaro mai. Ognuno chiavò la sua, il trastullo poi si prese a quadrille, dopo per farsi guattare in bocca posce nelle tette, alla perfine uno dei chiavatori si impadronissi del mio rivale, mentre l'altro mi lavorava. Lo stesso fu fatto alla conduttrice mia, e ciò tutto dolcemente condito di baci alla fiorentina, e quando i campioni nostri ebbero posto fine alla battaglia, ficemmo la fricardella per risvegliare il gusto a quei benedetti signori, che ci pagarono con generosità. In più volte simili guadagnai con loro 60.000 scudi e 2 altrettanto con coloro che mi procurava la cortigiana. Mi ricordo di uno che visitavami spesso e che sborrava 2 volte senza cavarlo, e di un altro che usciva da me piano piano per entrare sottilmente nel mio vicino, e per questo bastava fare su e giù le nattiche. Ecco una usanza curiosa che si pratica in Italia.
Cypria's toy continued her history in a strain half Congese and half Spanish. In all probability, it was not a sufficient master of the latter language to employ it alone. A language is not learnt, says the African author, who would sooner hang himself than miss a common observation, without talking it much, and Cypria's toy had little or no time to talk at Madrid. I fled from Italy, said the toy, notwithstanding some secret desires that called me back, in flujo malo del clima, y tuve luego la resolución de irme a una tierra donde pudiese gozar mis fueros, sin partirlos con un usurpador. I traveled into Old Castile, where I was brought back to my simple functions, but this did not gratify my revenge. Le impuse la tarea de bater el compás en los bailes que celebraba de día y de noche, and he performed so well that we were reconciled. We appeared at the court of Madrid as good friends. Al entrar de la ciudad, I linked con un pape venerable por sus canas. Happily for me, for he had compassion for my youth, and gave me a secret, the fruit of 60 years' experience, para guardarme del mal de que merecieron los franceses ser padrinos por haber sido sus primeros pregones. With this receipt and a relish for cleanliness, which I vainly endeavored to introduce in Spain, I preserved myself from all accidents at Madrid, where my vanity alone was mortified. My mistress, you know, has a very little foot. Esta prenda es el incentivo más poderoso de una imaginación castellana. A little foot serves for a passport at Madrid to a girl que tiene la más dilatada fima entre las piernas. I resolved to quit a country where I owed the greatest part of my triumphs to a foreign merit, y me arrimé a un definidor muy virtuoso que pasaba a las Indias. Under the wings of his reverence, I saw the land of promise, that country where the happy mortal without scandal carries gold in his purse, a poniard under his girdle, and his mistress behind him. How delightful a life is spent there! What nights! Gods, what nights! Ay de mí, al recordarme de tantos gustos me meo. Algo más, ya,
Pierdo il sentido. Me muero. After spending a year at Madrid and in America, I embarked for Constantinople. There I could not relish the customs of a people by whom toys are locked up, and I soon quitted a country in which my liberty was in danger. However, I practiced sufficiently with the Muslimans to perceive that they are much improved by their commerce with the Europeans, and I found in them the levity of the French, the ardor of the English, the strength of the Germans, the longanimity of the Spaniards, together with strong tinctures of the Italian refinements. In a word, a single aga is worth a cardinal, 4 dukes, a lord, 3 grandees of Spain, and 2 German princes. From Constantinople I came, as you know, gentlemen, to the court of the great Ergebzed, where I formed the most amiable of our nobility, and when at length I became good for naught, I threw myself on that odd figure there, says the toy, singling out Cypria's husband by a certain familiar gesture. Gods, what a fall! The African author closes this chapter with an advertisement to the ladies who might be tempted to order a translation of those parts of the narrative where Cypria's toy expressed itself in foreign languages. I should be wanting to the duty of an historian by suppressing them, and to the respect which I bear the sex by preserving them in my work, without acquainting virtuous ladies that Cypria's toy had excessively spoiled its speech in traveling, and that its narratives are infinitely more free than any of the clandestine lectures that it ever made.
45. Sidalisa. Mangogul returned to the favorite where Selim was come before him. "Well, prince," said Mirzoza, "has the account of Cypria's travels done you any good?" "Neither good nor harm," answered the sultan. "I understood it not." "Why so?" replied the favorite. "Because," says the sultan, "her toy speaks like a polyglot, all languages but mine. It is an impertinent storyteller, but would make an excellent interpreter." "What?" replied Mirzoza. "Did you gather nothing at all from her narrative?" "But one thing, madam," answered Mangogul, "and that is that traveling is more pernicious, if possible, to the modesty of the women than to the religion of the men, and that there is very little merit in knowing many languages. For one may be master of Greek, Latin, Italian, French, Spanish, and the language of Congo, and yet have no more sense than a toy. Is this your opinion, madam? And what is Selim's? Now let him begin his story, but above all, no more travels. They fatigue me to death." Selim promised the sultan that the scene should be confined to one place, and spoke thus: "I was about 30 years of age when I lost my father. I married to keep up my family, and I lived with my wife as becomes a husband. Regards, attentions, politeness, decent behavior, without much familiarity. The Prince Ergebzed came to the throne. I had been in his good graces long before his reign. He continued me in them to his death, and I endeavored to do justice to this mark of distinction by my zeal and fidelity. The place of Inspector General of his armies became vacant. I obtained it, and this post obliged me to take frequent journeys to the frontiers." "Frequent journeys?" cried the sultan. "A single one is sufficient to make me sleep till tomorrow. Think of that." "Prince," continued Selim, "it was in one of these tours that I became acquainted with the wife of a colonel of the Spahis, whose name was Ostaluk, a man of bravery and a good officer, but by no means an agreeable husband, jealous as a tiger, and his person was a sufficient warrant to justify that madness, for he was horribly ugly. He had lately espoused Sidalisa, young, lively, handsome, one of those uncommon women for whom at the first interview one feels somewhat more than politeness, from whom one parts with regret, and who return 100 times to your thoughts until you see them again. Sidalisa had a just way of thinking, expressed herself with grace, her conversation was engaging, and if a person was never tired of seeing her, he was still less so of hearing her.
With these qualities she had a right to make strong impressions on every heart, and I felt their effects. I esteemed her much. From esteem I soon ran into tenderness, and all my proceedings immediately assumed the true color of a strong passion. The ease with which I obtained my former triumphs had somewhat spoiled me. When I attacked Sidalisa, I imagined she would not hold out long, and that being very much honored by the pursuit of Mr. Inspector General, she would only make a decent defense. Judge then the surprise I was thrown into with the answer which she made to my declaration. "My lord," said she, "although I had the presumption to believe that you are touched with some charms which I am thought to have, yet I should be a fool to listen seriously to those same discourses with which you have deceived thousands before you addressed them to me. Without esteem, what is love? A trifle, and you do not know me sufficiently to esteem me. Whatever judgment and penetration a person may have, he cannot in 2 days' time enter deep enough into the character of a woman to say that she deserves to be adored. Mr. Inspector General seeks an amusement, he is in the right, and so is Sidalisa too, in amusing nobody. In vain did I swear to the sincerity of my passion, that my happiness was in her hands, and that her indifference would poison the rest of my life. Jargon, said she, pure jargon. Either think no more of me, or do not believe me stupid enough to be catched by those trite protestations. What you have just said to me, everybody says without thinking of it, and everybody hears without believing it. If I had but a bare liking to Sidalisa, her severity would have mortified me, but as I loved her, it afflicted me. I set out for the court. Her image followed me thither, and absence, far from weakening the passion which I had conceived for her, but did augment it. Sidalisa had so far taken possession of me that I thought 100 times to make a sacrifice to her of the employments and rank which bound me to the court, but the uncertainty of success always withheld me. In the impossibility of flying to the place where I left her, I formed a project to bring her where I was. I took advantage of the confidence with which Ergebzed honored me by extolling the merit and valor of Ostaloc. He was named lieutenant of the Spahis of his guard, an office which fixed him near the prince, and Ostaloc appeared at the court, and with him Sidalisa, who instantly became the beauty of the day. "You did well," says the Sultan, "to keep your employments and call your Sidalisa to court, for I swear to you by Brahma that I should have suffered you to set out alone for the province she was in." "She was ogled, surveyed, beset, but all in vain," continued Selim. "I enjoyed the sole privilege of seeing her every day. The more I visited her, the more graces and good qualities I perceived in her, and the more desperately I became enamored. I fancied that possibly the remembrance of my numerous adventures might injure me in her mind. In order to efface it, and convince her of the sincerity of my love, I banished myself from company, and I saw no women but those which chance threw in my way at her house. It seemed to me as if this conduct had some effect, and that she relaxed somewhat of her former severity. I doubled my diligence, I asked for love, and she granted me esteem. Sidalisa began to treat me with distinction. I had some share in her confidence. She often consulted me on her family affairs, but was quite silent on those of her heart. If I expressed myself in tender sentiments, she answered me in maxims that made me mad. This painful state had lasted a long time, when I took up the resolution to get out of it, and to know positively once and for all what I might depend on. "How did you set about it?" said Mirzoza. "Madam, you will soon be informed," answered Mangogul, and Selim continued. "I have told you, madam, that I saw Sidalisa every day. I began by seeing her less frequently. I went on by slackening my visits, more and more, till in fine I scarcely saw her at all. Whenever I happened to converse with her tête-à-tête, I spoke as little of love as if I had never felt the least spark of it. This change astonished her. She suspected me of some secret engagement, and one day, as I was making her a narration of the gallantries of the court, "Selim," said she to me with an air of confusion, "you tell me nothing concerning yourself. You relate the good fortune of others charmingly, but you are very discreet with regard to your own." "Madam," answered I, "it's probably because I have none, or that I think it is proper to conceal them." "To be true," interrupted she, "it's of vast consequence to conceal those things today which all the world will know tomorrow." "Be that as it may, madam," replied I, "yet at least nobody shall have them from me." "Indeed," said she, "you are quite marvelous with your reserves, but who does not know that you have designs on the fair Missis, the little Zibellina, and the nut-brown Sapphira, and on whom you please besides, madam?" added I coldly.
Truly, replied she, I can easily believe that these are not all. These 2 months past that the sight of you is a favor, you have not been idle, and business goes on fast with those ladies. I to remain idle, answered I should never forgive myself. My heart is made to love, and somewhat to be beloved too, and I will go so far as to own that it is. But ask me no farther questions on this head. Perhaps I have already said too much. Selim, replied she seriously, I have no secret for you, and you shall have none for me if you please. How far are you advanced? Almost to the end of the novel. And with whom? She said earnestly. You know Marteza. Yes, sure, she is a very amiable woman. Well then, after having in vain tried all means to please you, I turned to that side. I was wished for above half a year. 2 interviews leveled the outworks, a 3rd will complete my happiness, and this very night Marteza expects me to supper. Her conversation is amusing, light, and a little caustic, but that accepted, she is the best creature in the world. A person transacts his little affairs better with those giggling women than with those lofty dames who— But, my lord, interrupted Sidalisa with a downcast look, in complimenting you on your choice, may one observe to you that Marteza is not new, and that before you she has reckoned lovers? What is that to me, madam? Replied I. If Marteza loves me sincerely, I look on myself as her first, but the hour of my appointment draws near. Permit me. One more word, my lord. Is it really true that Marteza loves you? I believe it. And you love her? Added Sidalisa. Madam, answered I, it is you that have thrown me into the arms of Marteza. I need say no more to you. I was departing, but Sidalisa pulled me by my dolaman and turned back in a hurry. Does madam want to speak with me? Has she any commands for me? No, sir. How? Are you there still? I thought you were a good way off by this time. Madam, I will double my pace. Selim, Sidalisa. Then you are going? Yes, madam. Ah, Selim, to whom do you sacrifice me? Was not Sidalisa's esteem of greater value than the favors of a Marteza? Without doubt, madam, replied I, if I had nothing more than esteem for you. But I loved you. It is not so, cried she with transport. If you had loved me, you would have distinguished my real sentiments. You would have been prepossessed with them. You would have flattered yourself that your perseverance would in time get the better of my pride. But you grew tired, you have abandoned me, and perhaps in the very moment— At this word, Sidalisa stopped short. A sigh slipped from her, and her eyes were wet. Speak, madam, make an end. If my tenderness lasted still, notwithstanding your rigorous treatment, could you— I can do nothing. You do no longer love me, and Marteza waits for you. If Marteza was indifferent to me, if Sidalisa was dearer to me than ever, what would you do? It would be folly to explain myself on suppositions. Sidalisa, I beseech you to answer me as if I had not supposed anything. If Sidalisa was constantly the most lovely of her sex in my eyes, and if I never had the least design on Marteza, once again, what would you do? What I have always done, ingrateful man, answered Sidalisa at length. I would love you.
"And Selim adores you," said I, falling on my knees and kissing her hands, which I watered with my tears. Sidalisa was struck dumb. This unexpected change threw her into the utmost confusion. I took advantage of her disorder, and our reconciliation was sealed by certain marks of tenderness which she had no power to refuse. "And what did the good-natured Ostaluk say to this?" interrupted Mangogul. "Doubtless he allowed his dear half to be generous to a man to whom he was indebted to the lieutenancy of the Sapahis." "Prince," replied Selim, "Ostaluk showed great gratitude while I was not listened to, but no sooner was I made happy, but he became troublesome, ill-humored, insufferable to me, and brutal to his wife. Not content with disturbing us in person, he caused us to be watched. We were betrayed, and Ostaluk, convinced of his pretended dishonor, had the impudence to challenge me to a duel. We fought in the great park of the Seraglio. I gave him 2 wounds and obliged him to own himself indebted to me for his life. While he was under cure of his wounds, I never quitted his wife, but the first use that he made of his recovery was to part us and ill-use Sidalisa. She sent me a pathetic account of her unfortunate situation. I proposed carrying her off, to which she consented, and our jealous pate, returning from the chase, wherein he attended the Sultan, was vastly surprised to find himself a widower. Ostaluk, instead of giving vent to his passion in useless complaints against the author of the rape, instantly meditated revenge. I had Sidalisa in a country house 2 leagues from Banza, and every other night I stole out of town and went to Sisera. Meanwhile, Ostaluk set a price on the head of his false one, bribed my servants, and was let into my park. That evening, I was enjoying the refreshing breeze there with Sidalisa. We had got to the remotest end of a dark walk, and I was on the point of lavishing the most tender caresses on her, when an invisible hand pierced her breast with a poignard before my eyes. It was the hand of cruel Ostaluk. The same fate hung over my head, but I prevented Ostaluk, I drew my dagger, and Sidalisa was revenged. I ran to the dear woman, her heart still panted. I hastened to carry her to the house, but before I reached it, she expired, her mouth closely pressing on mine. When I perceived Sidalisa's limbs to grow stiff in my arms, I cried out with vehemence. My people ran to me and forced me away from that place of horror. I returned to Banza and shut myself up in my palace, excessively grieved at Sidalisa's death and loading myself with the cruelest reproaches. I loved Sidalisa sincerely and was passionately beloved by her, and I had at full leisure to consider the greatness of the loss that I had sustained and to mourn for her. "But at length you comforted yourself," said the favorite. "Alas, madam, I thought I never should, but this one thing I have learned from it, that there is no grief eternal." "Well," said Mirzosa, "let me hear no more of the men. There they are all. That is to say, Signor Selim, that this poor Sidalisa, whose history has moved us to compassion, and whom you have so much regretted, was a great fool to rely on your oath, and that while Brahma perhaps chastises her severely for her credulity, you pass your time pleasantly enough in the arms of another."
"Pray, madam," replied the Sultan, "calm yourself. Selim loves again. Sidalisa will be revenged." "Sir," answered Selim, "your highness may possibly be misinformed. Ought I not to have learnt, once for my whole life by my adventure with Sidalisa, that true love was too prejudicial to happiness?" "Without doubt," interrupted Mirzosa, "and yet I would lay a wager, notwithstanding your philosophical reflections, that you actually love another more ardently than—" "More ardently," replied Selim, "I dare not assert. These 5 years past I am attached, but attached from my heart to a charming woman. It was not without difficulty that I made her listen to me, for she had always been of a virtue." "Virtue?" cried the Sultan. "Courage, my friend. I am charmed when one talks to me of the virtue of a court lady." "Selim," said the favorite, "continue your story. And always believe, as a good Mussulman, in the fidelity of your mistress," added the Sultan. "Ah, Prince," replied Selim with vivacity, "Fulvia is faithful to me." "Faithful or not," answered Mangogul, "what is that to your happiness? You believe it, and that is sufficient." "Oh, then, 'tis Fulvia that you are now in love with," said the favorite. "Yes, madam," answered Selim. "So much the worse, my friend," added Mangogul. "I have not a grain of faith in her. She is perpetually beset by Brahmins, and these Brahmins are terrible fellows. Besides, I find she has little Chinese eyes with a turned-up nose, and an air thoroughly inclining to the side of pleasure. Between us, is this true?" "Prince," answered Selim, "I believe she has no aversion to it." "Well," replied the Sultan, "everything gives way to that charm, which you ought to know better than I, or you are not." "You are mistaken," replied the favorite. "A man may have all the sense in the world and not know that. I wager—" "Always wagers," interrupted Mangogul. "I am out of all patience. Those women are incorrigible. Pray, madam, win your castle and lay wagers afterward." "Madam," says Selim to the favorite, "might not Fulvia be of use to you in some station or other?" "As how?" asked Mirzoza. "I have observed that the toys have seldom or never spoken but in presence of His Highness, and I have fancied that the genius Kukufa, who has done so many surprising things in favor of Konoglu, the Sultan's grandfather, might have endowed his grandson with the gift of making them speak. But Fulvia's toy has not as of yet opened its mouth as far as I could ever learn. Might it not be possible to interrogate it in order to procure you the castle, and to convince me of the fidelity of my mistress?" "Doubtless," replied the Sultan. "What is your opinion, madam?" "Oh, I shall not meddle in so ticklish an affair. Selim is too much my friend to expose him, for the sake of a castle, to the risk of being made unhappy the rest of his days." "But you do not consider," replied the Sultan. "Fulvia is virtuous. Selim would run his hand into the fire to prove it. He has said it, and he is not a man to flinch from his word." "No, Prince," answered Selim, "and if your Highness will give me a meeting at Fulvia's house, I will certainly be there before you." "Be cautious of what you propose," replied the favorite. "Selim, my poor Selim, you go very fast, and how worthy soever you are of being beloved. Fear not, madam, since the die is cast, I will hear Fulvia. The worst that can befall me is to lose a faithless woman, and to die of regret for having lost her." "What a romance," says Mangogul. "You believe that Selim has become very weak? He has lost the lovely Sidalisa, and yet there he is, full of life, and you pretend that if he happened to find Fulvia unfaithful to him, it would kill him. I'll insure him to you as immortal if he is never demolished but by that stroke. Selim, tomorrow at Fulvia's, do you hear? You will have notice of the hour." Selim bowed. Mangogul quitted the company. The favorite continued to remonstrate to the old courtier that he played a high game. Selim thanked her for her tokens of goodwill, and each retired in expectation of the great event.
46. 27th Trial of the Ring. Fulvia. The African author, who had promised to bring Selim's character into some part of his book, has thought fit to place it here, and I have too much esteem for the works of antiquity to assert that it would come in better somewhere else. "There are," says he, "some men whose merit gives them access everywhere, who by their graceful person and free, easy wit are in their youth the darlings of many women, and whose gray hairs are respected, because having known how to reconcile their duties with their pleasures, they have rendered their middle stage of life illustrious by services done for the state. In a word, men who at all times are the delight of society. Such was Selim. Though he had reached 60 years and that he had entered the list of pleasure early, a strong constitution and some management had preserved him from the infirmities of age. A noble air, an easy carriage, insinuating language, a great knowledge of the world, founded on long experience, the habit of dealing with the sex made him to be regarded at court as a man whom everybody would choose to resemble, but who would be unsuccessfully copied for want of being endowed by nature with the talents and genius which had distinguished him. "Now I desire to know," continues the African author,
If this man had reason to make himself uneasy on the score of a mistress, and to spend the night like a madman, for the fact is that 1,000 reflections rolled in his head, and the more he loved Fulvia, the more he feared to find her unfaithful. Into what labyrinth have I thrust myself, said he to himself, and to what purpose? What advantage will accrue to me in case the favorite should win a castle, and what will be my fate if she loses it? But why should she lose it? Am I not certain of Fulvia's love? Ah, I am in the sole and entire possession of her, and if her toy speak, it will be of me alone. But if the treacherous, no, I should have had some previous notion of it. I should have observed some unevenness in her temper. Some time or another, these 5 years past, she would have betrayed herself, yet the trial is dangerous. But it is now no longer time to recoil. I have lifted the vessel to my mouth. I must finish, though I were to spill the liquor. Perhaps also the oracle will be in my favor. Alas, what can I expect from it? Why must others have failed in their attacks on that virtue over which I have triumphed? Ah, dear Fulvia, I wrong thee by my suspicions, and I forget what it cost me to conquer thee. A ray of hope enlightens me, and I flatter myself that my toy will obstinately keep silence. Selim was in this agitation of mind when he received a card from the Sultan, which contained these words: "This night, precisely at half an hour after 11, you will be where you know." Selim took his pen and answered with a trembling hand, "Prince, I will obey." Selim passed the rest of the day as he had done the preceding night, fluctuating between hope and fear. Nothing is truer that lovers have an instinct. If their mistress is unfaithful, they are seized with a horror much like that of which animals feel at the approach of bad weather. The suspicious lover is a cat whose ear itches in cloudy weather. Animals and lovers have this property also in common, that domestic animals lose this instinct, and that it grows dull in lovers when they are converted into husbands. The hours seemed very tedious to Selim. He looked 100 times on his watch. In fine, the fatal moment came, and the courtier went to visit his mistress. It was late, but as he had admission at all hours, Fulvia's apartment was opened for him. "I had given you over," said she, "and I went to bed with a swimming in my head which I owe to the impatience you have thrown me into." "Madam," answered Selim, "business and respect have retained me with the Sultan, and since I parted from you, I have not been master of myself one moment." "And for my part," replied Fulvia, "I have been in a dreadful humor. How? 2 whole days without seeing you? You know what my rank obliges me to, and let the favor of the great appear ever so fixed." "How?" interrupted Fulvia. "Has the Sultan shown you any coldness? Has he forgotten your services?" "Selim, you are pensive. You do not answer me." "Ah, if you love me, of what avail is the prince's good or bad reception to your happiness? It is not in his eyes, it is in mine, it is in my arms that you are to seek it." Selim listened attentively to this discourse, examined the countenance of his mistress, and in its motions sought that character of truth in which a person is not deceived, and which is impossible to counterfeit well. When I say impossible, I mean to us men, for Fulvia was so perfectly composed that Selim began to blame himself for having suspected her, when Mangogul entered the room. Fulvia was silent in an instant, Selim trembled, and the toy said, "In vain does my lady make pilgrimages to all the pagodas of Congo. She will have no children, for reasons well known to me, who am her toy." At this declaration, a deadly paleness seized Selim. He attempted to rise, but his trembling knees failed him, and he fell back into his seat. The invisible Sultan stepped up to him and whispered in his ear, "Have you enough?" "Alas, Prince," replied the melancholy Selim, "why did I not follow the advice of Mirzoza and the misgivings of my own heart? My happiness is eclipsed. I am a lost man. I die if her toy does not speak. If it does, I am a dead man. Let it speak out, however." I expect frightful intelligences, but I fear them less than I hate the state of perplexity in which I am." In the meantime, Fulvia's first motion was to put her hand on her toy and to shut its mouth. What it had hitherto said might bear a favorable interpretation, but she dreaded the sequel. As she began to take courage on account of it remaining silent, the Sultan, urged by Selim, turned his ring. Fulvia was obliged to spread her fingers, and the toy went on. "I will never hold. I am too harassed. The too assiduous visits of so many holy men will always obstruct my intentions, and my dam will not have any children. If I had been regaled by none but Selim, I might possibly prove fruitful, but I lead the life of a galley slave. This day fatigued by one, tomorrow by another, and always at the oar. The last man that Fulvia sees is always the person whom she believes destined by heaven to perpetuate her race. None can be safe from this fancy. Oh, how tiresome is the condition of the toy of a titled lady who has no heirs. These 10 years past, I am exposed to people who were not made even to lift their eyes up to me." Here Mangogul was of the opinion that Selim had heard enough to cure him of his perplexity, wherefore he exempted him from the remaining part, turned off his ring, and went away, abandoning Fulvia to the reprimands of her lover. At first the miserable Selim was petrified, but his fury giving him strength and speech, he darted a scornful look on his unfaithful mistress, and said, "Ingrateful, perfidious woman, if I loved you still, I would take revenge, but as you are unworthy of my affection, so are you likewise of my wrath. A man like me, Selim, to be mixed with a pack of scoundrels?" "Truly," interrupted Fulvia sharply, in the strain of an unmasked courtesan, "it much becomes you to give yourself airs for a trifle. Instead of thanking me for concealing matters from you, which would have made you mad at the time of their transacting, you take fire, you fly into a rage, as if you had been injured. And pray, sir, what reason can you have for preferring yourself to Rickle, to Seaton, to Molio, to the most amiable cavaliers of the court, from whom their mistresses won't be at the pains of even cloaking the slips they make?"
Consider, Selim, that you are exhausted, infirm, and long incapable of engrossing a pretty woman, who is not a fool. Acknowledge then that your presumption is ill-timed, and your rage impertinent. In fine, you may, if you are dissatisfied, leave the field open to others, who will make better use of it. "So I do, and most heartily," replied Selim with excessive indignation, and went away, fully resolved never more to see that woman. He went home and shut himself up for some days, less grieved for his loss than for his long error. Not his heart, but his vanity suffered. He dreaded the reproaches of the favorite and the jokes of the Sultan, and he shunned the one and the other. He was upon the point of resolving to renounce the court, to go into retirement and turn philosopher for the remaining part of a life, of which he had thrown away a great part in quality of a courtier, when Mirzoza, who guessed his thoughts, undertook to comfort him, sent for him to the seraglio, and made him this speech: "Well, my poor Selim, then you abandon me? It's not Fulvia, it is me that you punish for her infidelity. We are all concerned for your adventure. We agree that it is vexatious. But if you set any value on the Sultan's protection and my esteem, you will continue to enliven our company, and you will forget that Fulvia, who never was worthy of a man like you." "Madam," answered Selim, "age admonishes me that it is high time for me to retire. I have sufficiently seen the world, and 4 days ago I would have boasted that I knew it. But Fulvia's stroke confounds me. Women are indefinable, and I should hate them all if you had not been included in the sex, of which you have all the charms. May Brahma grant that you never imbibe their perverseness. Farewell, madam. I am going to give myself up to useful reflections in solitude. The remembrance of the favors with which you and the Sultan have honored me will follow me thither, and if my heart forms any vows henceforth, they will be for your happiness and his glory." "Selim," replied the favorite, "your chagrin is your adviser. You are afraid of mockery, which you will less avoid by withdrawing from court than by remaining at it.
Have as much philosophy as you will. This is not the time to put it in practice. Your retreat will be attributed to peevishness and melancholy. You are not framed to confine yourself in a desert. And the Sultan. Mangogul's arrival interrupted the favorite. She informed him of Selim's design. Then he has turned fool, says the prince. Is it possible that the base usage of that little Fulvia has turned his head? And then addressing himself to Selim, that shall not be, my friend. You shall stay, continues he. I want your counsel, and madam your company. The welfare of my empire and Mirzoza's satisfaction require it, and it shall be. Selim, moved with the sentiments of Mangogul and the favorite, bowed respectfully, stayed at court, was loved, cherished, sought for, and distinguished by his favor with the Sultan and Mirzoza.
47. Prodigious events of the reign of Kanaglu, Mangogul's grandfather. The favorite was very young. Born towards the end of Ergebzed's reign, she had scarce any idea at all of the court of Kanaglu. A word accidentally dropped had given her a curiosity to know the prodigies which the genius Kukufa had wrought in favor of that good prince, and none could more faithfully inform her than Selim. He had been an eyewitness and even a sharer in them, and was thoroughly versed in the history of his time. One day that he was alone with her, Mirzoza put him on that topic and asked him if the reign of Kanaglu, which made so great noise, had seen greater wonders than those which then engrossed the attention of Congo. I have no interest, madam, answered Selim, in preferring times past to those of the reigning prince. Great things are come to pass under him, but they are perhaps no more than specimens of those which will continue to render Mangogul illustrious, and my time is too far advanced to flatter myself with seeing them. You are mistaken, replied Mirzoza. You have acquired and will keep the epithet of eternal. But tell me what you have seen. Madam, continued Selim, Kanaglu's reign was long, and our poets have named it the Golden Age. This title suits it upon several accounts. It has been signalized by successes and victories, but the advantages were blended with crosses, which prove that this gold was sometimes mixed with bad alloy. The court, which sets the example to the rest of the empire, was very gallant. The Sultan had mistresses, the nobility picked themselves on imitating him, and the lower people insensibly assumed the same air. The magnificence in dress, furniture, and equipages was excessive. Delicacy in feasting was reduced to an art. People gamed high, ran in debt, paid nobody, and spent while they had either money or credit. There were very good laws enacted against luxury, but not put in execution. Towns were taken, provinces conquered, palaces begun, and the empire drained of men and money. The people sang victory and were starving at the same time. The great had stately castles and delightful gardens, and their lands lay uncultivated. 100 ships of war had rendered us masters of the sea and the terror of our neighbors. But a good calculator made an apt estimate what it cost the government to keep these hulks in good order, and notwithstanding the remonstrances of the rest of the ministry, they were ordered to be turned into a bonfire. The royal treasury was a great empty coffer, which this wretched economy did not fill. Gold and silver became so scarce that the mints were on a summer's morning converted into paper mills. To complete our happiness, Kanaglu surrendered himself to a set of fanatics that it was of the utmost importance that all his subjects should resemble him, and that they should have blue eyes, snub noses, and red whiskers as well as he. And he expelled from Congo over 2 millions of people who were not blessed with these regimentals, or who refused to counterfeit them. Such, madam, was this golden age, such those good old times, which you daily hear regretted. But let those dotards prate on, and you believe that we have our Turennes and our Colberts, that all things considered, the present is better than the past, and that if the people are happier under Mangogul than they were under Kanaglu, His Highness's reign is more illustrious than that of his grandfather, because the happiness of the subject is the exact measure of the greatness of the prince. But let us return to the particulars of Kanaglu's reign.
I will begin with the origin of the pantins. Selim, I will excuse you. I know that story by heart, says the favorite. Proceed to other matters. Madam, answered Selim, might one ask from whom you have it? Why, it's published, says Mirzosa. True, madam, replied Selim, and people who knew nothing of the matter. I am out of humor when I see little obscure private persons who have never been near princes, but at a public entry into the metropolis or some other such ceremony, pretend to write their history. Madam, continued Selim, we had spent the night at a masquerade in the great salons in the Seraglio, when the genius Cucufa, avowed protector of the reigning family, appeared to us and commanded us to go to bed and sleep 24 hours on a stretch. He was obeyed, and at the expiration of this term, the Seraglio was found to be transformed into a vast and magnificent gallery of pantins. At one end appeared Caniglu seated on his throne. A long pack-tread, almost worn out, hung down between his legs. An old, decrepit fairy was incessantly pulling it, and with a turn of her wrist moved an innumerable multitude of subaltern pantins, to whom fine, imperceptible threads answered, which issued from Caniglu's fingers and toes. She pulled, and in an instant the seneschal drew up and sealed ruinous edicts, or pronounced a panegyric of the fairy, which was prompted by his secretary. The Minister of War sent card matches to the army, the superintendent of the finances built houses, and salted the soldiery to starve, and so of the others. When any of the pantins happened to execute their movements awkwardly by not lifting up their arms sufficiently or not bowing their knee in a proper manner, the fairy cut their threads with a jerk of her left hand, and they became paralytic. I shall never forget two most valiant emirs whom she found deficient in their duty, and who were ever after deprived of the use of their arms. The threads which issued from every part of Caniglu were extended to immense distances, and from the palace of Congo put whole armies of pantins into motion or winter quarters, ever to the remotest parts of Monoamuji. With one pull of the pack-tread, a town was besieged, the trenches were opened, they battered in breach, and the enemy was preparing to capitulate. But on a second pull, the besiegers' fire slackened, the attacks were not carried on with the same vigor. Troops came to the relief of the place, dissensions were kindled among the generals. We were attacked, surprised, beaten, and routed. These bad newtings never gave any concern to Caniglu. He seldom heard them till they were forgotten by his subjects, and the fairy would not suffer him to be informed of them, but by pantins who had each a thread fastened to the tip of their tongue, and said no more than what she thought proper, on pain of being struck dumb. Another time, we young fools were all charmed with an adventure that gave bitter scandal to the godly. The women all at once became tumblers, and fell to walking with their heads down, their legs up in the air, and their hands in their slippers. This threw our former knowledge into confusion, and we were obliged to commence a course of studies on these new physiognomies. Many were slighted, who ceased to be thought lovely as soon as they showed themselves, and others who were never so much as talked about gained vastly by making themselves known. Their petticoats and gowns falling over their eyes put them in danger of either losing their way or stumbling, wherefore the former were shortened and the latter cut open before. Such is the origin of short petticoats and open gowns. When the women returned to the use of their feet, they retained this part of their dress as it was, and if we thoroughly consider the petticoats of our fine ladies, we shall easily perceive that they were not meant to be worn as they are worn today. Any mode that has but one drift will soon pass away. In order to make it lasting, it ought to answer two ends at least. In those same days, a secret was discovered for plumping the breasts downward, and it is used at this day for plumping them upward.
The devout women, surprised to find their heads down and their heels up in the air, at first covered themselves with their hands, but this attention made them lose their poise and stumble in their walks. By the advice of the Brahmins, they afterwards tied their petticoats about their legs with little black ribbons. The gay part of the sex found this expedient ridiculous and publicly declared that it incommoded their respiration and threw them into the vapors. This prodigy was attended with happy consequences. It occasioned a number of marriages, or somewhat like them, and a crowd of conversions. All those who had disagreeable buttocks ran headlong into the religious party and took little black ribbons. 4 missions of Brahmins would not have made so many proselytes. We had scarcely got rid of this trial when we underwent another, less universal indeed, but not less instructive. The young girls, one and all, from 13 to 18, 19, 20 years of age and upwards, rose on a fine summer's morning, the middle finger caught, "Guess where, madam," said Selim to the favorite. It was not in their mouth, nor in their ear, nor, in fine, à la Turque. Their disease was easily guessed, and the remedy quickly applied. From that time may our custom be dated of marrying children who are fit for nothing but dressing their dolls. Another blessing, Kanoglu's court swarmed with petite maîtres, and I had the honor to be of the number. One day, as I was entertaining them with the young French nobility, I perceived our shoulders working upwards till they became higher than our heads. But that was not all. In an instant, we all fell to whirling about on one heel. "And what rarity was there in that?" said the favorite. "Nothing, madam," replied Selim, "but that the first metamorphosis is the origin of the round shoulders so much in vogue in your infancy, and the second that of the scoffers, whose reign is not yet over. Then, as now, a discourse was begun to some one person, which by a sudden twirl on the heel was continued to a second, and finished to a third, to whom it became half intelligible, half impertinent. Another time, we all found ourselves short-sighted, and were forced to have recourse to Bion. The rogue made us pay 10 sequins for glasses, which we continued to use even after recovering our sight. Thence came, madam, the opera spyglasses. I could never learn what the fine ladies did to the genius Kukufa about this time, but he took severe vengeance of them. At the end of a certain year, whereof they had spent the nights in balls, banquets, and gaming, and the days in dressing or between the arms of their lovers, they were all astonished to find themselves horridly ugly. One was as black as a mole, another bronzed over, a third pale and lean, a fourth of a sickly yellow and full of wrinkles. There was a necessity to palliate this fatal enchantment, and our chemists found out the white, the red, pomatums, waters, Venus's handkerchiefs, virgin's milk, patches, and 1,000 other cosmetics which they employed to avoid appearing ugly and becoming frightful. Kukufa still held them under this curse, when Ergebzed, who loved beautiful women, became their intercessor. The genius did all that he could, but the charm was so powerful that he was not able to dissolve it thoroughly, and the court ladies remained such as you see them at this day. Was the fate of the other charms the same? Says Mirzosa. No, madam, answered Selim. Some lasted longer, some shorter. The round shoulders sunk by degrees, and people stood upright, and for fear of being thought humpback, they turned up their noses to the wind, and danced as they walked. The whirligig motion continued, and they whirl about to this day. Broach a serious or sensible conversation in presence of a young lord of the Bel Air, and zest, you'll see him wheel away from you in an instant and go mutter out a parody to somebody who asks him the news of the war or of his health, or to whisper in his ear that he supped last night with Miss Rabone, and that she is an adorable girl, that there is a new romance coming abroad, that he has read some pages of it, and that it is fine, very fine, and then another twirl or two towards a lady whom he asks if she has seen the new opera, and answers her that Miss d'Angelville has performed to a miracle. Mirzosa found these ridicules very diverming, and asked Selim if he had been a sharer in them.
How, madam, replied Selim, was it possible not to have them without passing for a man come from the other world? I put on the round shoulders, I stood erect, I danced in walking, I cocked the spyglass, I whirled about, I hissed like the rest, and the utmost efforts of my judgment went no further than to be one of the first in taking up these several biases, and none of the last in shaking them off. Selim was got this far when Mangogul appeared. The African author does not inform us what had become of him or what were his occupations during this preceding chapter. Probably the princes of Congo may be allowed to perform indifferent actions, to say miserable things sometimes, and to resemble the rest of mankind who spend a great part of their lives in doing nothing, or such things at least that are not worthy of being known.
"Rejoice, madam," says Mangogul, coming in to the favorite's apartment. "I bring you an agreeable piece of news. The toys are a parcel of little fools who know not what they say. Kukufa's ring can indeed make them speak, but not extort the truth from them." "And how has your highness caught them in a lie?" says the favorite. "You shall hear," answered the Sultan. "Selim promised you an account of all his adventures, and you make no doubt but that he has kept his word. Well then, I am just come from consulting a toy who accuses him of a naughty trick, which he has not confessed to you, and which most certainly he has not played, as it is quite contrary to his character. To tyrannize over a pretty woman, to lay her under contribution on pain of military execution, can you discover Selim in this proceeding?" "Pray, why not, sir?" replied the favorite. "There is no malice of this sort of which Selim has not been capable, and if he has concealed the adventure which you have discovered, possibly it is that he is reconciled to this toy, that they are well together, and that he thought he might keep that peccadillo from me without swerving from his promise." "The perpetual falsity of your conjectures," replied Mangogul, "ought to cure you of the disease of ever making any. There is nothing of what you imagine in the affair. It is one of the first flights of Selim's youthful days. It regards one of those women who are gained in a minute, but are never kept long." "Madam," says Selim to the favorite, "in vain do I examine myself. I can recall nothing more to my memory, and at present I find my conscience quite clear." "Olympia," says Mangogul. "Ah, Prince," interrupted Selim, "I know the thing, but this little story is so old that it is no wonder that it has escaped me." "Olympia," continued Mangogul, "wife of the chief cashier of Hasna, had coiffed herself with a young officer, captain in Selim's regiment. Her lover came to her one morning in deep concern to inform her that orders were issued for all the officers to set out and join their respective corps. My grandfather, Canaglu, had resolved that year to open the campaign early, and an admirable project which he had formed miscarried purely through the making these orders too public. The politicians murmured, the women exclaimed. Each party had their reasons. I have told you those of Olympia. This woman took the party of seeing Selim, and if possible to prevent the departure of Gabalis, for that was her lover's name. Selim already passed for a dangerous man. Olympia thought it was proper to have an escort, and two of her female friends as handsome as herself offered to accompany her. Selim was at home when they came. He received Olympia, who appeared alone, with that easy politeness which you know he is master of, and asked what procured him this agreeable visit. "Sir," says Olympia, "I interest myself for Gabalis. He has some important affairs on his hands that make his presence necessary at Bonza, and I come to you to beg 6 months' leave of absence for him." "6 months' leave, madam, you do not consider," replied Selim. "The Sultan's orders are precise. I am heartily concerned that I cannot make a merit towards you with a favor which would infallibly ruin me." New instances on Olympia's side, on Selim's new refusals. "The Grand Vizier has promised me that I should be comprehended in the next promotion. Can you desire me, madam, to drown myself in order to oblige you?" "No, sir, you may oblige me without drowning yourself." "Madam, it is impossible, but if you go to the Vizier."
Alas, sir, to whom do you send me? That man never did anything for the ladies. I rack my brain to no purpose, for I should be highly rejoiced in being able to render you service, and I can see but one way. And which is that? Asked Olympia with eagerness. Your intention, answered Selim, would be to make Gabalus happy for 6 months. But, madam, could you not dispose of 1/4 of the pleasures you design for him? Olympia understood him wonderfully well, blushed, stammered, and concluded by exclaiming at the severity of the condition. Let us say no more of the affair, replied the colonel with a cold air. Gabalus shall join his regiment. The prince's service must be done. I might venture to take somewhat on myself, but you are inflexible. At least, madam, if Gabalus departs, it is you who send him away. I, cried Olympia sharply. Ah, sir, make out his warrant quickly and let him remain here. The essential preliminaries of the treaty were ratified on a sofa, and the lady thought she had made sure of Gabalus, when the traitor who stands before you took it into his head to ask her who those 2 ladies were who came with her, and whom she left in the next apartment. They are 2 of my intimate friends, replied Olympia, and Gabalus's, added Selim, beyond doubt. This supposed, I do not believe they will refuse to execute each a 3rd part of the articles of the treaty. Yes, this seems to me just, and to you, madam, I commit the care of disposing them to it. Indeed, sir, says Olympia, you are a strange man. I protest these ladies have no pretensions to Gabalus, but in order to extricate them and myself from this embarrass, if you think me responsible, I will endeavor to discharge the bill of exchange you draw on them. Selim accepted the offer. Olympia did honor to her word, and there, madam, is what Selim ought to have informed you. I excuse him, says the favorite. Olympia was not so good an acquaintance that I should condemn him for having forgotten her. I cannot imagine whither you go to hunt out that sort of women. Indeed, Prince, your conduct is that of a man who has no desire to lose a castle. Madam, it seems as if you have entirely changed your notions within these few days, answered Mangogul. Do me the favor to recall the first trial of my ring which I proposed to you, and you will see that it was not my fault that I have not lost it ere now. Yes, replied the Sultana, I know you have sworn to me that I should be accepted out of the number of speaking toys, and since that time you have applied to such women who have forfeited their reputation, to an Amina, Zobeida, a Thelis, a Zuleika, whose reputations were already pretty well settled. I grant, says Mangogul, that it would be ridiculous indeed to rely on those toys, but for want of others, I was necessitated to confine myself to them. I have already told you, and I now repeat it. Good company with respect to toys is scarcer than you think, and if you will not resolve to gain yourself— I, interrupted Mirzosa sharply, I shall never have a castle while I live if I must use those means for obtaining one. A speaking toy, fie, that is so indecent. Prince, in one word, you know my reasons, and with great seriousness I now reiterate my menaces.
But either do not complain of my trials, or at least hint at some persons to whom you think we may have recourse, for I am quite uneasy that the affair is not terminated. Libertine toys, and what next? Libertine toys, and always libertine toys. I have great confidence, says Mirzosa, in Egla's toy, and I wait with impatience for the end of the fortnight which you demanded of me. Madam, replied Mangogul, that term expired yesterday, and while Selim was telling you stories of the old court, I learned from Egla's toy that thanks to the ill humor of Celebay and the constant attendance of Almanzor, its mistress can do you no service. Ah, Prince, cried the favorite, what have you said? 'Tis fact, replied the Sultan. I will regale you with that story some other time, but in the meanwhile seek another string to your bow. Egla, the virtuous Egla, has at length given herself the lie, says the favorite in a surprise. Indeed, I cannot recover myself. I see you are quite unhinged, replies Mangogul, and know not whither to turn yourself. Not so, says the favorite, but I own to you that I depended much on Egla. Pray think no more about it, added Mangogul. Only tell us if she was the only virtuous woman that you know." "No, Prince, there are 100 others, and amiable women too, whom I will name to you," replied Mirzoza. "I will answer as much as for myself, for... Mirzoza stopped short without having pronounced any one name. Selim could not refrain from smiling, and the Sultan from bursting out into laughter at the favorite's embarrassment, who knew so many virtuous women and could not recollect anyone. Mirzoza, piqued at this, turned to Selim and said, "Pray, Selim, help me out, you who are so great a connoisseur." "Prince," continued she, directing her discourse to the Sultan, "apply to... whom shall I name? Pretty Selim, assist me." "To Mirzoza," says Selim. "You make your court to me very ill," replied the favorite. "I am not afraid of the trial, but I abhor it. Name someone else quickly if you would have me pardon you." "One may try," says Selim, "if Zaide has found the reality of the ideal lover which she formed to herself, and to whom she was formerly wont to compare all those who made love to her." "Zaide," replies Mangogul, "I must own that she is a very proper subject to make me lose." "She is," added the favorite, "perhaps the only woman whose reputation has been spared by the prude Arshinoe and the coxsome Janeki." "This is strong," says Mangogul, "but the trial of my ring is a better argument. Let us go directly to her toy. That oracle is sorer much than Calchas." "How?" adds the favorite smiling. "You retain your Racine like a player."
49th Trial of the Ring, Suleiman and Said. Mangogul, without answering the favorite's joke, departed instantly and went to Said's house. He found her retired in a closet, at a small table, on which he observed some letters, a portrait, and some trifles scattered here and there, which came from a cherished lover, as it was easy to presume, by the fondness she expressed for them. She was writing. Tears ran down her cheeks and wetted the paper. Every now and then she kissed the portrait with transport, opened the letters, wrote some words, returned to the portrait, snatched up the above-mentioned trifles, and pressed them to her breast. The Sultan's astonishment was incredible. He had never seen any tender woman but the favorite and Zaid. He thought himself beloved by Mirzoza, but did not Zaid love Suleiman better still? And were not this pair the only true lovers of Congo? The tears which Said shed in writing were not tears of sorrow. 'Twas love that made them flow. And in that moment, a delicious sentiment which arose from a certainty of possessing the heart of Suleiman was the only one that affected her. "Dear Suleiman," cried she, "how I love thee! How dear thou art to me! How agreeably thou employest me! In those instants when Zaid has not the happiness of seeing thee, she writes to thee how much she is thine. Separated from Suleiman, his love is the only conversation which gives her pleasure." Zaid was thus far advanced in her amorous meditation, when Mangogul pointed his ring at her. Immediately he heard her toy send forth a sigh, and repeat the first words of her mistress's monologue. "Dear Suleiman, how I love thee! How dear thou art to me! How agreeably thou employest me." Said's heart and toy were too well agreed to vary in their discourse. Said was surprised at first, but she was so sure that her toy would say nothing but what Suleiman might hear with pleasure, that she wished him present. Mangogul repeated his trial, and Said's toy repeated with a soft, tender voice, "Suleiman, dear Suleiman, how I love thee! How dear thou art to me! Suleiman," says the Sultan, "is the happiest mortal of my empire. Let us abandon this place where the image of a happiness greater than mine is presented to my sight and afflicts me." Accordingly he withdrew, and went to his favorite with an air of inquietude and pensiveness. "Prince," says she, "what ails you? You say nothing to me of Zaid." "Zaid is an adorable woman, madam," replied Mangogul. "She loves beyond anything that ever loved." "So much the worse for her," says Mirzoza. "What do you say?" replied the Sultan. "I say," answers the favorite, "that Karamades is one of the most disagreeable persons of Congo, that interest and the authority of the parents made that match, and that there never was a couple worse sorted than Karamades and Zaid." "But madam," replies Mangogul, "it is not her husband that she loves." "Who then?" says Mirzoza. "It's Suleiman," replies Mangogul. "Adieu then to the porcelains and the little sapajou," added the Sultana. "Ah," says Mangogul, whispering to himself, "this Said has struck me.
She pursues me, she occupies my thoughts. I must absolutely see her again. Mirzoza interrupted him by some questions which he answered in monosyllables. He refused a game of piquet which she proposed, complained of a headache which he counterfeited, retired to his apartment, went to bed without supping, which he had never done before, and had no sleep. The charms and tenderness of Zaid, the qualities and happiness of Suleiman, tormented him the whole night.
One may easily imagine that he had no business so much in his head this day as to return to Zaid. He walked out of his palace, even without inquiring after Mirzoza, the first time that ever he failed in this point. He found Zaid in the same closet as the preceding day, and Suleiman with her, who held his mistress's hands between his own, and had his eyes fixed on her. Zaid, on her knees and inclining forward, darted glances animated with the most ardent passion on Suleiman. They continued some time in this attitude, but both in the same instant, yielding to the violence of their desires, they rushed into each other's arms and embraced with eagerness. The profound silence which had hitherto reigned about them was disturbed by their sighs, the sound of their mutual kisses, and some inarticulated words which slipped from them. "You love me. I adore you. Will you love me constantly? Alas, the last sigh of my life shall be for Zaid." Mangogul, overwhelmed with sorrow, threw himself into an easy chair and covered his eyes with his hand. He dreaded seeing things which are easily imagined, and yet did not happen. After a silence of some moments, "Ah, dear and tender lover," says Zaid, "why have I not always found you such as you are at present? I should not love you the less, nor should I have any reproach to throw on myself. But you weep, dear Suleiman. Come, dear and tender lover, come and let me wipe off your tears. Suleiman, you cast down your eyes. What ails you? Pray look on me. Come, dear friend, come, that I may comfort thee. Cling thy lips on my mouth, breathe thy soul into me, receive mine. Suspend, ah, no, no." Zaid finished her discourse with a deep sigh, and was silent. The African author informs us that this scene touched Mangogul most sensibly, that he built some hopes on the impotence of Suleiman, and that some secret proposals were made on his behalf to Zaid, who rejected them, and never made any merit of it with her lover.
But is this Zaid and unique? Mirzoza is no ways inferior to her in charms, and I have 1,000 proofs of her affection. I desire to be loved. I am. And who has told me that Suleiman is more so than I? I was a fool to envy another's happiness. No, there is no man under the heavens happier than Mangogul. Thus began the remonstrances which the Sultan made to himself. The author has suppressed the rest, and contents himself with apprising us that the prince paid more regard to them than to those which his ministers presented him with, and that Zaid never after returned on his mind. One of those evenings that he was entirely satisfied with his mistress or with himself, he proposed sending for Selim to walk in the groves of the Seraglio. These were verdant closets, where many things may be said and done without witnesses. In their way thither, Mangogul turned the conversation on the reasons people have for loving. Mirzoza, mounted on grand principles, and filled with ideas of virtue, which certainly did not suit with her rank, person, or age, maintained that people very frequently loved for the sake of loving, and that connections begun by a likeness of characters, supported by esteem, and cemented by mutual confidence, were very lasting and constant, without any pretensions to favors on the man's side, or on the woman's any temptation to grant them. "Thus it is, madam," replied the Sultan, "that you have been spoiled by romances. In them you have seen heroes respectfulous, and princesses virtuous even to folly, without reflecting that those beings never existed but in the brains of authors. If you ask Selim, who thoroughly well knows the Catechism of Cythera, what is love, I would lay a wager that he would answer you that love is nothing else but—" "Would you lay a wager," interrupted the Sultana, "that delicacy of sentiments is but a chimera, and that without hopes of enjoyment there would not be a grain of love in the world? If so, you must certainly entertain a very bad opinion of the human heart." "So I do," replied Mangogul. "Our virtues are not more disinterested than our vices. The brave pursues glory by exposing himself to dangers. The coward loves tranquility in life, and the lover desires enjoyment."
Selim, declaring himself of the Sultan's party, added that if two things happened, love would be banished from society, never more to make its appearance again. "And which are those two things?" says the favorite. "They are," replied Mangogul, "if you and I, madam, and all the race of mankind, chance to lose what Tenzai and Neodarn found in a dream." "What? You believe," interrupted Mirzoza, "that without those pitiful things, there would be neither esteem nor confidence between two persons of different sexes? A woman adorned with talents, wit, and beauty would not touch? A man blessed with an amiable person, a fine genius, and excellent character would not be heeded?" "No, madam," replied Mangogul, "for pray tell me what he would say." "A number of pretty things, which I think would always afford much pleasure to hear," answers the favorite.
Observe, madam, says Selim, that those things are said every day without love. No, no, madam, I have complete proofs that without a well-organized body, there is no love. Agenor, the handsomest young man of Congo and the most refined wit of the court, would, if I had been a woman, in vain show me his genteel leg, turn his large blue eyes on me, squander on me the most artful praise, and set himself off with every other advantage of which he is master. I would say but one word, and if he did not give an express answer to this word, I might have all possible esteem for him, but I should not love him." "That is positive," added the Sultan, "and you yourself will allow the justness and utility of this mysterious word when one loves. You ought indeed, for your instruction, to cause the conversation of a wit of Bonza with a schoolmaster to be related to you. You could comprehend in an instant how the wit, who sustained your thesis, confessed in the end that he was in the wrong, and that his antagonist reasoned like a toy. But Selim, of whom I had it, will you tell the story?" The favorite imagined that a story which Mangogul would not relate to her must be very mortifying, and therefore she went into one of the arbors without asking it of Selim, and happy it was for him, for with all his wit he would have ill satisfied the favorite's curiosity, or much alarmed her modesty. But in order to amuse her and make her forget the story of the schoolmaster, he related the following. "Madam," says the courtier, "in a vast country near the sources of the Nile lived a young man, beautiful as Adonis. Before he was 18 years of age, all the maidens contended for his heart, and there were few women who would not accept of him for their lover. Born with an amorous heart, he loved as soon as he was in a condition to love. On a certain day, while he was in the temple assisting at the public worship of the great pagoda, and was according to the usual ceremony preparing to make the 17 genuflections prescribed by the law, the beauty with which he was captivated chanced to pass by, and darted a glance on him accompanied with a smile, which threw him into such distraction that he lost his poise, fell on his nose, scandalized the congregation by his fall, forgot the number of genuflections, and performed but 16. The great pagoda, irritated at the offense and scandal, punished him cruelly. Helas, for that was his name, the poor Helas felt himself instantly inflamed with the most violent desires, and smack smooth as the palm of his hand, deprived of the means of gratifying them. Equally surprised and grieved at so great a loss, he consulted the pagoda. "Thou shalt never be restored to thy pristine state," answered she sneezing, "but between the arms of a woman who shall not love thee the less for knowing thy misfortune." Presumption is generally the companion of youth and beauty. Helas fancied that his wit and the comeliness of his person would soon gain him a heart of nice sentiments, who, content with what he had remaining, would love him for himself, and soon restore to him what he had lost. He first addressed himself to the lady who had been the innocent cause of his misfortune. She was young, brisk, voluptuous, and a coquette. Helas adored her, and obtained a meeting, where by a train of allurements he was drawn into the road leading to a place which it was impossible for him to reach. In vain did he torment himself, and in the arms of his mistress seek the accomplishment of the oracle. Nothing appeared. When the lady was tired of waiting, she set herself to rights in a moment, and quit him. The worst of the affair was that the fool girl told it in confidence to one of her female friends, who, out of her great discretion, related it but to 3 or 4 of hers, who did the same to as many others, so that Helas, 2 days before the darling of all the sex, was despised, pointed at, and looked on as a monster. The wretched Hylas, cried down in his native country, resolved to travel and seek a remedy for his disease in remote climes. He set out alone and arrived incognito at the court of the Abyssinian emperor. The young stranger was singled out by the ladies, and the contest was who should have him, but Hylas prudently avoided all engagements, in which he had apprehensions of not finding his account, proportionable to his certainty that the women who pursued him would not find theirs in him.
But observe and admire the penetration of the sex. A man so young, so comely, and so modest, said they, is quite a prodigy, and the union of these qualities in him had almost made them suspect his real defect, so as for fear of allowing him what an accomplished man should have, to refuse him the very thing which he wanted. After having for some time studied the chart of the country, Hylas linked an acquaintance with a young woman who, by some unknown caprice, had passed from refined gallantry to the highest devotion. He gradually insinuated himself into her confidence, espoused her notions, copied her practices, handed her in and out of the temples, and conversed with her so frequently on the vanity of worldly pleasures that he insensibly revived her taste as well as remembrance of them. They had now for above a month frequented the mosques, assisted at sermons, and visited the sick together when he prepared himself for a thorough cure, but all in vain. His devout friend, though intimately acquainted with all the transactions of heaven, knew as well as others how a man should be made on earth, and the poor lad lost in a moment all the fruits of his good works. If anything consoled him, it was that his secret was inviolably kept. One word would have rendered his disease incurable, but this word was not uttered, and Hylas linked in with some other pious women, whom he took one after another for the specific ordained by the oracle, and who did not break his enchantment because they loved him only for what he was not. The habit they had acquired of spiritualizing all objects was of no service to him. They required sense, but it was of that sort which springs from pleasure. Hylas complained that they did not love him, but their answer was, "Pray, sir, are you ignorant that people should know each other before they love? Nay, you must acknowledge that disgraced as you are not lovely even when you are known." "Alas," said he, retiring, "this pure love so much talked of is nowhere to be found. This delicacy of sentiments, upon which both sexes value themselves, is a mere chimera. The oracle has deceived me, and my disease is for life." In his way he met some of those women who allow no other commerce with man but that of the heart, and who hate a forward spark like a toad. They so seriously recommended to him to let nothing gross and terrestrial enter into his views, that he conceived great hopes of his cure. He complied heartily, and was quite astonished, after the amorous conversations which they held with him, that he still remained as he was. "I must certainly be cured," said he to himself, "but perhaps otherwise than by words." And he sought an occasion of placing himself according to the intentions of the oracle. Thus it soon offered. A young female platonic who was excessively fond of walking led him into a lonesome wood, and when they had penetrated far from the reach of any impertinent eye, the fair one was seized with a fainting fit. Hylas threw himself on her, and neglected nothing in his power to relieve her, but all his endeavors were fruitless, of which she soon became as sensible as himself. "Ah, sir," cried she, disengaging herself from his arms, "what sort of man are you? I shall be very cautious of ever venturing thus into lonesome places, where I have been taken so ill and may die 100 times for lack of help."
Others knew his condition, pitied him, protested to him that the tenderness they had conceived for him should not change, and never saw him more. The miserable Hylas, with his graceful figure and the most refined sentiments, gave great dissatisfaction to many ladies. "Then he was a fool," interrupted the Sultan. "Why did he not address some of the Vestals, of which our monasteries are full? They would be charmed with him, and he would infallibly receive his cure through a grate." "Prince," replied Selim, "chronicles assure us that he tried that method, and found by experience that the sex of all conditions do not care to love to their certain loss." "If that be the case," said the Sultan, "I take his distemper to be incurable." "So did he himself as well as your highness," continued Selim, and tired out with unsuccessful trials, he plunged himself into solitude, on the word of an infinite number of women who had expressly declared to him that he was useless in society. He had already been several days rambling in a desert, when he heard some sighs issuing from a lonely place. He listened. The sighs began again. He drew near, and saw a young maiden, fair as the morn, her head leaning on her hand, her eyes bathed in tears, and the rest of her body in a pensive and mournful posture. "What seek you here, madam?" said he to her, "and are these deserts made for you?" "Yes," replied she in a melancholy strain, "I can at least afflict myself here quite at my ease." "And what is the cause of your affliction?" "Alas!" "Speak, madam, what is the cause?" "Nothing." "How, nothing?" "No, nothing at all, I say, is the cause of my grief. 2 years ago I had the misfortune to offend a pagoda, who deprived me of all that I had, and it was so small a matter, but in so doing she gave no great proof of her power. Since that time all the men shun me, and will shun me, said the pagoda, until I meet with one who, knowing my misfortune, will cleave to me and love me in the state in which I am." "What do I hear?" cried Hylas. "This wretched whom you behold at your feet has nothing, and that is his distemper likewise.
Some time since he had the misfortune to offend a pagoda, who deprived him of all that he had, and without vanity it was somewhat. From that time all the women shun him, and will shun him, said the pagoda, until he meets with one who, knowing my misfortune, will cleave to me and love him in the state in which he is. Is this possible? Says the young maiden. Is what you have told me true? Says Hylas. See, answered the maiden. See, answered Hylas. They both convinced each other beyond all doubt that they were two objects of the celestial wrath. Their common misfortune united them. Iphis, this was the young maiden's name, was made for Hylas, Hylas was made for her. They loved each other in a platonic manner, as you may easily imagine, for they could not well love otherwise. But in an instant the enchantment was broken. They uttered cries of joy on the event, and platonic love vanished. During several months that they continued together in the desert, they had full time to be persuaded of their change. When they quitted it, Iphis was perfectly cured. But as to Hylas, the author says that he was threatened with a relapse.
51. 30th and last trial of the ring. Mirzoza. While Mangogul was entertaining himself with the favorite and Selim, news was brought him of the death of Sulimek. Sulimek's rise began by being appointed the Sultan's dancing master, and that even contrary to the intentions of Ergabzed. But some intriguing ladies, whom he had taught certain dangerous steps, pushed him with all their might, and so bestirred themselves that he was preferred to Marcel and others, whose deputy he was not worthy of being. He possessed the spirit of trifling, the court jargon, the gift of telling diverting stories, and of amusing children, but he knew nothing of the high dance. When the post of Grand Vizier became vacant, by dint of cringing, he supplanted the great seneschal, who was an indefatigable dancer, but stiff-necked, and bowed with a bad grace. His ministry was not signalized by any events glorious to the nation. His enemies, and who is there without them, true merit has many, accused him of playing ill on the violin, and of having no knowledge of choreography, of having suffered himself to be duped by the pantomimes of Prester John, and to be affrighted by a bear from Mona Muji, who danced one day before him, of having given millions to the Emperor of Tumbur to keep him from dancing, at a time when he had the gout, and spent years 500,000 seconds in resin, and more in persecuting all the fiddlers, who played any other minuets but his own. In a word, of having slept 15 years of a stretch at the sound of a cymbal of a clumsy native of Guinea, who accompanied his instrument with some Congo songs. True it is that he had introduced the fashion of Dutch lime trees, etc. Mangogul had an excellent heart. He regretted Sulimek, and ordered him a magnificent burial, with a funeral oration, which the orator Barbububu was ordered to make. On the day appointed for the ceremony, the chief Brahmins, the whole Divalan in a body, and the sultanas led by their eunuchs went to the great mosque. Barbububu proved for 2 hours together with surprising rapidity that Sulimek had risen to his high station by superior talents, made prefaces on prefaces, did not forget either Mangogul or his exploits during the administration of Sulimek, and he had almost spent himself in exclamations when Mirzoza, to whom a lie gave the vapors, fell into a fit of the lethargy.
Her officers and women ran to her assistance. She was put into her palanquin and instantly carried to the seraglio. Mangogul, being informed of the danger she was in, ran to her, and the whole pharmacopoeia was rummaged. The garus, General Lamotte's drops, the English drops, were all tried, but to no purpose. The distressed sultan, one moment weeping over Mirzoza, the next swearing at Orkotomis, at length was deprived of all hopes, except some glimmerings which might remain in his ring. "If I have lost you, delight of my soul," cried he, "your toy, as well as your mouth, must keep eternal silence." In an instant he commanded everybody to withdraw. He was obeyed, and being alone with the favorite, he turned his ring on her. But Mirzoza's toy, which was tired at the sermon, as it happens to others every day, and besides had probably a touch of the lethargy, at first only muttered some confused and ill-articulated words. The Sultan repeated the experiment, and the toy then very distinctly said, "Separated from you, Mangogul, what would become of me? Faithful even to the grave, I would have sought you, and if love and constancy have any recompense among the dead, dear prince, I would have found you. Alas, without you the delightful palace where Brahma dwells, and which he has promised to his true believers, would prove a disagreeable residence to me." Mangogul, transported with joy, did not perceive that the favorite was recovering from her lethargy, and that if he did not turn off his ring, she would hear the last words of her toy, which happened accordingly. "Ah, prince," said she, "what has become of your oaths?
You have then cleared up your unjust suspicions? Nothing has withheld you, neither the condition I was in, the injury you were doing me, nor the word you had given me? Madam, replied the Sultan, impute not to a shameful curiosity an impatience which the despair for having lost you has alone suggested to me. It was not an usual trial of my ring that I made on you, but I believed that I might, without breach of promise, make use of a resource which restores you to my vows and secures my heart to you forever. Prince, says the favorite, I believe you, but please restore the ring to the genius, and let not his fatal present disturb your heart or empire for the future. Mangogul immediately made a prayer, and Kukufa appeared. Almighty genius, said Mangogul, take back your ring, and continue me your protection. Prince, answered the genius, divide your days between love and glory. Mirzoza will certainly afford you the first of these blessings, and I promise you the second. At these words, the hooded spectre closed the tails of his owls, and went off, as he came, in a whirling motion. The end.